tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me higher, taking me higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be. Living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free, yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be. Living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free, yeah. weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And I've been here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. The moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Open your eyes. Tonight I'm going to show you the wonders of the mall.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave them with nothing.
Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down.
When the moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Gamers8. This is the Rainbow Six tournament where 40 players representing 15 countries, representing 8 teams, are taking part for a chance to win $2 million. My name is Gibson. I am joined by Whippet. Whippet, how you doing, man?
I am so excited to get into these matchups. We get to lend our voice once again to one of the biggest esports events in the world and some of the best matchups in Siege we've seen since the Copenhagen Major.
It's been a long time since we've had Tier 1 Siege on our screens, and I, for one, cannot wait to get underway. Unfortunately, we won't be joining the guys in studio. I stole Whippet's passport at the last event, and we've still not been able to find it, so we're trapped in Ireland. But that's not a bad thing. You know, we're not in the worst part of the world. But Whippet, this is, of course, Gamers8, the biggest esports festival in the world. $45 million being given over multiple titles. And not only that, we've got teams here that are also trying to win $5 million of a club prize for the best esports org in the entire event. That's a pretty good boon for these players to be playing for as well.
A massive incentive, of course, is a huge prize pool up for Siege as well. If you win, Siege has a 2 million USD prize pool, but that club reward, that's going to be a motivator because the badge, the crest on every player's shirt means a little bit more. The best performing clubs at this event will get a share of a 5 million USD prize pool at the end of it, and that's going to be an extra incentive. And the managers might be telling these players going to this game, listen, do well, the org does better, and that might be a little bonus in your back pocket at the end of the event as well if you can help contribute to that one. But a lot on the line for these teams. Pride and, of course, the glory of that extra big prize pool for the event.
Yeah, one thing is for sure, though, I can guarantee you these players do not need any more motivation than what they've got already. So you might be joining us now wondering, what is the format for this weekend? Well, the best way to describe it is you've got groups and finals, but we've kind of decided it's more of two different phases, right? You've got a double elimination bracket over today and tomorrow, in which the top 4 teams will then progress into the playoffs, which is straight into semis.
Yeah, so basically we see these teams going head to head. I mean, I think you put it best, actually, Gibby, when we were speaking yesterday. It's more like separate phases of an event because the group stage, you might think, oh, these teams are going to play each other all the time. No, it's basically a double elimination bracket to get yourself qualified for that single elimination run through the finals. And that means at the end of today, we'll already be saying goodbye to one of these teams, and no one wants to be the first to leave the event.
And funny enough, there is a player playing today that we'll touch on later who did get sent home on day 1 of Gamers8 in 2022. So they'll definitely be wanting to change their fortunes. So basically, to simple it as much as we can, 2 wins and you're in, 2 losses and you are going home. But let's talk a little bit about the first matchup that we are going to have today. And it is literally Siege gone global. G2 world champions taking on M80, a team that a lot of people have penciled in as NA's best hope.
I mean, they were the top of the NAL during stage 1 for M80. It didn't quite click at the major. They didn't get the result they would have wanted, leaving in that phase 2 stage, never getting to the main stage. And that's time. I think it's a revenge tour for M80. They have the biggest signing in Siege history. Spoit wins in Berlin with Rogue, comes all the way across to North America to join one of the most international rosters we've ever seen. And it's not clicked to the level that we would have expected yet. But they've had time, they've had practice, they've just come out of a boot camp in Poland. Can they bring everything together to get the results that they might believe? But the first opponent they have, Gibby, well, that's going to be G2.
Yes, the current world champions, but there's a big question mark. They made a roster change in the last few weeks, bringing in a player from Makers called Gemini. Very good tier 2 player, has played at the highest stage before in the past. He's taken on Blur Spot, and they're very different players. And we'll talk a bit about the impact that Gemini might have a little bit later. But you spoke about Spoit first. And we were talking earlier, this whole idea of the King of the North, right? We have 2 players first off from the Nordic region whose threads are so intertwined that you could make a carpet with how many times they've kind of bumped heads in the past. And that is Spoit and Benja. I'm excited to see these 2 going head to head today.
This is a matchup that I think I've been dreaming of for a long time. Gibby knows me. I go way back. I used to cast community events in their home region, and I saw them team together for the longest time. And now, not only do they face off against each other, both with silverware in their Siege portfolio, but on the opposite side of different regions. Spoit took the flight over to North America. Benja stayed true. One's won a world championship, one has a major, and their stats are so close. We looked at just an overall kind of player rating between both Spoit and Benja. Benja has a 0.67 rating and Spoit with a 6.6. It's so close. There's basically nothing to separate these 2 players. And when they go head to head, that's when you get to see all those sparks fly.
It's actually surprising because they do fill different roles. You can't say that you're comparing apples to apples when you talk about Benja and Spoit, but they are both, one thing for sure, dynamite whenever they're inside the server. When you talk about them, you look at the stats, the kills, very little between them. You look at the deaths, everything, so tight between those 2. But there's a wild card whippet when we're looking to decide who the King of the North is.
Yeah, there is. And, well, not quite from the Nordics, but almost. We've got the Scottish King himself, Doki, a player on G2 that, if you remember, the opening day of the Invitational was electric, on fire. Aces, clutches, 4Ks, all an opening map ability that they played, and a rating to compare with them. But One stat about Doki: overall, all of stage one so far, he's managed to find 4 clutch situations. That is a massive factor for a team. You can trust him to win when the pressure is on him, the weight of the world is on his back. Doki can come up huge for his team, and that might be a resource that they can lean into if things get a little bit scrappy between them and MAD.
Just think back to day one of SI and how good Doki was. Like, that is one of the best individual performances you and I have seen from any player. Had there been more of a fight put up, Doki would have actually broken the kill record in that game. That is how good he was. And that was on Villa, by the way, which is a map that I know that he likes playing on in particular. But that's not the only matchup where we have players with common threads as well. There's another one as well, and you've come up with a lovely title for it, but I'm not going to steal it away from you. Let's talk about the other head-to-head.
Well, of course, one of the headlines of the M80 is how many Brazilian players. So it's the expats versus the export. Alemão left Brazil after winning the Mexico Major with Team 1, joined G2 to build another one of those G2 super teams, and it finally clicked with silverware at Montreal. What? The core of that M80 team all don that Brazilian flag on their chest, and that's going to be a good comparison playstyle, and you also got to feel a little bit of pride between them. Who wants to win that one?
Well, I've got a little bit more information on this matchup, but that I know that a lot of people don't know. As far as I know, maybe only me, the G2 players, and the players from M80 actually know about it. Whenever these players went to SI and when they went to Copenhagen, players tend to bring a flag, right? They bring their Brazilian flag to these events. Kino and oh my god, my brain has just went, but Kino and Alemão literally play for the flag. Whoever wins takes the flag home with them, and that's the way it is. But Whippet, I believe we are getting ready to jump in. We've got an opening ceremony to look at. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Rainbow Six segment of Gamers8 live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Who you rockin' with? Who you rockin' with? You not rockin' with the best, yes, better than the rest. This is level up, cause I'm way too fresh. All I do is win, so I tend to say less. Except when I come through the flex. Better than the rest. This is level up, cause I'm way too fresh. All I do is win, so I tend to say less.
Without SMG12 in hand, it's not the greatest weapon in terms of recoil, but he picks himself up two. 2 versus 1. Now he keep on coming. Stop feeding him liquid. Reese is getting the job done. No, what has just happened? And it is all down to O-Kills. It's been a fantastic series so far, but is this going to be a bridge too far? Shaiko, he gets taken down. Liquid have come back from 6-1 down to overtime.
Turn your neighborhood into a boom town. Next stop, headed to the moon now. Ooh, wow. Got wins by the bolo, way too high. I need a couple more, cause I just can't stop. Put the ball in my hands, watch, I'ma make it pop. Guarantee it every time I hear the beat drop like. Way too high. Just can't stop. Just can't stop.
No response from Wild at all, and here come the Falcons. It's all down to Aces to keep his team alive, and he can't do it. Who doesn't love a show match for bragging rights?
Who you rockin' with? Who you rockin' with?
Welcome to the Gamers8 Grand Final Day.
All I do is win, so I tend to say less.
Oh no, Jalen! He took the case with him up there. Rafal closes it down with Shaiko.
Way too fresh. All I do is win, so I tend to say less. Except when I come through the flex. Come through the flex.
Welcome back to the Gamers8 R6B stream. And Gibby, we are getting ready to set ourselves into what is going to be, I think, the most spectacular opening game of a group we have seen in Siege for a very long time. G2 versus M80. And it's time we start breaking this down in finer details. How do you feel about this one?
I think this is going to be a good matchup. It's two very contrasting styles. G2 starting to play the way that W7M do, where you expect every single player to play every single role and be able to clutch out when needs be. M80, on the other hand, they play a little bit of a slower tempo. At times, they've been guilty with it of enabling Spoik, everybody on drones to try to get him into the building and feed him kills. But it's a team with 4.
Is a difficult entry map, and that's where I really feel that G2's upgrade of bringing a little bit more firepower in their support ranks for Gemini is going to be huge. They have that extra bit to kind of fall back on. But it will be a question of how the entry goes on Cafe. We all know how difficult it is to get that initial map control, begin to push in. It can be a very slow map, and you got to remember, we're playing in a world where Fenrir exists now, and we're also on, for everyone interested, I should say, we're on the new build of the game. So that patch had just dropped with the changes that arrived to both Vigil, his interactions with Grim and the Lion Scan, as well as the 1.5 on Thorn. That's all available. That's all being played or all available to our players in this event. So I'm interested to see how that one plays out.
And then the final map is at Clubhouse with it. And the last time you and I saw G2 live in the flesh play on Clubhouse, they were in the middle of becoming world champions, and they put in a hell of a performance at that event. But like we said, it's two teams at very different phases. You've got M80, who've been improving over the last while. Stage 1 was very short, so they didn't get enough time to maybe get the comfort with each other as you would like to expect, whereas G2 now are going into this event with Gemini, who's replacing Blur. Now, we spoke a little bit about Gemini in the pre-show, but Gemini in particular, we got to see him in Tier 2. Why do you think G2 have brought in Gemini to be that missing piece?
I think it's a very plain and simple decision to make. It's firepower, right? Blur has been a great player since he made his debut standing in on the old Navi roster in an EUL day from a long time ago, where he jumped up from Yukon to do that debut. He's had a long run inside of it, and he's had a world champion Blur. But his firepower left a little bit lacking, and I think Gemini is coming in to try and amend that. G2, I think, have made a smart choice. Gemini was one of the very influential players on the side of Makers. Again, I'm very curious here. He had a massive game inside an open qualifier just 2 weeks ago, but how will that affect him now on LAN? How is he going to interact with the team? He's been in close proximity with them now for a week or so at a boot camp. Now he's in the hotel, in the arena with the players. Is that going to have an effect? And will they gel? And will that chemistry be there? We knew they had it with Blur. Is Gemini going to be able to fill those boots immediately, or will it take a warm-up period to get there?
I think with a player like that, the big thing is the barrel of the gun will always talk for a player in the first few weeks on a team. You know, that's where they can really show their initial value. But the whole idea of comfort and fitting in with the team, that comes over time. So expect maybe from the start that he's not going to be fully in tune timing-wise, but he still will be able to win his fights when time comes up again. Think W7M, every single player on that team is capable of winning 1vx's. When it comes to Gemini in particular, he's shown he can do it in tier 2. He's called shots before in the past as well. That'll be a very good thing for G2 to have in their back pocket. And when you look then at M80 in particular, it's a very interesting composition they've gone for, because last year, Spoit was the guy for Koi. He was winning a major with that roster. You had Iconic, who was the guy for Astralis, got them to a major final in Charlotte last year. Kino has been the guy for XSET and for M80 for quite a while. So you have 3 people who've come in who have a history of being the biggest fish in their pond, or the best player on their team. How important is it for you that those players play well together as a 3 and share that burden, as opposed to having that mental mindset that, you know, I'm the person that's going to win the game?
That's probably the biggest thing that might stand in the way of M80. You can have the best players. You can build a super team, right? If you were given an unlimited budget and said, sign who you want, you're going to build and pick the best players from every single team. But sometimes going from being the guy to just one part of the 5 can be a bit of a distraction. I do think they're going to work through that, but it's going to be a key part of it to see if they can begin to gel, build that team chemistry, as that's what M80 need. They've got firepower, they need chemistry, they need to glue all these components together.
Well, the good thing is, as we said, this is a double elimination bracket for groups, so a loss in game 1 isn't the worst thing in the world, but it puts a lot of pressure on you going into that lower bracket from that point on. We're going to jump into a break. When we come back, we will have G2 versus M80. We'll see you guys shortly.
friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Welcome back in. It's Gamers8 Rainbow 6 Day 1 G2 versus M80 here on the Bravo stream. My name is Gibson. I am joined by Whippet for what is a battle of the Titans in game number 1. We've already spoke about the dance floor for the game number 1, but again, Whippet, this is Villa. This is a map that's going to, I think, slightly favor G2 when you look at it statistically, but in reality, historically, for both of these sides, the big thing is G2 very good on defense and M80 very good on attack.
Well, give me the time for talking is over as we have confirmation that our matchup is ready. And here we go. G2 versus M80 here on Villa. We talked about how this was stacking up in favor of G2. Well, Villa is the second most banned map in the pool for M80. Only beaten out slightly by Border, and Dokkaebi will be the first operator banned away from G2.
Yeah, and they'll be wishing that they could get that M80 will be wishing they could get rid of Doki, the player on Villa, instead of Dokkaebi, the operator, with how good of an impact they can have. Little bit of Doki chat as well, which is something we love to see. But obviously, you get rid of the nades, you get rid of that global ability that Dokkaebi brings to the table as well. Now, when we get to defensive bans, this is the problem. There are so many really good defensive operators now that can completely change the way the game is played. Valkyrie is the first one that's going to be removed. Well, but speaking about that second one, you can get rid of Azami, you can get rid of Mira, and there's even a few more now with recent 1.5 editions that could easily be taken out as well.
I don't think we'll see a Thorn ban. Maybe against Kag later today. That might be a threat, but Solace is removed. And again, we're seeing two of those high-impact defense operators pulled away from availability. That does leave Azami and Fenrir available for both these sides. G2 starting the defense. Historically on Villa, that has been the favored side. And I believe as well, G2 have a 69% defensive win rate on this map. M80 only 50-50 on their attack. So statistically speaking, we're looking at a G2 favoring side on a G2 favoring map. M80, let's see what you can do on this one as we crack into our very first prep phase. Gibby, I'm starting to get excited. Gamers8's finally underway.
We are here. As I said, it's been a long time since we've had Tier 1 Siege on our screens, and we are getting straight underway with the World Champions. AVG is the site for Game 1, but now the addition of Fenrir being played by Alamau is a really fun one to use, because of course you can throw out 5 of those FNATs, those dread mines, to give fear into the hearts of the enemies, and you're looking at points of entry. You know, you look at that default plant behind Vault Door. That's a great place to put one. If you want to play in inside of Study, you can easily put it on that Study balk door as well. For Alamo to get full impact out of Fenrir, he has got to stay alive deep into the round, though, so that he can keep those active and change the ones that he needs to for as long as possible.
We're seeing Spoit on the Amaru, and which likely won't indicate a very fast rush. It's going to be to get map control early or an early rotation. He's repelled up just to try and get that full clear roaming. I do see Iconic on the Capitao, an operator that I implore everybody watching Gamers8 this week, keep an eye on the pick rate of Capitao for these teams. If Ying's banned, Capitao will likely be in play to help gain that key control within those executions. G2 with a pretty expansive roam brought out here in Alamo, posted up on red stairs, has those FNAT mines dreading or spanning across the entire top floor to give him that area of judgment. But I believe G2 have opted to go more down below, and of course, who else would it be down below but Benja?
Yeah, and you look at the way the G2 set up. They kept Doki playing over by Statue, looking for drones, fell back after about 30 seconds, and now they draw the line around 90 and red stairs. Benja's going to prevent any push coming from below, as you pointed out, and then above on the stairs, you've got Alamo to lock it down if anyone puts pressure on 90 window. But what I like is Benja and Alamo can play off of each other's contact as well. It's a really good way for them to play. But the thing is, you look at M80, they're already halfway through the round. They've droned out all of Master Bedroom side, and Spoit is pushing over. And he might even, after this fight with Benja, which he's going to win, Spoit gets the first 1v1. Now he can focus on getting inside the map. Big entry pick.
He might be able to go up that hatch as well inside 90 and get that control fast, but Benja now off the board means a C4 is no longer available for that post-plant denial down below. Alamo will look to try and trade one back, but here's Kino jumping out of Master Bedroom window, and he's going to be a little bit late to the party with that one. Well, Alamo consider maybe just all clearing this, making sure that side of the map is completely uncontested as Emily begin to put the pressure on, but still a slower round. Azami's now be able to reallocate Kiba barriers towards Study, as Doki's going to be reading into that pressure, has a hatch drop available too. But Gomez just charges on in, finds one Iconic to Gemini. Virtue will get one trader back and Spoits off the board, but a 2 versus 4. 45 seconds and M80. How time to calm the nervousness. C4 below misses. G2 need to find something and find it fast with that Dread Mine. I give Virtue away. In it through the smoke, he finds Iconic. Alamo finds one more. The advantage M80's gone.
Wow, good hold. Alamo gets back on the side as well, and all of a sudden, we're going to get into that last 20 seconds. Diaz holding the crosses. The case is going to go down, but the Kiba barrier is helping. Alamo gets the kill, making it a 2v1, and now he can hold that one-way angle where Diaz is going to have to push. He's got one nade in the back pocket as well. Do not forget that utility. Don't swing, Diaz. You've got the nade in the back pocket. He's going to try to use his gun. He's forced back, gets himself his first kill, tries to get the knife, but he's going to get shot down, and Alamo will defuse the case as G2 take round 1. But Whippet, he had a nade.
If he pulls the pin on that nade, that's over, Gibby. The moment that nade sound is played, someone's swinging him. They know his gun's away. He's got a little nade in his hands. He can't shoot back. So a wise choice. Even though it might have felt almost daring enough to throw that nade, he couldn't. It would have been too close. But a very narrow margin. Drops prone, finds one. Alamo needing to bring out the bailiff to get the job done, and finds it. G2 win AVG, get their very first defensive victory. However, for M80, the real problem with that round is they were 4-2 up in terms of player count, and very, very quickly, G2 found untraded, and untraded picks to get themselves level again.
Well, you and I had a conversation. Virtue did a great job, and we were saying that at SI, that was some of the best play that we had seen from Virtue on this G2 roster. And he did such a good job of slowing down that M80 push, getting a couple of kills, and then from that point, Alamo got back to side, got his one. A little bit too late to prevent the plant, but they stayed calm. But let's not forget, he was within it. He got a shave from that knife that was swung through the corner. He got shaved, but didn't get taken down.
For anyone who was watching the mainstream perhaps before we went live, you would have seen that there was the barber on Media Day making sure everyone had a clean lineup. I think Alamo wanted a little bit of a top up to his fade, so of course his enemy was almost there to oblige for it. But G2 get that opening round. For M80, a great execution, a great read that they had Benja down below, that they cleared him very well. They know Benja's going to be sitting down below. That's what G2 do. That's kind of how they play with Benja always lurking below. But they couldn't make that stick once they had the advantage, and that's a massive pressure point. I feel that G2, if given a way into a round like that, they're going to take that advantage every single time. And they're going to be a problem, very difficult to shut down.
I'm really surprised that Benja didn't even hear the push from Spoit. You know, he was holding that angle towards red stairs, looking towards Memo. You would have heard A, the window being opened, and B, the vault, but Spoit winning that first 1v1 was so important. But this is what we spoke about, right? We were saying that M80 have this style of play where they will drone Spoit in, they will scan the map to try identify the easiest 1v1 for him to take on first, and that's what they did. The drones came in master bedroom, went down the stairs, down through Astro, droned out the fact that Benja was in position, and then they were able to isolate that 1v1. And it was a really good opening phase of the round for M80. But again, Virtue shut it down with a great onside hold to buy Alamo time to get back from red stairs.
The question I have to ask is, what was the purpose of the Amaru? Like, what were they thinking about? Because, you know, there's Study Hatch, there's 90 Hatch. Spoit went down below, entered lower bathroom. Maybe he was considering going up the 90 Hatch, get that control without breaking the window. But he didn't. And that didn't materialize. So I think maybe a little bit of they were cooking a little bit too hard. They overthought perhaps of something that they could do. Didn't quite work out for them in that regard. But we didn't do predictions, actually, Gibby. That just popped in my mind there. We've seen one round of Siege. Are you going to make a prediction for the whole best of 3 series?
I feel like this has a 2-1 written all over it. I think G2 probably take it, but I think the big thing for me with G2 when you watch them is the first 3 rounds of every map, you have an idea of how they're going to play. You know, body language, the confidence players are playing with. If G2 get 2-3-0 up on defense here on Villa, I think it could be a very quick map whip, but I think it's just their style of play. You give them an inch, they take a mile.
So for the whole series, I'm going to be a little bit different with my prediction, Gibby.
Ooh.
I'm going to go with the 2-0 for G2. I feel I'm going to put all my marbles in the bag of the reigning world champions. I think they can get this done. From like Gemini, new firepower getting brought into the team, an opening round that looks like they're able to show some heart and claw back. They keep given opportunities from M80. This could be a very quick best of 3, and G2 would be looking forward to that one.
I think you're right. I think, as I said, I think we both have
Agreeing
G2 winning it.
Agreeing with me?
Look, it's one of those things, right? When
it's
I start,
when I started, we both think it's the same team, so like, you're kind of agreeing, but not really.
Yeah, it's we both think G2 will win, and again, it's not a case of being biased. It's not a case of, you know, being a fan, because I know there's a lot of G2 fans out there.
I just realized we're both EU.
Might have a G2. Yeah,
we're both EU. We both went for the EU team versus NA.
Is that EU bias, or is that you being anti-NA though? Like, this is what
I love NA. I'm cheering for OXG this event. One of my teams, so don't you say. I mean, we worked Brazil during stage 1. We're not even cheering for all the Brazilians on M80. I think our EU bias might be shining through just a little bit once again.
Look, it's world champions taking on a team that's still really new in their development. I think that's the way that you got to look at it. And I see there's a G2 icon in chat as well, having a little bit of fun with this one. But for me, Whippet, when you look at this matchup too, I just think that going into this event, G2 had the better prep. You know, they had the better tournament over at the major. You look at that game that they played against Liquid at SI, at Copenhagen, not the game they lost, but their phase 2 game against Liquid was
let me dive in on this one, Gibby.
It was the best G2 game I think I've seen in years.
If you're sitting down, you're like, you know, you've had a long day at work and you're sitting down and you want to relax and you want to see some pristine Siege and you love G2, Phase 2, Team Liquid versus G2 on Border at the last major. That is the most pristine example of how good G2 can be. Liquid went on to go to the grand final. Now, yes, W7M smashed them in that matchup, but Liquid made it all the way, made it further than G2 at the end of the day. And they got dismantled piece by piece on Border. That is a pristine example of how good G2 can be. And I think that team's only got better since the last major.
Well, we already spoke about it. They got rid of Blur, who's a fantastic player at what he does, but they've brought in Gemini, who adds, as you said, the more dynamic, the impact with the barrel of the gun that maybe Blur might not have had. But we've spoken a lot about G2. Let's talk more about M80, right? So in the pre-show, I spoke a little bit about the Brazilian flag, right? So when they went to Copenhagen, the two players, Kino and Alamau, had one flag, and they said whoever goes further or whoever beats each other in a head-to-head gets to take that flag home and keep it to the next event. I have heard it on good authority that if M80 win this matchup in particular, Kino gets to take that flag back. And that's just an added little thing. And you know the way we talk about players looking for motivation, players looking for one-up, Brazilians are very passionate. We know that for a fact. We worked the region in stage 1. For Alamau and Kino, that flag is more than just a flag. That is a statement that they are the best Brazilian export that is playing outside of Brazil.
It's a statement piece. But Gibby, as we get ready to send our players back into the game, we're going to take a quick little break. But don't go anywhere. When we're back, we can resume the fight for the flag between M80 and G2 Esports.
make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down.
When the moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me higher, taking me higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah.
Hello. Nice
Welcome.
To meet you.
How does it feel to be part of G2?
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feels great.
A
Yeah.
lot of expectations. This is obviously and you've got to be careful what you say here, right? This is obviously big team, invitational winners, a huge team with the best champions. That's it. Hammer lifters, hammer time.
Yeah.
Are you here to help this team go on to win Gamers8?
I'm not here to help them to win. I'm just here to win. I mean, I think that I'm a really good addition to the team, and I can't wait to show it to everyone. So it's really nice to be here. Yeah.
I agree, and I think that it's a nice team to be a part of, right? What's it like behind the scenes? Are you all friends? Are you getting on really well? Are you fitting into the roster really nicely?
Yes, I am. Everyone is so nice to me. Everyone is so funny. We have a good relationship, and it keeps getting better, day by day. So yeah, it's very good.
How cool would it be, a part of your first tournament, part of this roster, to win it as well? Like, that would be a really big statement to kick off your career here at G2.
Yeah, it would be insane. It would be really great. Yeah, I don't have words to explain how good can it be. So.
Well, I can tell already that you're a lovely guy as well. So best of luck out there. All right.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. I need to find G2. I have no idea where the invitational champions are, brother.
Welcome back, everyone, after that short break. Typical Ian Chambers, right? Well, but he went over and grabbed Gemini in the middle of the game to do that interview with him. So we had to wait for the interview and then to get him back to his desk. Come on, Ian.
I know, Ian was like, listen, I've got to get the content, so I'm going to grab him, get the interview done real quick, and then we can get back in that one. But a little bit of recap, of course. Map number 1 of this best of 3 series between G2 and M80 Esports. And it was Villa. Oh, sorry, no. It was AVG that went the way of G2. M80 got a huge advantage, went 4-2 up in player count, and G2 clawed it back, meaning this has all the markings of a very entertaining and exciting matchup before we get into this one. But Gibby, we predicted, both of us said G2 would be your victors in this one. Has that changed in our break? Have you thought anything more about it?
I don't know. I think G2 winning the first round is going to be... It's a big one for M80 to bounce back from, because that first round was in their hands. As you pointed out, it was a 4v2. I think it might have even been a 5v2 if I'm not wrong at one point. So realistically, it's a situation where M80 should not have lost the round. Losing that round then could put them under a bit more pressure. So I think G2 will be feeling pretty good. Alamo and Virtue were able to clutch that one back. But again, I did like the way M80 set up the round. You know, you can always look at the way teams are prepping, the way they want to attack. The first 2 phases, you know, all the way through up until the post plant, M80 played that one so well, and then the wheels came off.
One thing I'll say is M80 were very slow, though. Half the round went, and all they'd done was basically establish drone work, didn't have map control, and left it to be a little bit of a panic at the end. They found the frags, they found the execution, or near execution, because it didn't quite stick. But G2 clawed it way back. Of course, Fenrir. We're going to see a lot of Fenrir on this map, I have a feeling, and we saw great effective use. That slowed down that rapid study take, and that allowed Virtue to find that one pick through the smoke onto Iconic, and we could have seen a whole different round if that wasn't in play.
Well, you think about it, right? With the position that was being held by Alamo, you get 5 of those FNATs, right? He had 3 of them in position. As you can hear, the game is starting. He can play on red stairs, put 1 on 90 window, put 1 on wolf window, and put 1 by the bookshelf, and swing whichever one pops off without the defender being able, or the attacker being able to see his position. He can literally lock down 3 positions from holding that one spot with his utility. But let's jump back in to the round number 2 of it, and I think we'll see a lot of that style of play from Fenrir over the course of today. And as I said, we spoke about how fluid and liquid G2 are with their operator picks. This time it's Doki that's bringing the operator.
Yeah, oh, it feels good. It feels like this is a bit of a restart to the match, you know? We had a bit of a long pause, and now we're cracking. Well, let's say it's a restart, you know? It's a post-red flag restart of this matchup. So let's go real round number 1. And I will draw your attention to the addition of Benja on the Thorn. Latest patch in play, of course, so that means the 1.5 has been added to that primary weapon. High damage, low fire at SMG. The 1.5 could be a nightmare, especially when it's in hands of the answer Benja.
5 seconds to go.
The scary thing is, Ubisoft heard that we were working this event. The 2 Irish casters on the talent team were like, you know what? Let's buff Thorn. Let's give the Irish casters something to look forward to see. It is, though, going to be Kitchen, as we spoke about in the early phases of this defense. And you look at the way the G2 have spread out. Benja all the way up inside of Study with that 1.5 can play a little bit further away, but a great counter to the roaming game on Villa is Gomez playing with Jackal. He can be able to get in, scan the footsteps, and work out where those roamers are in position, while the rest of M80 focus on getting a little bit of control on the top floor. Diaz will hold the window to prevent any rotates from Tetris into Kitchen, and that will also prevent, at least in some part, players with C4s being able to get underneath.
The wall inside of stock's going to get opened up, and that means the window player can hold this across a pantry. This entire wall, actually, no. It's not reachable, but the angle still gets held by Kino, meaning basically all of Kitchen is now untenable. You can't really play this with comfort. The mirror image of Gomez's Jackal pick, we see Virtue on the pulse, a very common addition to teams down below in Kitchen. What this does is acts as a conduit of information, as we see Virtue use that information to find the opening pick on the Kino. Habana off the boards. An early fight and Study, but the retreat called Gomez wants none of that. And we'll try and regroup with the rest of the team. But to elaborate, Virtue can signal to his team exactly what that push is and has all the information as Doki finds one more on the Gomez. That Jackal's gone, and an early advantage sits with G2. Amiri, all the work to do now.
Frees Doki up to be completely focused on top floor now as well, and everyone else. Iconic is able to find one back onto Virtue, so no longer will Pulse be able to feed that information to the rest of the team. Minute and 10 seconds left on the round now. Spout with the diffuser in hand, playing as Ash, getting into that gunfight, and he's going to get shut down as Benja gets revenge from round 1. 1-on-1, the 2 friends are. Diaz steps his way in the laundry. Another fight that could be pretty important about to kick off. Gemini on his debut. Oh, great shot from Gemini. Benja gets another one, and G2 take a 2-0 lead.
Like clockwork, Benja finds one pick upstairs, and the instant swing from Gemini means the round wraps up in a nice little bow. G2 lead by 2. Emiri, I'm gonna say it, didn't get into that round at all. That's 2 rounds in a row where I feel like the beginning stage, that opening, they're a bit slow, a bit lethargic. They're struggling to get into that pace and find their stride. And G2, it doesn't look like there's any calibration needed for Gemini. They're clicked, they are already moving like a cohesive unit. And would you look at the site brought out for number 3? Living room on Villa. No castle brought out by G2. The rare occasion we see this site dabbled in, you tend to see a castle to help shore up this very expansive roam that G2 will elaborate with. But I'm very intrigued. A grin has crept across my face for this one. How do M80 answer this?
I think we've only covered this site 2 or 3 times as a duo whip, if even. We very rarely see it here. And looking at the early stages, a lot of reinforcements being used on the top floor. So G2 are going to defend this site from above. Again, you can see the FNAF placements from Doki. He's going to lock down that whole section mapped by red. Alma went for a little bit of a roam in the early stages, jumping out the window, but nobody is going to taste his lead this time around. But again, M80 What are they planning on doing? Well, straight off the bat, they're sending Spoit on the balcony, and you expect that the drones will come in from Iconic now as well. But Blitz being used could be either a genius move from M80 or it could be completely terrible, depending on what way Iconic is able to impact the round.
If Virtue has enough, oh, the F-Not's not going to have an effect. Actually, Iconic's blinded, and that's going to be the benefit of having a Fenrir. Gemini finds one, can't make it two, but the impact of that Blitz is gone. Spoit finds that trade, and now alone, he's going to get swarmed, but Virtue will meet the wrath of Spoit. The Nordic Gunner finds one, second in the round. 2 minutes remain, but an aggressive push by M80 has been rewarded with an early man advantage, but only to be crushed by Alamau, who pops up red stairs and claims Gomez.
That's a big pick right there. Brings us back to a 3 versus 3 with 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go. Benja, Doki, and Alamau have got Kino, Diaz, and Spoit still to deal with. But M80 still moving very, very slowly. They attempted to up the tempo in the early stages of that round, but having lost the blitz, it forces them to slow down once more. Spoit has not moved an inch since that engagement with Gemini. Now he's finally going to get on the move again. But the thing is, you have 1 minute and 20 seconds. Yes, you've now established vertical control, but look at the positioning of the G2 players. Alamau's not going to be moved with the vert. He's playing in a pretty good position. Doki's still holding red stairs, and Spoit needs to be careful because Doki could swing, and he does, but he dips back into cover.
I'm going to give an analog for this site. Imagine you're playing Cafe Kitchen. We'll see that later on in this matchup. But you're just going to play very similar to that horizontal away from sight. The verticality will clear the power positions, but that's okay. You have so many angles to fight that from safety. A drop inside of bathroom, and Alamau has to contest with that. Information relayed that he's going to have that dance around the chassis as the smoke goes up to buy some cover, and Diaz finds Benja with an instantaneous trade. Alamau will get one, but he's going to be left alone as Doki falls. Single member of G2 still standing. Brazilian, who left his region for glory in Europe, needs to find some success to get G2 a flawless rotation. Diaz will drop in the main lobby to help group up with his teammate. Kino might be forced to stick this, but look at these yellow pings. Alamau has all the information, knows every single position. He swings wide, can't find one, takes a little bit of damage, and now he has to play it carefully. No nitrocell, no mind games, debate. Peeks and nearly finds the head, and that nade will buy him space.
But still, no plant. There's the swing, though. Kino with the super shot. He shuts him down. And a bit of Brazil on Brazil action to finish the round. But again, it's a scenario, right, where for Alamau, you don't want to be in a 1 versus 2 with the Roni. Not in that scenario where the two attackers are playing back-to-back. And now we've got what we like to call a twister timeout whip. 3 rounds down, and M80 are already taking this timeout on the back of a successful round because they've seen something that they can maybe change in the final phases of their attacking side.
That's what I like from teams. So we have a bit of a tradition when we're on a cast together. Not only do we call them Twister timeouts, because our good friend Twister, the coach of Secret, likes to call them early, also from the BR region. He's going to be able to correct mistakes early. They've seen perhaps there's a lack of cohesion, lack of coordination, whatever they're calling's not working, so they can amend that now. And the best thing about that is you give yourself time to implement corrections and stop any advantage G2 might gain. Body language, they look comfortable, they look, there's no pressure setting in. Spoit looks icy cold as always. But G2, confidence oozes from them. That roster's Fabian gets a few words in as well. They can make some changes to get this locked in. These players already, I love seeing them. I love watching players, their faces, their body language, how they move, how they conduct themselves in these situations can tell a story in its own. Baby G, we go up there again. And G2's operator lineup always in flux, always changing. This time, a mirror brought out by Alamau.
And again, you look at the site that we're going to play, you expect that maybe one of those windows will look in towards study, and then it's really up to the defense the G2 play. Are you going to put the other mirror window over on the other side of the map by master bedroom to slow down the attack as they try to move across from north to south? Or do you elect to double down with the mirror windows? I think Alamau is going to go over, set it up on the wall that Virtue just reinforced, as our observer is going to do beautifully for us. And that sets them up nicely to hold back the push from north to south.
The drone inside of Closet would have heard Doki break this window, so I like the ambition. I like it. He's cooking, but he's going to get read like a book. Spoit shuts it down. We mentioned Doki was on wildcard in that King of the North battle of stat lines between Benja and himself. That's time first to fall. And Azami as well. Kiba barriers generate over time and can be such a vital resource to reshape a defense's lineup. G2 might be kind of hurting from that one as this round plays out.
Well, you've lost Doki. You've lost one of the most talented players that you have on the roster, but you've still got Alamau and Benja extending over to this side of the map. So Spoit and Kino will work together to try clear Benja from this position and work their way across, but that frees up the other three members to start putting pressure on Story. Diaz is going to get the kill onto Gemini. I think that was over by 90. That's where we saw Gemini playing last, and now that really opens up a world of opportunities for M80. 5 versus 3. They were in this position before on this exact same site. They got the case down, but then everything went wrong. Can they execute and make this a 2-2?
Gomez in a critical position, but Diaz's nade will find Alamau. G2 reduced to 2 sole survivors. A tag team matchup between Virtue and Benja against the world. Virtue has his glasses ready. Benja can't even make a flank down below Gomez. I highlighted was going to be important, and he finds and shuts down the dangerous sensation, but Virtue finds one iconic, but can't make it 2. Spoit calms it down and gets around for M80. This was why the timeout was called. Yes, Doki gifted him a freebie with that poorly executed spawn peek, but now M80 are a little bit quicker, a little bit more cohesive. They're playing for each other, not themselves, and they've got themselves level. G2's opening 2 rounds look like clear domination. Those lines are blurring a little bit, and I think we have a matchup on our hands again.
It's something that we needed. I think we need M80 to make a real good matchup of this, because again, a lot of people have G2 as the favorites coming in, and the best way to build momentum in a best of 3 is to take map 1. Win your map and then see what happens as the rest of the maps progress. So we're going back to the site once more. Again, G2 bringing a very similar setup that they brought last time. Again, you know, we can't talk too much about Fenrir, because even though they had the right idea with Fenrir the first time they played this round, they did get picked apart elsewhere around the map, and that was a problem. So they doubled down on the mirror, but this time, but I don't expect to see Doki jumping out that window and surrendering his life. I think this time he's going to play as passive as Doki can, because Doki still doesn't play passive, but he's going to make sure that he's got a better opportunity to impact this round.
A wise choice, a wise... I think that was more of a case of Doki was feeling it a little bit, going, you know what, I want to take the fight to M80, and I want to show them that I'm the king of the north. As these casters rambled about in the pre-show. But he has those Kiba barriers, so he'll be in fact later on this round, and he can reshuffle and structure this. Spoit straight away to a Astra window. Opens it up to put some low pressure and begin to make them feel a little bit more compacted. Alva will see that, and that might amend his decisions and his movements, as Gomez or Diaz will crack open the barrel down below and give themselves an entry avenue inside the basement. A very probing assault from M80 so far.
And now we get into that drone phase that we expect. You can see Diaz and Gomez droning now to try to identify, as is iconic. Doki getting put under a little bit of pressure, but thankfully another Kiba in the back pocket to keep that window locked down and keep focusing on this fight from the side. Using a couple more of those X-Kairos pellets to once more remove the Kiba barrier, but it's a better structured defense this time around from G2. You've already eaten up a minute, and Spoit is going to find the opener onto Alamau, who got a little bit greedy peeking that Astro door.
This is where M80 can use a series of momentum and early picks to begin the cascade and put the pressure on G2. The world champions are not invulnerable, and if you keep them on the back foot long enough, you can find success. Doki on the red stairs, tantalizing close to the opposition just below him. That will be Gomez. A game of nerves. The barbed wire protects Doki's position for just a little bit longer, but if he dares to rotate down below, he'll find himself in the Dragon's Den.
And there's the drone work again. Benja can't quite swing that pillar as safely as he normally would with that hatch being open, but you can see now Lion getting ready to go on that rappel. There's the scan now, which will enable Kino and Spoit to step further up, but Doki still on red stairs. Footsteps will come, but the trade is there. Spoit able to take that one back. 3 versus 4, but Virtue has this one-way angle. Gomez now with 2 nades in the back pocket as well will try to cook something up, but when he sends that charge from below, Benja is not in position to receive delivery. 40 seconds left, 4 versus 3, and M80 just looking to start to crack sight.
Emery need the next pick to go in their favor, and this round should be a guarantee. Benja has vaulted on the pool table to keep himself in play, but Gemini, a shield on main stairs could be a massive pressure point for Emery to break down. Gomez has one nade remaining, so they can clear it. And no, Spoit's got no Ash charges left either, but Diaz gets Virtue. Virtue's been so key for this team, forcing a trade, but Gemini finds it. 3-2 advantage Emery. Benja misses some critical shots and goes DBNO, leaving it all down to Gemini, the newest addition to this team. Sensation from Italy. What can he do? Nothing. Diaz shuts it down. Emery now lead.
Well, the Italian stallion was stabled in that round inside of Story as Diaz was able to get it. But again, attacking this site in particular, Emery looks so strong in this round. They're able to identify those 1v1s. And even that kill that Doki got on the stairs, you had a player swinging from Wolf to trade it back. And not only that, I think they still had, was it Iconic playing below as well? So either way, Doki was not coming out of that one with a net positive. And Emery take the lead. But again, we said they're good on attack in this map. They've got a 50-50 record all the way through this year so far. So a 3-3 half would be pretty much bang on what we would expect from M80. If they can win this round, though, and take a 4-2 lead, that 69% defensive win rate from G2 will have been cracked. Yeah, exactly. And then on defense, or on attack, can G2 find 4 rounds of their own?
I think so. Listen, I'm not going to waver. I placed a 2-0 victory for G2 as my prediction. I will firm it. I will not change. I will not waver. EU team needs to step up, and the best way to do that is draw themselves a level in this.
Bias caster, shaking my head. Shaking my head.
My SMH, my head, Gibby. Yes. What? EU caster cheering? Oh, no, it's simply because Benj is on the Irish opera. That's why I'm cheering for G2.
Do I need to take your sunlight privileges away for another day or two? Like, is that where we're going with this?
I feel attacked with that one, Gibby. Speaking of attack, Emery on that now. Yeah. Can they get themselves in the lead with, or even further in the lead, and get a 4-2 split here on Villa? Virtue can signal to his team exactly where that pressure's arriving from, and I think this is going to be a pretty routine push. The Bravo drone sent in, and that's not going to draw any fire. What's looking perhaps for anyone to overextend and peek too wide, as nades to work with. Clear Virtue if wanted, and the EMP goes out as well.
Yeah, the early phase of this round, the first minute, is a lot more horizontal on this site. Again, you look at Virtue and the impact he can have with the pulse. Setup-wise, they've already opened up that wall, which gives them the line of sight into kitchen from the window, and Kino moves up to the top floor. Again, Gomez going for a different avenue of entry this time around. Last time he tried to push in from Story, and he was shut down by Doki. Good. I thought for a second we were going to see a Yardy from Spout, which would be something that would make me really happy. But instead, he's going to move towards trophy window. But again, you look at the operators that are being used by M80, a lot of emphasis being put now on establishing vertical control and moving those roamers away.
This is what M80 need to do. Find that pressure. It's all well and good having a great drone game. If you don't capitalize on it, you can really feel that pinch. Bravo in play. In the hands of Iconic. Can go around and clear his default cameras, but Benj is in a very immediate set of danger. Boss the edge of the barrel of the Jackal. Fragments of that Thorn give away his position. And that drone spots out Benja. That lurk, that stealthy play is now gone, but they don't seem to be too worried about it. Virtue will look to put pressure on as the verticality's opened up. The ceiling above his head chewed through and opened. That will become a very uncomfortable position to hold, and looks like it's going to be Gomez looking for a backstab from Secret.
But Gemini, Virtue, and Alamo have all wasted their C4s. Not a single kill, not a single bit of damage done. So now you really have no counter to the vertical. But Spoit tried to sneak his way into kitchen, and Alamo was able to get that kill from inside of Mud. Doki takes down Kino, but Gomez through the smoke is able to find Gemini. Doki pulls one back. It's a 4 versus 2 now, and there's Diaz to give us a 3v2. Last round on attack, but there's another kill coming through as Virtue picks it up. Diaz, 5 HP, gives away his position on the drop, but sitting on 90 now, getting ready to push. Spots out the head, but Alamo wins the round. It's a 3-3 half.
This is what you love to see. Some of the best teams in the world, and they can't find a distance between them on the defense or on the opening half here on Villa. G2 will now move to the offense, and this is where it's interesting. I would favor G2 on the defense. They had that 69% win ratio coming into this matchup. Certainly has shifted away now. Can they find momentum and get this job done? And no surprise at all. Alamau on the Lion and Benja on upward brings Nick. They're not going to get full utilization of that, but it's a very key thing that they do on this map. They use the Lion, basically give Benja key information for those nades below. Not a factor here. They're going to be on the kitchen for the very first sight, but keep your eye for that when we move up to AVG or Trophy.
But Rupert, there's time now to ask you a very important question.
Okay.
Why Spoil is playing Capcan? Who's the victim?
Oh, you're letting me cook. Who is gonna be? Oh, right. Let me ponder upon this for a moment, Gibson. So you're saying one member of G2 will stumble in to a Capcan trap?
Of course, it's G2.
I'm gonna give a 50-50 pick between two people here. Either Doki or Alamau. They will be the two that walk into it. That's my prediction.
Walking through one Capcan trap's a buff for Doki, though. He walks through that trap and activates them. It's still, when there's two of them on the door, though, that's when there is a problem. Attacking lineup, though, we spoke about the fact that G2 are very fluid with their operator picks. Normally, you would see Doki as the entry, but Gemini and Benja have taken Iana and Ash. So Gemini taking up a very different role than what you would have seen Blur doing in this exact same position. So G2 have went very entry heavy with this lineup. Twitch, Iana, and you've got Ash in play. You've got Lion to enable the push. And then IQ to just spot out Capcan traps, to spot out anything that could slow down their momentum. In particular, you know, if you get your timing right, IQ could even spot out where Kino is playing with that pulse from below. But a minute into the round, and the drone game has begun. Iconic hits that drone, and he's lucky that he wasn't traded by the player on the window.
He finds the headshot as well. Gemini will use that Lion scan as cover to get on in down below and trying to cut him off, but Iconic crosses back upstairs. The phone's going to be able to relay lots of information. And G2, it's not the pace I would have wanted from them. Seems a little bit slow, not the speed they would have wanted, as Gemini walks inside a piano and begins to think about putting pressure on bottom of that red stairs. Doki finds the opening, and that's the Capcan gone and cleared from red stairs, and no retreat is going to be shut down. Benja claims the soul of Gomez. 5-3 early advantage of the offense. Minute 20 remains. An Iconic task with getting one back, and he does.
Big kill. That's 90, still held by M80. Doki, though, has already gone down that bottom floor. Looks like he's creeping up through the basement to try have an impact now. Diaz is able to shut down Gemini. Kino gets one on to Virtue, and suddenly M80 have the advantage again, but Alamau going through the fire flames and the shots is able to dodge it, but he's all by himself now. 1 versus 3, stuck inside of China. Creeps his way in, but he gets taken down by Kino, and M80 take the lead once more.
Right, bounce back. Iconic with a huge and a very important fight to win on 90 to keep that control. And that final last gasp execution by G2 as he tried to flood the site fell just a little bit flat. Trophy, statuary, the site of choice. And I have a feeling, I'm not too surprised that AVG is going to be the last pick from M80. They know how effective G2 are using the up nades, that verticality in reverse, especially on AVG. So they're going to make it a little bit more difficult. Trophy, statue, less opportunities. There are still opportunities for that to work, just less so, more difficult to make it work.
And this is the first time we're going to see Trophy Statue, as G2 completely avoided that site whenever they were on the defensive half. Again, for M80 now, defense has maybe been not as good as attack for them on this map historically, but this is where they need to hold it out. Provided they win this round and they get that 2-round advantage, you feel like from that point on, they will go ahead and take this tie. But as long as G2 can stay within 1 round, it's going to have overtime written all over it. Here's the question people ask all the time, Whippet. Do you reinforce that wall that looks from Wolf towards Bookshelf and Statue? I've reinforcing it has grown on me lately, and that looks like that's what G2
who in ranks has told you off for not reinforcing it then?
Oh, Fresh, Pengu, Union Jack, you, my mum, my dad, everybody.
I think that answers my statement then. I like to have it reinforced so you're safe when you're playing inside Statue. Alamau on the Blackbeard. You know, normally a Blackbeard's reserved to someone who's not having a good game. Alamau's had a good impact so far. So he decided to don the bulletproof shield and be a little bit of a nuisance on that Astro window. An extension in the master bedroom will prove a little bit more difficult to break down by G2. A little bit uncertain of where this pressure is going to arrive from. Expect someone to take the initiative and get aggressive and jump in that bathroom window to begin directly fighting anyone inside of Astro.
Yeah, and the big thing is the DMR being brought as well. We spoke in the past about how big of an impact on land the DMR has whenever there's virtually no latency whatsoever, and it can really be the king. Now, Benja has crept his way towards 90, and he'll hear the footsteps coming his way as Kino plays on Astro stairs. Benja will do right to just pause and wait for Kino to make the first error. Kino pretty much trapped in place now. Alamau's got the window, Benja's got the cross below. This is a good little hold that G2 have, but at some point you got to move from holding to actually pushing and trying to get that first kill. The rest of G2 pretty much paused in place over by Master Bedroom side. And I like Flores' pick here, but Spoit gets the opener onto Virtue, and down goes your Thatcher. But Benja uses that as the time to make his push.
Oh, the Thorn's going to make him a little bit unsettled as he gets himself an onion. He can use those nades below the beat and find that pressure. Spoit, like he's attracting so much attention. A detonation's at his feet and finally left in DBNO. Doki nearly finds himself traded, but gets that confirmation. Advantage G2, 4-3 in terms of player count. 60 seconds. Gemini's already inside of Astro. He's going to be such a problem, but Doki doesn't care. And finds Gomez. Iconic before taking retake from Astro, but Benja looks away just at the wrong moment. Inviting pressure, but doesn't matter. A false invitation only to the grave as Benja finds two. And G2 bring us level once again. Ibby, it tempted faith a little bit. And you said a dreaded word for many players. You said overtime. You said it might be on the cards for this one. I'm beginning to believe you because these teams, wow, this is a championship matchup that we would have wanted in a major ago, but now they go head to head in the very first game of this, and they're showing why they are the heavyweights of their region. Absolutely fantastic so far. Blow for blow, action all around. Who can find daylight between their opponents?
Well, if anybody thought that a game that had Benja and Spoited was not going to be a brilliant one that goes to overtime, I think they're pretty much deluded. This is a game that has it written all over. So far, the battle for King of the North has been a fun one so far. Benja 6-5, Spoit going 8-5. But I will say this, Doki has come to life in the last few rounds as well. He's going 7-4. He's gone on the Ash. And a reminder, look at how fluid these lineups from G2 are. They don't have defined roles once more. And this time, Alamau, who went from Blackbeard in the last round, has switched it over, and he's going to be playing Amaru.
I'm very intrigued to what they are cooking in the G2 kitchen this time around. What recipe has Fabian put down in the scrapbook, and can they execute on it perfectly? The real question for both these teams is this early stage, that early pressure for them, if they can get control. The opening picks have often come a little bit later in these rounds. Now, it's a symptom of Villa. It's a difficult map to drone. It's very difficult to get that map control. There's so many avenues. But this is what Alamau's cooking. He's going to go straight in, zombie window, and put pressure on the Spoit. And he goes. The SMG-11's out with Spoit aware. No caught reloading. He was able to find two before he gets quelled. An advantage sits with M80. What a key and critical trade. But look at this. Iconics on the hunt down below. And will that C4 connect? No, not even close. Ace is cold and in the sight of Kino as well. G2, as much as that was exciting to see the Amaru play work, have put themselves in a difficult position to claw back from.
Yeah, 3 versus 4 now, and Alama with the diffuser in his back pocket as well will play on top of top main. Benja has arrived as they begin to try to use that little bit of verticality that was created by the C4s to look back the other way. But still, Kino takes a chunk of damage, and he's lucky to be able to dip away into cover as Virtue will hold the bathroom window. And the big question is now, it's a 3 versus 4, and as the attacking side, you need to isolate one of these defenders. Kino and Diaz, they're playing in tandem. They're playing off each other's contact. So you have to look to the other side of the map as an Iconic and Gomez as being maybe where you can find some joy. And Kino is going to get taken down as he's got from above. And Diaz will try to force the red, but this will be a tricky one with Benja holding the angle, and he confirms out that kill.
Benja looks for Secco, and Iconic the distance finds one on the Virtue in 90, and that's going to start ringing alarm bells for Benja, knowing he's going to get hunted, peeked by one angle from Vault Door, but Iconic still on the hunt upstairs. Gomez escapes, and Iconic finds a second one on Alamau, leaving Benja all alone against 3. A Pulse can relay exactly where he is, but he finds the head of Diaz. 2 more to find. 50 seconds. This is certainly doable. Has Utility left to crack open more of this control with a goo mine in his ankle. Only telegraphs his positioning, his intentions just a little bit more. This is winnable. This is doable. He has to take the initiative and he drops aggressively in the site. Do they have any idea? Iconic doesn't seem to know. He creeps on in. This could be huge if M80 doesn't realize, but now they're going to know. Give away his position with a single shot. He needs to read into this. Collects the case. 25 seconds, Gibby. It's going to be Iconic. Shuts it down. M80 find the lead once again on the defense of Villa.
Yeah, they just played. They held their cross. They were able to get the kill. I actually liked Benja shooting that clone. He did it on purpose to try bait someone to swing him. That was the plan there. Use the clone, give away his position to try to force a defender to swing. M80 didn't fall for the bait. They waited until they heard the sprint, turn around, get the kill. They take a 5-4 lead. AVG now, the site that we're going to go to, which G2 will have to win to bring the sides level again at 5 rounds apiece. But this has been a much better game than some people thought it was going to be. Everybody had G2 as the heavy favorites, but M80 showing the talent that they have and showing their ability to play as a team. And this is what we spoke about in the pre-show. Can M80 have an impact from all of their big names? Spoit's got 10, Diaz has 8, Iconic has 5, Kino has 4. Everybody is having an influence in this game for M80, and that's what you need to do to counter the way G2 play.
10 seconds to insertion.
The thing that gets me, Gibby, in this matchup, right? I was so confident that it was going to be, oh, G2. The map bans went in their favor. They won the ban phase. Now, all of a sudden, it looks a little bit different. Gomez with a thorn trap outside. I'm really actually a big fan of that. What that's going to do is basically, if you don't shoot it, it means you're going to be out of position. And if someone, I don't know, wants to play inside of Study, no matter how dangerous that is, you're almost going to get yourself a freebie. No one's in position to deal with it, but that could be, keep your eye on that one. We'll see a lot of Thorn in this competition, so watch for some creative Thorn traps. See how they're going to get utilized by all the best players in the world at this event, of course. How will G2 break down this defense held by M80?
It's a horrible lineup to play against. The new Thorn, you've got Fenrir in the mix, and you've got Azami being played by Spoit. It's making finding engagements really difficult. Now, I like the Flores pick again. Gemini will be able to use those Roteros to open up that soft wall. It gives you a full line of sight in towards Vault without relying on those head holes. Elsewhere, you've got Benja playing below. He has the nades. He's able to maybe pick someone up. Well, again, you look at the way that M80 are playing. They might be on 2 floors, but they're all playing very close together. They've locked in on defending this side of the map. They're giving G2 everything else for free.
Nade from Benja. Not money, doesn't connect, doesn't find any damage. Kind of thrown without information, assumption that someone will be on that wall. A good prediction, good read if it landed. Doki would begin to clear away the cable barriers on that map, but no, my disc pulls it away. So that utility persists, it stays, it could have been replaced even if it was removed. And more of a headache for G2. More intricate parts of this puzzle they need to begin to solve. Utility really beginning to run out for G2. You see that they've used all their nades, they've burnt through 2 of their flashbangs, they still have 3 breaching charges to work with, but is that really going to help them break this down? Probably not. You might need to rely on the bullets in those magazines and the weapons they hold, as they have to try and get some pressure. Terror drone goes in, detonates inside of Study. Gemini deploys and pokes and pokes. Doki, he just wandered straight in this sight, but not for long. Gomez with a new 1.5 finds that head, and Doki falls. But G2 might see that as an opportunity, begin to flood the site.
Virtue can plant. You look at the utility that's in position. You know, there's not very much there that can be used to stop it, but Gomez is able to get a kill, and that's a big one because the cover's not there. Swing around with the machine pistol, but he's unable to find the kill. Virtue took a beating. He is taken down by Gomez. Diaz has the cross. It's a 3v1. Gemini is completely locked out of sights, playing on Study balcony, and M80 looked like they're about to take a 6-4 lead. But the problem is, you had the cross, you had the player in position to go for the plant, but they peeked. G2 did not have to peek the player on Study.
I'm actually gonna play to the defense of G2 in this one. Alamau needed to rotate all the way around to that Study door or to that map's door to be an effective cover. Because you can have someone on the head holes playing a Study, even that if he swings that CZ75 as aggressively like that, it's a difficult shot to land. So you want someone a little bit closer to be able to do it. And a timeout's being called by G2. They're going to try and correct mistakes now because the all-important factor is M80 are on map point here on Villa. G2 do not want to lose Villa as it is higher in their map preference than it is for M80. And so if M80 can take away this map, that's a huge advantage for them. But can G2 begin to claw this one back? Or if M80 found that stride, that momentum that perhaps we said they needed in that pre-show?
And you can see that Fabian talking to the team, everybody looks locked in concentration on what the plan has got to be. Reminder, if you are new to CG Sports, when a timeout is called, that allows both coaches to talk to their team. And looking at M80 right now, they look so calm. They look so cool and collected. They look like a team that want to get this one and get it won now. The onus is on G2. They're on attack. They've got a 2-round deficit. All M80 need to do is win one defensive round, and they take the first map in this best of 3 series.
Blessing and a curse. You're 1 round away from locking in Villa, leading the series, and having that huge momentum. There is that little bit that sits at the back of most players' minds going, well, it is just 1 more round. And I like to call that the 1 more round mentality. It can be a trapping for many players. Many teams have fallen to it. We think about last year at this event, Team Liquid versus SSG. SSG were leading 5-1 against Liquid. Got themselves in a very similar position. They had such a buffer, they thought they could do it. Liquid clawed it back. G2 don't have a mountain to climb. Just need to get themselves back on their feet and get this one into a dangerous position, but they need to win. This attack trophy statue is decided. M80 lock out Villa right here, right now. Or we have a little bit more room to fight on this map.
Well, as a caster, I always want more. You know me. If it was the other way around and G2 were 6-4 up, I'd be calling for M80 to claw this one back. But can the team from NA clutch out this first map? Diaz is going to go hide inside the tub, and again, this is something that players need to drone and be careful for. Virtue sets up the claymores to prevent anybody from getting hyper aggressive and deciding to vault on out. And you know, this is good because the mute jammers in place as well should keep Diaz's position completely a secret until he needs to move. And there's the open and pick. Gomez is going to find Doki, and that could be huge. You've lost your Scottish magician. Down goes Doki, and now the advantage is really in M80's hands.
That's the massive amount of firepower. That almost the tip of the spear of G2's been dulled significantly. No more Doki, no more nades available either. And those are the only set of nades brought out by the side of G2. M80 in a great position to coast out this round now. Don't overextend, play your trades. An aggressive push, but he's gonna get punished. Gemini gets aggressive, but Diaz hidden in the bathtub. Gets one, baits out the shots from Alamau, but Virtue will claim him with the AK-12. 3-3, a chaotic moments there for both these sides, but it leaves us in a 3-3 neutral ground between these sides. G2, what answer do you have? All the pressure is on your back, M80. They don't need to do anything, and the Fenrir mine will be a little bit of a deterrent as Benja now fears for a flank of bottom Astro.
Yeah, so Alma will hold if they try to take Astro through the rotate. That'll allow Benja now to step up and try to find his one as he looks towards the deer. Iconic gets one. That Kiba barrier timing saved Iconic's life as it just bloomed at the right time. Benja can't quite step in through that rotate just yet as well. They're trying to create a funnel, a kill box for G2 to step in through. Kino is hidden in position and Benja will force the swing with the stun. Iconic gets one, but Benja trades it back and Spite wins. M80 take map 1, and that is a big statement from the team from NA as they take G2 on Villa, and look at the relief on their faces.
It's not expressions of jubilation or joy, it's relief. Map 1 done, but remember, job isn't done. My prediction might be wrong, but G2 can very much bounce back as we move to Cafe for the second map, but M80, what a recovery story for them. It was a kind of a rough, a difficult looking opening 2 rounds. All of a sudden they bounce back. They find that stride on the defense. They look to find a whole other gear. They looked out of G2's control and they were able to claim Villa. G2, they need to find an answer, and that answer has to come on Cafe, map 2 of this series.
Yeah, and you and I have a saying that we always use. The team that wins the second map in a best of 3 is usually the one that goes on to win the whole thing. There are exceptions. Don't go telling, you know, Gibson said that whoever wins this map is going to win. It's just usually what we've seen on the trends. But we challenged M80 before this map to stop putting all the onus on Spoit. Have your other players pull their weight and do what they're good at. And that's what happened. Iconic stepped up. Diaz stepped up. Kino was able to step up. They supported Spoit, and that is the key to success for them. And even more importantly, with it, they made G2 slow down their tempo, and they played more M80's game than they would have wanted to.
They forced G2 into a game of chess based on the rulebook set by M80. It was difficult to solve, and every time G2 thought they had an answer, there was another problem presented by M80. But Villa is now in the history books. We look forward to Cafe. That will be this next map in this series, but we will go on a quick little break, and when we're back, it's time for map number 2 between G2 and M80.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down.
When the moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me higher, taking me higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough.
Welcome back to M80 versus G2. M80 lead the series with a 1-0 advantage. They took Villa, a map that we both favored in G2's side, meaning we go to Cafe to either decide who wins it or if we need to go all the way to Clubhouse map number 3.
Well, here's the funny thing. This is a map that M80 don't play a lot. Whenever I was talking to G2 yesterday, one of the things that they said was they did not expect to play this map. They thought it would be gone because M80 don't like it, and this could be a gift for them as we move on. And Thatcher will be the first ban that we are going to see on a map like Cafe. I think it's mainly just to target ban that kitchen site to stop teams from pushing in that side of the map. Knock being banned, as always, not a bad one to get rid of as well. But the defensive bans are the hardest ones. Yeah, I know, but still, people like to get rid of them.
It's a pointless ban now. Reddit told me that. Zami is next to go. Zami next to go. No surprise there. How difficult it is to deal with an Azami, especially when they set up inside a piano on this site. And G2 with our final defensive ban, and I'm really gonna act super surprised. It's a Fenrir. What?
Wow, didn't see that coming. Yeah,
enthusiasm, Gibby.
Honestly, like the amount of options that are open now for defensive bans are through the roof, and there's a real trend of the newest operator coming in on defense usually being incredibly impactful straight off the bat. And of course, we don't have quarantine time anymore, so Fenrir is allowed to be played. So you can't play Fenrir, you're going to take Solace. And this is a map where I think Solace is really good in the early phase, particularly when you're defending the top floor, because there's only 2 staircases that you can get those drones through, and Solace can hold one, and you have another player just keeping an eye on the other side of the map. Honestly, I like the pick. One thing I do like is G2 extending down towards library, reinforcing that wall into pillar, which means that you can play a little bit more of the verticality. You can freely move a little bit more on that middle floor as the defenders. But Solace, looking like G2. Benja wants to get a little bit aggro here in the early stages of this round.
I think he may be just teasing us with that idea. Benja wouldn't jump out, and I think, right, what Benja has done has it open up the windows, and that's going to give a little bit of a thought process now. If you spawn in one of those spawns, you'll see that open and be like, what's G2 cooking? What's Benja done? And that's going to be an extra delay. It's one more piece of that puzzle that you're going to figure out what's going on. The reinforcements extension down below, though, that's one thing I want to loop back on. Does this mean it's a little bit safer for Benja to play in these areas like reading, where he can get the most impact out of his gadget? He can see when that plant goes down. He can deny that with the impacts he brings, and could be a massive problem. He's hunted and cleared with only 3 drones. It's still effective with the sauce on the board, but he can be a problem later on in that round when they're forced to clear him out. Hatches open up, and it's a traditional cafe take. Yippee! They're all on the roof, and the hatches open, and that'll begin that droning phase once again.
Took them 50 seconds, though. Pretty slow to get the hatches open. I think people might be wondering at home as well, why did Gomez open 1 hatch and then wait an extra couple of seconds before he went to the second? It's to try bait C4s. You know, it's very easy for a player playing below new hatch to assume that if the red hatch gets opened within a second or 2, the player will be over by new hatch. So again, that's why they waited, trying to see if a C4 would get tossed, but it doesn't. Now, Diaz has got himself over on this side of the map, so they're going to put some pressure on cocktail windows. You've got Nomad, so you can prevent the run out and the vault out, and it allows you to put even more pressure on this side of the map. And as of late, I've become a bit more of a fan of cocktail techs, particularly when you have the operators that prevent defenders from running out, because now you can hold one side from the skylight. You can use Ying to get active. Gemini, though, is going to shut it down with a quick double, and that's a big problem for M80. It's a 4v3, a 4v2 now, as Virtue's able to find one stepping out of the bathroom. Valk's playing below, but Diaz and Gomez have seen this attack fall right in front of them. But the only thing that they do have, Whippet, is time. A minute to still play with.
They can find a pick here. This isn't beyond the realms of a comeback for M80 in this round. I like what they tried. They had the Ying, they had that explosive executability. Virtue left in DBNO. Brings us level. Confirmed by Gomez. 2 versus 2 in 40 seconds. Member of G2 still on the roam. You have that sauce of Benja. They know that case is cold. No impacts with Benja, but the P90 has the ability to send enough lead up through that floor to be a problem. 30 seconds, and it's slow. Hinted a few moments. Doki not sure where this threat will arrive, but the camera outside a bar is still up, so he has some level of safety. He creeps up on board, but gets himself compromised. Gomez finds 3 in the round, and Benja left alone. He has a mirror window when he finds out of Gomez. Looks for a second one, but all he has to do is play the time. Hold on and wait. Be patient and don't peek, Benja. Hold on, he swings wide and finds Diaz. G2 round 1.
Yeah, that mirror setup inside a bathroom, that was a problem. The lines of sight saw us. Really, even in that 1 versus 2, you always had to fancy G2 as long as Benja stayed cool, calm, and collected. And this is one of the things that I love about Benja, right? One of the most mechanically gifted players in the world. He is a difference maker. But if you know him, he's so cool and collected all the time as well. He never really gets overly emotional, and that's the exact type of trait that you need in a player like him, especially when you already have Doki and Alamau, players who are really high energy and high tempo on a side.
You might be the only person that can get a conversation with Benji, it feels like, as well.
He likes me. I don't know why, but Benja does seem to like me, so I'll take it.
One of the most quiet and reserved people I've ever seen. You know, he's back in time his previous roster. You know, he done some interviews when we won for a national league, and very, very quiet, very reserved. Doesn't reflect the gameplay at all. One of the best in the world, and quietly spoken throughout the round. Alamau on the Valkyrie, another high impact defender available. The amount of them is quite tremendous. Information, a key virtue for this team. The G2 get themselves another defensive victory. A mirror setup deployed once again upstairs. Very similar placements. Again, that's how you want to hold upstairs, but it is going to be a site down below. It's reading, and mining does look a little bit vulnerable. Alamau, the only soul holding on to it, but will that be aware? Will Emiri be aware of that position, that potential weak point the defense as Kino has donned the Monty?
I love it. And he's Brazilian. Of course, the Brazilian player is going to bring out Monty. I spoke in depth previously about how good Brazilian players and Brazilian teams are using Monty to take space aggressively. That's what Kino really has to do. And it's a really good counter to the fact that there's a mirror looking this way again. So you can step on up, try to get right up close and melee it, and have somebody cover the player trying to get the swing. That option is there. I'm not saying it's going to be used, but it's something to keep in mind. But what I do like is knowing the fact that most of the resources are on the top floor. There's going to be some phantom pressure now over by Pillar to try to bait some of those players on the top floor back towards site.
Snow door just being opened enough to begin to make G2 consider the potential that it might be an aggressive push to walk in hell and get that control. Now they have the verticality on that position and a mirror in sight, so it won't be easy to do that. But as you said, phantom pressure. I talked about how mining might be a weak point, and look at this. Kino has waltzed on in with the shield and can now perhaps even toy and dabble with the idea of hitting site directly. If they have control of white with a decent drone network to hold that flank, one repel onto dining window, and this could be a very, very clean execute from Emiri. But Spoit decides he wants to get control of white stairs with his rifle. Will walk up at Alamau a little bit late to the dance for that one. The MPX rattles off, and that's not going to deter Spoit. He walks up and looks to find his first victim instead of reading his Kino. Begins to work right the case.
Yeah, so now Spoit has to cover these two angles. Everyone else is planting inside a reading room, and now Spoit can get focused on the Valk from below. Once the case goes down, go get aggressive. Alamau has to fight and claw his way back up. He's going to begin to peek, and he's going to get taken down by Spoit. Now he can focus on the player pushing out from Laundry. That's what's going to happen as Virtue creeping and crawling with that TCSG. But there's also a player on the window just above Spoit. Spoit's going to step up, but the slug will take him down. 4v4, 15 seconds still now for M80 to try hold on.
G2 have to make it happen now or never. It's going to be too much time. The diffuser hits critical. G2 with one survivor, but the time will be their nemesis. Iconic claims Virtue, and it goes down. I was saying, you know, it looks a bit weak towards mining. There's not a lot of pressure from G2. A Valkyrie camera can only be an early warning, but it's only that, a warning. And well, Kino walks in, uncontested, and right there, smiles all around for the side of Emiri. You know what? That's a very worrying sign when you see them getting comfortable and relaxed. G2, you might want to stomp out that momentum. That was uncontested. How did they get that? How did G2 not have anything to stop that play?
Well, this is the thing again. They put the phantom pressure on Pillar, which focused all the attention of the vertical players and the side players on the push from that side of the map. Monty dropped Red Hatch, rotated his way in towards Reading, stood in the Reading rotate, the fireplace, for just a second and went, guys, there's nobody here. There's actually nobody here. So you saw that maybe 5 or 10 seconds where Monty didn't move. He waited for Spoit to step in through the bottom white stairs, waited for some support to come down from red as well. That was a very good execute from M80. And what I like most about it was the fact that they were adjusting their strat during the round. Because when it started, that wasn't what they wanted to do. But whenever they realized it was on, they executed it to perfection.
And when you see that late round decision making, that snap, that change of idea and philosophy in a round, that's a good drone network. Someone has made that shot call and everyone's instantly reacted to it. Massive to Spoit, who was all the way over by that snow door, putting on that phantom pressure, and he rotates all the way around bottom white and becomes a massive problem for the side. A technical issue, of course, in play, which is why we're lingering a little bit on these player cams. But take a moment, Gibby, to look at the body language. We saw when G2 were informed of that instantly. Alamao, chair back, relaxed, composed. They've lost a round, but they're not really stressing about it yet. Still early days on Cafe. They got to feel they can't let too many more rounds slip away.
It's the thing about LAN that I implore viewers to focus on every time you see screenshots of the players. Look at the way that they look. When you and I were in Charlotte, we knew that Citizen was going to win another major just by how he looked going into those final maps. The way... Not Citizen, sorry, Canadian brain.
But
Citizen will win something someday, though. I'm telling you.
Are you saying that you believe Citizen's going to win a major?
I do. I think at some point he will. He will.
If Super's watching, if Super's watching, how much have you paid Gibby to say that?
Lots. But my point is, look at the player body language. It'll give you an idea of how they're feeling. And looking at M80, you have players with their hands behind their chairs. You have players with, leaned back, comfortable, relaxed. They've got a job to do. They're going to do it. Like, look at Iconic. Dave is having a laugh, and he looks so comfortable right now. And that just tells you about how M80 feel.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about it, how you can tell a lot from it. Now, in server, you can tell if a player's feeling or not by confidence, how they take their fights. But when you look at these cameras, it's a real justification of how they're feeling. I mean, it's going to be feeling good. They've just made a really good on-the-ball reactionary play, a good snap decision of an opportunity, and they took it. They won a round and done it in a very clean fashion. They're a map up, level on the second map. G2, the pressure's going to start setting in at a certain point. They're a championship caliber team. They won the Invitational in February, and which honestly is longer ago than I like to even imagine. It feels like it was just yesterday, but I've had a whole stage in another competition since then. Can they find that glory again?
Well, that's the question. It always is the question. And I think, again, a reminder for people at home, though, it is a double elimination bracket here in this phase. So whoever loses this game, the tournament is not over for them. They will go down to the lower bracket. And at that point, then that's where things matter. Of course, you win 2 maps, or you win 2 matches, you go through, you lose 2 matches, you're going to go home. So while we're sitting waiting for this game to get back up and running, we saw the result from the other game in the group. We saw the fact that the hometown heroes Falcons did lose 2-0 to NIP in very convincing fashion. Again, I think you and I have a soft spot for NIP. We worked the region. We had a feeling they would do pretty well in Copenhagen, and they did. But that means that the loser of this matchup have to play Falcons. And having seen them play in Copenhagen and having seen them play last year at this event, it's a lot of pressure playing against the Falcons in their home turf.
It is going to be, I think that Falcons have that momentum and energy, but that's later down the line. I know everyone wants to get back in the action, but as we resolve this tech issue, we're going to do a quick little break. And when we're back, we can resume Cafe between G2 and M80.
break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
When the moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me higher, taking me higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah.
Hey, have you had a fresh fade? Is that a fresh cut?
You making fun of my hair?
No, I like it.
I like your hair.
But yours is blonder than. Listen, one thing me and Durkee always do is we flirt a little bit. It just goes. We just go way back with the UK scene. You're not.
Can't say that, man.
Hey, how are you feeling coming into Gamers8?
I'm good. I'm feeling good. Yeah, confident. Yeah, new guy in the team and all that stuff. So
Yeah, I've just been chatting with him. How's Gemini going to fit in? Do you think?
I think he's gonna fit in well. Yeah, he's doing well.
Yeah.
Just waiting to see for the game. So just excited.
Listen, you know when you've been to the mountaintop like you have, I was stood right beside you in Montreal. SI, you lift that hammer in the air, and you've like, you know, you could argue that you've peaked. You know what I mean? Like, where do you even go from there when you've conquered the mountain, and then you're still out here looking for those big dubs? What is it about an event like Gamers8? Is it the pride? Is it the proving ground, or is it the moolah?
Ooh, it's not the Moolah. I don't play for the Moolah. But I think this is the best event I've ever been to ever.
Serious?
Ever. It's so good.
Tell me why. I mean, hospitality is unreal.
They gave me a free haircut for one of the things. That's
Yeah.
just something small, but it's like everything. Just do everything for you. It's like everything's so organized. So it's just, I know, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's really
And I
nice.
saw a picture of you in the pool as well.
I was in the pool.
You look good, bro.
Thanks, man. Yes.
He's got cool tattoos, hasn't he, Durkee? Yeah. What's when you think about your opposition out here, the other teams involved, who are you most threatened by? You know, I was just talking to M80 just in the players' lounge there. You know, we talk about high expectations around those guys. They've got some big players on that roster that need to step up here and get the job done. Are there someone you got your eyes on? Is there anybody else in particular?
No, I think the good teams here are W7M and then BDS. So, yeah.
Reigning champs.
Yeah, I think BDS and W7M are the two ones that we need to worry about. Every other team should be not a walk in the park, but we should be able to deal with them.
Yeah, when you reflect just briefly on the rearview mirror and you look back on the Copenhagen major, it didn't exactly go to plan. You know, you guys came into that with so much momentum coming off the back of SI. Is this a chance to bounce back, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think Copenhagen went quite well. It was just like 2 rounds different, and we would have probably won the thing. So it's like, I don't know, like we lost to Team Liquid. They came in the finals. The last game was like 8-6 or something like that against them. Like it could have went either way, in my opinion. Like we didn't really play bad. They just played a bit better than us. So if a couple other things change and go away, it could be a different story, you know. So we're not really looking at it as a loss. It's just on to the next tournament, pretty much.
One thing I know that you enjoy feeding off a live crowd. Now here in Riyadh, you know, go up against Falcons at some point maybe. Well, you are actually. You're kicking off against Falcons. No. Yeah, well, if you do come up against Falcons, right? That crowd. Yeah. How's that going to feel, do you think? Because they're going to be well and truly behind that team.
I think it's fine. We're used to being the kind of the dark horses and stuff. And SI, the crowd is on our side and stuff, but I don't really bother. Even negative energy from the crowd is still.
You
like,
enjoy that, I
energy.
think.
It's
You're
still
a bit
energy,
sick,
isn't
right?
it?
You enjoy that.
Yeah, I'm a bit sick. Yeah, I'm a bit. Yeah, just a bit.
Sick in a good way, though. Okay, to any of you fans watching at home first, just first things first, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to the G2 Army.
Hello, G2 Army.
That's that. And to and any of the opposition, of course, who are going to check this out. I know that you're a modest, humble man, but sometimes you can give it that if you need to. What do you want to say?
No, just good luck. Good luck to everybody. Isn't he lovely? You're gonna need it.
There you go. That's the Durkee I was looking for. Best of luck, man. It's always a pleasure to see you. You know that.
Yeah, I'll see you soon.
See you soon. I need to find G2. I have no idea where the invitational champions are. Brother, where's the rest of the team?
Jake's inside.
Jake's in here? Yeah. Ah, Jake. Oh, man, he's getting a full-on shape up here. Jake, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. And how are you?
I'm good. I mean, have you ever had a barber cut during an event?
Never.
This is the first time, right?
First time.
And you've been, I think the rest of your guys are in the pool.
I think most of them are, yeah.
Have you been to the pool? Is it good?
Yeah, it's very nice. You should try it.
Are you finding it hard to like train in these like warm conditions? Does that play any part in it, or are you all good because the aircon's tight out here?
Aircon is very tight out here. Yeah.
Like, not as tight as your fade, because that fade's going to be good.
I hope so. I have trust.
So obviously, invitational champions, the last major didn't go exactly to plan. Are you seeing this as proving ground, or is it just another day in the office for you guys?
I think we have something to prove again. Yeah.
You've always got something to prove, right?
I think so. Yeah.
And the money's good too, right?
I mean, that's always good. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Let's let this man get his haircut. In fact, can you just take it all off? Zero everywhere. Is that what you want? Right? No. Are you sure? All right. I'll leave you to it. Cheers, guys. Guys, what would happen if I knocked this over? Would I be in trouble?
Yeah, you might be in trouble.
Spite, how are you doing? I'm going to call you... I don't even want to call you the Wonder Kid because you're a fully grown man out here. But how are you feeling ahead of this event?
I'm feeling great. I mean, the scrims have been well. The team chemistry's up there. And yeah, just hyped to play it, you know? First time in the Middle East, so I'm happy.
You enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's amazing. This whole event so far has been amazing.
You mentioned hype there, and I was just talking to Iconic about the same thing. You know, there's a lot of hype around you guys. There's a lot of hype around you as an individual as well. Do you find that overall, you know, overwhelming, or is it just something you take in your stride?
I mean, I always try and do my best, like on an individual level. I hope everyone else does the same. And at the end of the game, I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a team game. So yeah.
What do you make of your team as a roster right now? Do you look around? Are you all just like proper good friends as well as colleagues here?
It's both, I would say. It's important to have that friendship, but also like that kind of, it's a business as well. And yeah, I think we found a team with 5 insane individuals.
Yeah.
And we just can make that mash up well, and then yeah, that's it. It's over for everyone else.
So you're obviously amazing at Siege. You're going to be amazing in that lobby, and when you get into the server as well. Like, how good are you at Jenga?
Well, so far. It's good. I mean, we just started, so we'll see in a second.
Can I just see one of you guys pull one out here? I just want to see what happens.
It's your turn. It's my
Come
turn.
on, bro.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, all right.
Cool as ice. There you go. Cheers, guys. Best of luck with Jenga and with the tournament as well.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Good luck.
Ian's at it again, folks. He's at it again. He took the players away. He took Jake for a haircut. He had to interview Doki. He even let the M80 guys play a game of Jenga. But I got on the phone and says, Ian, we have a game to play. Get the players back to the desk. We're ready. But it's 1-1 on the second map of this best of 3.
Yeah, we're making you wait for this one because we think it's going to be an exceptional game of Siege. This series has a lot to play for. I mean, you ask anyone trying to make predictions before this event, you would have said M8 to G2. Before they do the groups, this would have been the dream matchup or a final. But you don't have to wait too much longer to see these teams go and lock horns once again. It's time for this one. Round number 3, Cafe, map number 2, G2 M80. And it's a repeat of Fireplace and Reading. Last time out, we saw Kino don the Monty and basically be given free reign to waltz straight in mining, straight into dining, and get a plant for free. Supported by his teammate Exploit on white. It was an easy execution, and G2 had no answer. Will we see a repeat of that one, or have adaptations been made? They've had time to think about it. They've had time to stew. Can they get it done?
Well, I like what has actually been done here from Eddie. They're taking pretty much the same loadout once more. The big thing about this is they put phantom pressure on Pillar again, which pretty much didn't allow G2 then to play the defense that they wanted. Now, what I do like is G2 have also adapted. They've not taken the mirror this time around. They've taken a completely different lineup. And again, the big thing to keep an eye on is Virtue on the Aruni. Virtue, I think, is one of those players that's defying the laws of time. You know, he's one of the elder statesmen that we have inside of competitive Siege. But with the DMR and the reaction time he's been shown, which looks to me like it's still improving, he could have a big impact in this round. Because even though G2 lost the first map, I'd say Virtue put himself together a pretty good map.
Yeah, but I mean, Virtue, ever since Montreal in February, he's been having a kind of... It's a weird one to say. He's been on the roster inside of EU for so long, but it was one of his best performances since that swap. And I do feel that Virtue, as you said, kind of going against Father Time and getting better as he gets older and more mature with this space and with this team. Looks like a very similar approach by M&E this time again. If you remember before that pause, they kind of toyed the idea of opening the snow door, a little bit of phantom pressure. It drew the attention of G2 quite significantly, which allowed Kino to just waltz on in and get control of mining and get that case down. Spoit will send in a clone and get as much information as possible and spots an aggressive push. Alamau goes up downstairs, and well, the Brava gets in safely in a difficult position. Doki gets one, and oh my! G2 light up the feed, but Diaz gets one back as Benjo falls, as Kino gets control, lowers the shield, only to invite Alamau to find his life. And trade once again by Diaz, but left alone against 3. He's got a minute 30 all the time to work with, but no case in hand. A little bit difficult to imagine a clutch play, but I will never doubt any player on this M80 stack of absolute heroics.
They tried to do the opposite of last time. They tried to put the real pressure through Pillar and push in. It didn't work. Not quite sure how Alamau managed to cross the top of those whiskey stairs, but again, Diaz now tosses the stun. And this is what I like. Whenever the stun grenade was thrown, instead of just sitting and waiting, Gemini knew I had 2 seconds, maybe 1 second to swing and get this kill before I get taken down myself. Good decision making by Gemini. G2 won the round. But again, how did Alamau cross those whiskey stairs when Bravo was standing in the door?
I think Bravo, basically what happened was a wonderful thing called siege timing. Bravo probably put Shift and W together, sent it in to get control of pillar. Alamau also decided Shift W straight in the pillar. Neither of them had their weapons ready, so it was an awkward stalemate. Ultimately, Alamau was able to win out and get that advantage. In G2, a flurry of 3 kills back to back to back, left that round wide open, and they get the victory on that. And they'll route it down to the basement now, or inside a kitchen, I should say, that first floor. A site that has a lot of variety in how you want to hold it. Do you want to hold it on site? Do you want to roam? Do you want to play it horizontally? I have a feeling G2 will do an expansive hold on the entirety of this first floor, make it very difficult to enter site itself if M8 even get that far.
Yeah, and I want to touch back on that thing you brought up as well, siege timing. I think I speak for you, myself, all of the viewers at home, and all of the ranked community when I say none of us have ever died to a better player. We just always get timings. The copium I'm huffing right now is real.
Gibby, oh, you gotta say what? You've been an impressive man. We had a GLG the other night in ranked, guys. A Gibson Life game occurred.
I went 3 and 7.
It's marked on your calendar. A GLG happened on the 12th of July. You got that one locked in. So, early days, M80 looks to try and put primarily their focus of their pressure, I should say, in towards this bakery, beginning to try and deconstruct what G2 have elaborated on. No shield, but the Rooney Gate protects Toki for a little bit, and Gomez finds a lot of damage taken. That T5 is not a very forgiving weapon, and that's going to be a great impact. Denies the first set of Selmas, he can deny a second, not the third, but a huge commitment of utility, and Doki wants to take these fights.
Yeah, because he knows that he's got coverage on the window. There's a player below red. They're going to combine the swing. Benja says thank you very much. His cross isn't covered, but Diaz gets the double. Down goes Benja and Doki. And that's a big kill. That secures Wedding. Now you got to put pressure on Alamau on the side again. He's going to peek for a 3rd time. But you've got all of this access now inside of Bakery. You've got the wall open so you can keep an angle towards the window inside of Prep again. You've forced all of G2 back into the other site, and this has opened up a massive chance now for M80 to tie this over.
It's only a body, but a body tap doesn't count. Kino will walk in though and find that head of virtue, knocking on the door of sight or M80. The diffuser recovered. They can try and work the plant. Does Alamau have it in him to be able to hold this line? The pressure of Gemini in coat check splits this site in half. Means that planted Ramsey's a lot harder to make it stick. A minute to work with, so M80 have time and have the drones as well. 3 left to work with as well. They can hunt out the remaining players of G2. A C4, not applicable for the defensive side either, so it's all down to the guns in hand. Gemini, a key cross held. He needs to win this fight to keep Alamau in this. The plant goes down. The first tap is there, and I don't think G2 have an answer to this one. There's nothing they can do. Gemini needs to get a move on, but shut down by Sport. Leave it all down to the export from Brazil. This Alamau with 1 XP and a dream, and Diaz decides to make it a nightmare. M80 draw level.
And again, it was the great work. Diaz with the double on that Wedding window completely destroyed any plans G2 had to hold that site, and it forces what looks like a timeout now again. And you can tell again, Bodega brings that mic down to his face and he's able to talk to his team then at that point. But this is the thing, right? M80 are very, very good at isolating players and picking up kills and catching them when they're least expecting
very,
it.
very good. You end the sentence there. Very, very good.
This is true. This is true.
That's top tier. Top tier. Why are you on the desk, man? Give me on desk. Look, it's got a ring to it.
Well, there's a reason why. They brought the best player in EU over to NA and Spoit. Like Spoit is as much as Benja was the answer, Spoit is the key for M80 as well. And again, when you have Kino, Iconic, Diaz, and Spoit on the one team, it's over. And that's not even mentioning how good Gomez is.
So what you're saying, Gibby, and let me bullet point that.
Elaborate, please. Elaborate, please.
No, I'll bullet point it. Like we're revising for an exam. M80 equal goats is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the plan. Take the best players from every team and you're going to do pretty well.
Can't argue with that logic, to be honest. And yeah, you exploit. I think I'm a firm believer in the wise words of a friend of ours that Spoit might be the best player in the world. Benja, a close second. I think a fair analogy, even though one's a world champion, one's a major champion. Would you agree?
I think you're right. You're on to something anyway. Keep cooking. Keep cooking.
Okay. So, Spoit's the best player in the world. Does he then how much of that energy does he give to his team to make them the best team in the world, you know? That's my logic.
So what you're saying is you're saying even by having him, it buffs everybody else on the team.
Yes.
Let's see how it goes. So, round started, Benja in place again on those whiskey stairs using his ability, and if he spots anybody who's on a drone out that window, he will go out in the flash of an eye. Nobody's going to present themselves just yet, so he makes his way back up towards Pillar. Again, you look at the way M80 are going to play. They're going to attack this map on every single floor. They've got a little bit of pressure on the ground floor. They're going to put a little bit of pressure on the middle floor, and they're going to send people up towards the top again and just clear the map phase by phase. Last time we came here, it should have been an easy round for G2. They had a 4v2, but they allowed M80 back. And it was a very similar setup that G2 have this time as well.
I mean, the big thing to me is that G2 keep doing a very similar setup. Eventually, M80 will be able to crack it down. That mirror setup is beautiful because it has a fantastic cross, and it really is difficult to clear that player in bathroom. So another cocktail take is going to be the primary focus of this from M80. Spot with an aid in hand, and hopefully this is going to be able to connect. No, caught by a catcher, and Benja finds the opening. That's going to be iconic off the board. Gomez is going to find two back-to-back, and Doki and Benja fall downstairs in reading, and that's now a problem for G2. They've lost their own game. They've lost that presence, and now the nades available from M80 prove to be a real problem. Both of them available for Gomez, so with a good bit of information, he might be able to collect a freebie from down below.
Yeah, 3 versus 4, and now you've forced the anchor players to hold their positions on the side of G2. Bathroom, pallets, and cocktail are where they are going to hold. So, look, M80 again, they don't rush into things. They play it pretty slow. They're still going to drone. You know, you look at the efficiency of their drone network again. It's pretty good so far as they're able to paint a picture of where these defenders are still in place. Now, the thing is, it's one thing with it knowing where the defenders are. It's a very different thing trying to force them out of these positions. And look at the aggression on, I think, is that Virtue who's just gone prone out of bathroom to catch anybody who may think to move. And Gemini gets one, making it a 3v3. But he gets traded back instantly by Diaz, keeping the numbers in favor of M80.
And they need to hold this numbers advantage. 40 seconds. Kino tries to stick it, so now it's neutralized. It's the two active guns against each other, but the repels might be enough for one player crosses. The case gets sticked, and now the problem all sits at G2. A post-plant situation with the repels in play. A massive issue for G2 to solve. Virtue creeps up, but Heaven might be too difficult to solve, and Spoit has all the angles to work with as well. I think it's pretty safe to say this round is all in favor of M80. Diaz almost guarantees it, but Virtue will find one. But the repel, that spells demise. There's no way to save it. Kino a freebie, and M80 get one more round on the offense.
Yeah, really good round again from M80. And again, they're just finding great ways to take down G2 players. Anytime they lose somebody, there's always someone to trade it back the other way again. They're playing so good as a cohesive unit. And the best thing is, you and I had heard that their practice going into this event wasn't ideal. You know, teams were saying that the things that they're doing really well now are the things that they weren't doing well in practice. So either that tells me that A, they were, you know, maybe a little bit relaxed with their practice, or B, they seriously looked back, worked on what was going wrong in their practice coming up to Gamers8 and fixed it.
I think your source has got some wobbly information, Gibby. I mean, he seemed to really have gelled together. Or is your source a trust me, bro? Is that what we're going with?
I think our source is a little column A, little column B. I think they might have went, you know what? It's Gibson and Whippet. Let's nuke them. Let's make sure that they don't know all the right information. But again, we gotta give credit to M80. Again, isolating individual defenders. And on the side of G2, how do you counter that? Well, you play a little bit closer together. You play with that, you know, 3 to 5 second rule where you always keep a teammate within 3 to 5 seconds of you. So once you get put under pressure, you can rotate back and get some cover. Yes, it's not necessarily the way the G2 play. It's not the way W7M usually play either, because they're two teams that trust their players to hold their own. But M80 are winning the ones at the minute.
And at the end of the day, Gibby, it's an FPS. You have to win your ones. You can have the best strategy, but if you can't hit the barn door, you won't get a chance at the silverware. So M80 in a great position. Can they go into the half with a 4-2 advantage, or will G2 get themselves level once again? Both of the maps we've seen so far, we can't really get significant daylight between these teams. Keeping it close, trading blows back and forth, and, well, it's the round of Cafe. Are we surprised? Both hatches open, and a slow, methodical start, gathering information, beginning to form the battle lines of where they want to enter, and poking, probing, and looking for potential weak points, and it might be on this pillar wall as Gomez opens it up from that double window, and means it's a very uncomfortable stay inside of reading for any member of G2.
Yeah, and the thing is, they use their denial, their Cade clause, in different parts of the map. So now you've given them pillar. Now Monty takes control of bathroom. As easy as that. Just by stepping in that area of the map, you're forcing G2 to give up space. This is what we always praise Brazilian teams for, and it's a Brazilian player doing it right now. Pretty much clearing most of top floor all by himself, but Alama was able to get the kill onto Gomez. Now, here's the thing. You've lost a player, and you've got Monty. This is where I think Monty becomes more of a problem than a solution. Whenever you're down one gun and you've Monty, it's a bit of an issue.
Monty's walked in the site. Kino's putting direct pressure onto Doki. The TCSG hits hard, so if he's given an opportunity, he can punish anyone. But he really feels a bit pressured now, stuck in a corner with a shield in his face, waiting for perhaps an overextension of Kino. But Spoit drops prone straight into Doki. The drop of the shield's enough to give Kino a chance to get that trade. Advantage still with G2, and well, we said it's a disadvantage having a shield, not a rifle. Oh, I think Kino took that personally, but he's going to get himself shut down. The DMR. Virtue gets the job done, leaving it in the 4 versus 2. 30 seconds remain, and G2, can they hold on? Well, Iconic threats one, but only drops to his demise. Benja gets that kill, and Virtue wraps it up. Once again, Gibby, we're going level into the second half of Cafe.
This is great. This is a really good matchup so far. Both sides are doing some things really well and then doing some things rather poorly. And that it actually usually makes for really fun games to watch. But now things change. G2 are on attack. M80 are pushing it on defense. And you look at the historic record on this map for both of these sides. Well, G2, they've played 12 rounds on attack this year so far on Cafe. They have won 9 of them. They're running at 75% win rate on this map against M80, who've not played this map all year in the officials. So what does that tell you? That tells you G2 are exactly where they want to be going into their attacking half.
Okay, that's fair enough. I like it. Gibby, you're breaking it down nicely. Would you say, though, M80 haven't played it at all so far in the regular competition? They've brought it out. Very first game of Gamers8. Is that not an intention? Is that not a statement of intent that we're going to throw everything at this competition? Because there's a nice little break from this until stage 2 begins, so they can begin to rework that strat book. So anything they had hidden, anything left in the tank, they're going to deploy it now. And I think that might be what I'm seeing from M80.
Well, this is the thing, though. This is the theory crafting that we would do. Were they hiding this map all along? Well, you have to be if you're bringing it in, but is it the best idea to bring it in the upper bracket when you've still got another life going down? We'll see. They win this map, they stay in the upper bracket, and they'll prove us wrong. So G2, again, nothing really crazy about what they're doing. You get the hatches open, you start droning out over by Bar Cocktail. You get a couple of players set up over by the cocktail, or over by the windows and cocktail side and heaven, and you just poke and prod and try to get one of those M80 players to make the first mistake and get you that first kill.
A game of chess. That's all this is at this point. The pulse knows every movement of Benja as Diaz sees his heartbeat through the wall. Wants to make it just a little bit slower and stop it all together in this round. Slow, methodical default Cafe start. Some damage on the Doki early. And G2 are playing the mind games, not over-aggressing and just waiting for Emery to perhaps get, itchy feet, a little bit of a need to swing, wanting to get aggressive. Doki has information, the player inside of stage, a difficult scrap with the DMR in hand, will try and find the opening. A very, very dangerous dance to the devil. Flashbang goes out to help support it, and Spoits fall blinded. Gemini finds one to Iconic, and G2 have an opening now in this round as Gomez is left and DBNO elsewhere across the map. And this could be a huge opening opportunity for G2 to get themselves advantageous positions on the offense here on Cafe. And that nade to confirm Gomez. Nope.
Yeah, and Gomez probably not going to get assisted here as well. The player goes through. Alamau didn't spot the down players, more focused on Spoit, cleans that one up. 5 versus 3 now. G2 really starting to just rein in Emery. Diaz is going to get in a big fight, but he gets taken down as well as Benja makes it a 5v2. G2 almost on the brink of going flawless on their first attack. Kino, the last man standing, all alone in sight as a barrage of pressure comes his way. But this is a great way for G2 to start their attack in half.
Kino alone, 30 seconds and an SMG-11 in hands. Gomez, fade to black. The round's over for you. The rotation spotted, and Kino tries for heroics, but shut down in G2 on Cafe. A flawless round.
It's exactly what they needed. That is so good from G2 on their first round on attack. And again, it was focused. It was aggressive. They kept Spoit completely trapped inside of Piano, kept pressure from two sides. Once Alamau got the player pushed out of bathroom, which he got by the DBNO, it allowed him to just step in and take a freebie onto Spoit. Now Emery change it up. They're going to kitchen dining. The question is, what way did they elect to defend it? When we watched G2 do it, it was pretty standard. You had a couple of denial, a couple of ADSs out, and you played Doki by the counter, and he was in charge of keeping a bit of an eye on wedding window and keeping that double door closed. What are M80 going to do? Well, in the early stages, looks like it's pretty much the exact same setup.
Nope. No, it's not, Gibby. You don't know why it's not the exact same setup?
5 seconds remaining.
Tachanka.
There you go. So what's Tachanka going to do? Sit at the back of sight, and with every single thing open, we'll be able to send those Shamika launchers, those incendiary grenades that choke out a push. Now remember, G2 were punished by the fact that Emily could get a plant behind those kitchen counters relatively free, even with the coat cross held by Gemini. So now, with the Tachanka, you can go a little bit deeper and deny that plant. But Diaz looks to try and deny G2 on entry, aggressive inside of lobby. I doesn't think he's going to look the right way. Leaves himself exposed to G2 have information. Don't think they do.
Yeah, he's going to try to greet the players as they make their way in, but not in the way that you would want to if you're on attack. But again, he's playing aggressive. I like it when a player backs themselves. The question is, how long do you hold this position? Because the longer you stay there, the more likely it is that you're going to get droned and give up the ghost. But look at the rest of the drone network that's being set up by G2. They've got a drone on red stairs on the flower pot, which will tell them if anybody is playing in Harry Potter based on audio cue alone, which means that you can safely push up to wedding window. G2 are doing a great job of just cleaning up areas of the map, which will really enable them for their push in the late game.
They're basically trimming the fat, making this a really tasty opportunity for them. Every single bit of control they get begins to paint a better picture for what M80 have set up, and they can counter that more precisely. They've got lots of time to still pick everything apart, and they've only lost 3 drones. They've gathered a substantial amount of information, and they've only lost 3. Great drone work, great drone utilization from G2, and there's those first couple of canisters going off, detonating and burning up instead of delaying time. And that might be the key thing for this round. If M80 can choke out time and use its denial perfectly, it can make it difficult with G2 because both Smoke and the Tachanka are in play.
Yeah, and Doki's got himself on white stairs as well. And Smoke, where the smoke canisters are being used, they're being used in Whiskey to stop Alamau from pushing down those stairs as they lock down that area of the map. Now, if you're G2, you got to work in tandem to clear Diaz, but Diaz is going to whiff his shots, and Benja is able to get the kills. That's a big kill. Doki's getting aggressive as well. He finds one as they isolate another one. It's a 4 versus 3. Yes, Benja is going to fall as the player dips back into Kochek. That could be vital now as they regain a vital bit of control on the map, but there's still 43 seconds to go. But look at where Buck has got himself in position. Gemini is in freezer in sight, but they don't have the case, as you pointed out.
The case is on an island. It's in reception. And Kino, well, the smoke with an SMG-11 shotgun combination. This is what you want to hold on to it. The Gemini clone goes in, but do they spot out Kino? I think they do. They must have seen it. And now it's going to be a dance with the devil. The shotgun up close to person. The G2 need to go. They can't wait too much longer. This round is in the balance. And there's the opening. Alamo finds it. Flurry of kills as Gemini gets one more, but 5 seconds remain. Gomez needs to hold on. Triple zeros here, and that plant's not safe at all. But can G2 cover a great rotation? He has information. It's going to be an easy deny, but no, the ping's not accurate, and Alamo gets the stick.
That was bad. The information was a little bit wrong. The red ping was historic, and Alamo perfectly beat it out. That's why he didn't stick the spot in the first place. He saw the ping, he moved again, and he got it down in the blink of an eye. But G2 take a 5-3 lead, and that's a really good 2 attacking rounds for G2. They've built up a ton of momentum going into this one. Now can they keep it going? This is their map pick, and this is the map that they excel on attack, and they've shown it so far.
They've come to life on the offense here. That last round, that was beautiful. G2, when they needed to just hit the site, go, they've got that freebie, that pick that Benjo was able to collect inside of reception. On a statement, Benjo was unaware the Warden was there, but still on reaction, that second peak finds the damage at the MR. So punishing of a weapon to deal with in the defense. And now, well, they collapse. They got aggressive and they got so much control. Unfortunately, the case went cold in the hands of Benja. Now, 5-3. Advantage G2. Can they continue this momentum? Can they keep it rolling? Or will M80 find a way to put up a roadblock and slow this game back down and get themselves into the fight on Cafe once again?
And this is a setup that it's been a little while since I've seen it. You castle off the double door, which means that you can you can just focus on holding piano from inside a bathroom. It means that if they drop down red hatch, unless they get the barricade open, there's only 2 ways they can force it to site, which means you gotta at the same time make sure that default plant is not easy to get to. So Gomez will play directly below the hatch with Warden. That's a pretty good decision. It means if any stun grenades are thrown, pop on the glasses, stop the quick push. There's the first clone dropping to clear him out, and now he puts himself in Humidor.
G2 have been very good at solving the problems. That's how words are difficult sometimes, Gibby, unfortunately. I'm too excited. That's what it is. But G2 have been very good at solving the problems presented to them. M80 have had a variety of different strategies. They've had basically, a mixture of good solid strategy and massive independent personal plays from every person on the team. G2 have found a way to solve these problems and do it in a timely fashion. Alamau presented with a castle barrier, instantly calls over Virtue, and just like that, like a seamless, G2 get that cracked open, as Alamau can now begin to put that pressure from that heaven balcony. One player tucked in close to Shaiko on this, right between the bomb chassis and that barricade, and misdroned. Gomez is going to get pressured out now by that Flores drone, but no one's going to catch him from that cross inside of hell, as Kino is lurking there, perhaps baiting and tempting a run out.
Job done, though. You know the player's dropped, so there's only 2 ways now that Warden can get back to site. Benja's able to find the kill on Gomez now, as Warden did fall. Good clear by G2. Now the big thing. They have 1 minute and 14 seconds left. They've got a lot of control here already, but that's a great flank from Iconic. He gets one. Diaz gets another, and all of a sudden, M80 are back in. Gemini does get the trade back the other way, but now you got to worry about Spoit. That castle has been opened. Benja still holding anyone to push through, while Gemini runs into his own stun, but he does it to try clear inside. But the player's already long gone, and Gemini stuns himself again. He's a little bit... dare we say starstruck, but Benja does get us one on the stairs. Spoit steps in, he's traded back 3 versus 1, and surely G2 going to move on to map point.
G2 in complete and utter control. Alamau will be able to stick this surely without contention. No! Diaz creeps around, but the CZ doesn't help him out in that position, as Benja, quick reactions, drops. Can't cover his teammate, but can find the trade in G2 on map point here on Cafe. I've got a feeling, a sneaking suspicion, we might need to go all the way to Clubhouse to settle this best of 3.
Did say it was a 2-1. Did say it. You went 2-0. I said 2.
No, Gibby. Don't act all smug that, oh, my prediction was right. You know I couldn't agree with you. I wanted G2 to win. You said they're going to win 2-1. The only other way I could have got my G2 prediction in. I'm completely non-biased caster here, by the way. I believe in everyone can win, but I wanted G2 to win this. Couldn't say 2-1. That's what I wanted.
You could have easily agreed with me, but you made the choice to not to. The same way that G2 have made the choice to win on Cafe, and that's what they're doing pretty well. M80 have not won a single round on defense. G2 living up to their record of winning 3 out of every 4 rounds that they play on attack here on Cafe. But can they make it 4 for 4? Can they take us to map 3 sooner rather than later? If I was G2, I would try to get this map over as soon as possible. Don't give M80 any momentum whatsoever going into that 3rd map.
No, you can't do that. Now, you gotta feel, we saw steady hands of a Spoit when he's playing Jenga earlier. You think that's going to continue now? Pressure on him. Can he perform? Can he begin to dig his team out of this one? And yes, he can! The smooth operator sends it out of heaven window and Virtue first to fall. What a play from Spoit. Confidence and aggression to get the opening pick.
That's what Spoit is so good at doing. He's only 2-5 since the rehost. He's not been kicked off since they've gotten back into the server. And the King of the North battle that we spoke about before is so far being dominated by Benja. Benja is going 9-4. And here's the thing. You're 4 members down. Diaz is going to waste his C4 now. That's another bit of vital utility gone. But they've still got the numerical advantage. They've got some very good operators to delay G2. I just don't want to see them do anything silly. Don't give G2 a freebie, and there's Spoit getting a second.
He's the best in the world.
He's back. He's back.
He is simply the best player in the world. Spoit uncontainable, uncontrollable here on this defense for M80. Huge 3K, the round's all down to him. What can G2 do? The answer, not much. Alamau stuck on white stairs, the case is cold, and as they get closer and closer, they're only entering the den of Spoit. And it's surely over. M80, don't overextend, don't push too much, and the round should be in the guarantee, and you get yourself 1 step closer to overtime. Alamau will get Gomez, and don't let this slip away, Spoit. Don't overextend, goes for a 4K, and couldn't find the head of Nomad.
First time he's missed a shot, really, in this round, but still 4 versus 2. Benj is on the ploy now as he pushes in towards Freezer. That is a kill coming through. Diaz will pick that one up, so no ace for Spoit. But it does mean that Alamau, who's all outside, all by his lonesome, has a big job to do. M80 trying to bring this back to 6-4. There is a gunfight that is going to happen on white stairs. Alamau sprinting, has no clue that there's a 2-way cross being held, and Diaz rounds that one out. 2-round game now as M80 finally win a round on defense, but they've still got quite a ways to go to win this map.
A long way to go, but I tell you what, momentum, bit of wind in the sails of M80. They needed that round. G2 didn't even get close, didn't even get anything going at all. Shut down from the very beginning of that one. An aggressive jump out by Spoit locked it down. And well, can G2 calm the nerves a little bit, bring it back to a central neutral position, and get this map closed out and book our ticket to Clubhouse? Surely they can get that one done.
So round 11. And this is it for G2. Another match point. They've got or map point. They've got 2 of them, so they can lose this one. But then at that point, they need to lose or win the next, because they don't want to go to overtime against M80. M80, of course, as it stands, they're winning the series 1-0. It's best of 3. If they win this map, they stay in the upper bracket. G2, they're going to attack a site that they've got a pretty good record on so far. And you look at the way that they're setting up on defense. Iana, Sledge, Dokkaebi, Nomad, and IQ. Again, I think with the way that M80 are trying to get aggressive and play their way back into the game, I think that Nomad is a brilliant pick. I think the Doki on Doki, as always, is a great pick because you're on a DM or on a LAN, and that global ability is just so oppressive to play against.
I mean, Dokkaebi, not only does it give away your position, it denies the cameras for a significant portion of time. It feels like an eternity when you're trying to hold a camera for your teammate and you're locked down by that Dokkaebi call. The mirror window set up inside of Train. I much prefer this from what M80 are doing. G2, they left up mining and Train so weak on this site. They allowed Kino to walk on in. Now, it's a different site. Mining is a site this time, but I do like that control they present. And that's somewhat of a final boss. If you hold on to Piano and you keep the vertical protected on that mirror window, all of a sudden there's not many answers you have to get on that site directly, forcing it into a dining take.
I want to see if they can make that happen, though. You know, we've seen G2 are able to do a multitude of different things here on Cafe, and they've won the rounds on the same site by doing different things, keeping M80 on their toes. So now you put the first one of those nomads down. That'll prevent Gomez from rotating back down. Spoit is going to get put into DBNO, which is a big one as Almao cleans that one up. 5 versus 4 now. G2 have the numbers. You've also cleared the player that was playing by pillars. You've also trapped Thorn on top of these stairs because of the nomad. G2 have set this up really well. I know there's still a minute and a half to go, but they're getting those people into positions where they can easily pick up kills.
Minute 20, still recoverable from the side of M80. Need next pick to go their way, and it might arrive to the hands of Doki. Thorn, though, prone, drops on stage, just waiting out, holding on, and this could be huge, as G2 might want to get control of Train to pressure that mirror window and make it not easy to hold on to mining. Repels in the white. That's the case in the hands of Yana. Alamao, dangerous game. No one has any idea, and Gomez gets one for free. Gemini falls, and this presents a problem. Now G2 have a threat lurking in the back line. A drone detected and shut down very quickly. Iconic joins his pressure upstairs as well. And G2, they might have walked into a perfect trap laid by M80. Kendoki, calm the nerves. He needs to find this fight, and that's going to be difficult as Iconic just around the corner, but his teammate saves him. Ben just there, looks for a second, but can't do it. But all Gomez needs to do is stay alive and potentially find this one.
Yeah, but he is going to use the machine pistol, and it doesn't work as Doki gets the kill. 3-2. Diaz and Kino now need to hold down the fort. G2 still have 15 seconds. Time ticking away really quickly. The case is in the hands on white stairs. Kino just needs to get one, but there's Doki coming through pillar, but they need to get in sight. They need to get the case down. Diaz gets his one, but now they've got no time. They gotta hunt the kill. Gunfight being used. Diaz, C4 shotgun in the hand, misses his first shot and gets held back. Doki gets the case down. 40 seconds now left. Diaz missed a big opportunity to win that round for M80, and G2 get themselves into a cross, and this is pretty much an unwinnable position. But there's the shot on the Doki. 1 versus 1. I spoke too soon, but you've still got to clear white stairs. Virtue gets a G2 win. They take the map. We're going to game 3.
Map 3 needed to separate these two teams, and you know what? I'm not surprised in the slightest. G2 looked comfortable and dominant on the offense, but one thing, we mentioned it during the pause, reading the body language, no pressure. They're not really feeling it, or M80. They're still spirits high. They were confident going this one, but now, this game has been neutralized into a best-of-1 shootout on Clubhouse for the victor of this series. And you know what? For a matchup that everyone would have built, everyone wanted to see this game going up. You know, you've got Benja versus Spoit, M80 versus G2, some of the most notable teams in their respective regions. First day of Gamers8, going head-to-head, needing all 3 maps. This is what you want to see.
Well, the battle for Brazilian flag is going to round 3, because the next one is going to be fun. Clubhouse to try separate these two sides. But we always say it, the team that wins the second map in a best of 3 gets momentum and usually goes on to win the whole series. So, questions around both of these sides going into the third map. I am really excited about it, but let's have a look at some of the highlights of that one, because, again, it was a phenomenal matchup between these two sides.
I mean, what does Benja master clutch again in a 1 versus 2, forced to do it all the long way, had to take that fight aggressively. And I mean, Alamao was looking to get in the pillars there, and look at the amount of action, right? The no kill is by itself in this engagement. It's always trades, always a flurry in that kill feed, showing these teams are playing a very good siege. Close proximity, always getting trades, and this is the round. Spoit completely dismantles G2. I call him the best in the world, and well, if you're from NA, you probably got offended by that one, but give him his flowers. He won Berlin in his first stage of professional play. He's pretty good.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good as Spoit, but again, I think that map showed what G2 want to do. You know, they've made the decision where they've got 5 players where nobody naturally fits the old school support role anymore. Everybody can play flex or entry. It means that it takes a lot of pressure off 1 or 2. Everybody can do the business. I still think Gemini is doing a lot of the speaking with the barrel of his gun so far. Don't think he's fully integrated with G2 just yet, but as this tournament progresses, if G2 can keep winning games, he will 100% have a big impact. He's a player that I really do admire from his time in Makers. But we're going to jump into a break as we prepare for that third map. We'll see you guys in a few minutes in Clubhouse for the decider between M80 and G2.
In a world where tactical mastery reigns supreme, one name echoes through the hallowed halls of Rainbow Six Siege. Fabian, a legend in his own right, has left an indelible mark on the game and the hearts of millions. He is not wielding just 1, not 2, but 3 hammers, a true Viking of the scene. This man of many talents comes from the colder than cold Sweden, powered by meatballs and probably some rotten himself, though this man does not stay silent much either.
But every team that's gone up against them have played literally fucking shit.
That's because he knows he's the best. He works hard to be the best. He has the trophies to show that he is the best. Now, what do the best of the best do in Rainbow Six Siege? They clash here, in Riyadh, for the Gamers8 2023 tournament. It is both Fabian's and G2's first time joining us. Do you think he will grab this trophy as well? Is the infamous 6 Invitational winner curse too strong to break? One could argue that if anyone, he's the one to break it. Fabian has the chance to lift a hammer, the Gamers8 trophy, and a major trophy all in the same year. A trinity that BDS came so close to last year. Regardless, Fabian makes sure we'll be in for an incredible show of talent, hot interview takes, and the best meme material there is.
me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Day number 1 of Gamers8, and on the very first map that we're covering, we are going to a decider. Clubhouse between M80 and G2 to decide who will go ahead and stay in that upper bracket. My name is Gibson. I am joined by Whippet. And Whippet, let's just remember, let's cast our minds back to the last time G2 played a team with a lot of Brazilians on it. On Clubhouse, as far as I remember, they did pretty well at SI whenever that was what was on the menu.
Yeah, it was. I mean, G2 are typically pretty good in these high-pressure situations, but M80 have been a very difficult dance partner throughout this series so far. You know, M80 bounced back after a pretty strong set of opening rounds on Villa from G2. They never really got left of picture. They're always causing problems on Cafe. We go to Clubhouse, a map that we haven't seen a lot of play from M80 haven't played a lot of during the stage. Going to this now, I'm excited to see how this one plays out and if they can begin to grow on that momentum. It's a best of 1 single map shootout now for that right to stay in the upper bracket. No one wants to risk lower bracket, meaning they might, if you lose, you are in risk of being eliminated from the very first day of this competition, and no team wants that.
And of course, we have a player here who that exact thing happened last year. So let's get ready to jump into game number 3, the decider between M80 and G2. It's going to be Clubhouse, and this ban phase could really impact the game. When we get to defense whip, we saw Fenrir banned in the second map. On a map like Club, where there's a lot of opportunities for teams to get in and plant early, I think that Fenrir could have a huge impact. So he would be on the chopping block for me if I was G2 or M80.
Yeah, I agree with this. I've seen Clubhouse be really decided by what those Fenrir few minds can do. A Maverick Dokkaebi ban to start us off, and I'm not too surprised M80 want to remove that Dokkaebi. Doki was on it considerably during that previous map. He was making very good use of that one. It's going to be a Kaid band away again. This is going to be, where is this impact opera going to be? Is it going to be Solus, Azami, Valkyrie, or Fenrir? It's one of the 4. And I'm going to say it's going to be likely a Fenrir. That's what I would have banned in this situation, but I'm always welcome to be proven wrong.
Ooh, okay.
And I am. It's a bandit. Now, not common, but you know what that means? These breaches, they're free.
Put it this way, you bring a mute to try to keep the main breach open on CCTV cache, you just plant the thermite up high on the wall. There's no way now that you can keep these walls closed. It's not going to happen. And that changes so much. It also means that every single other high-impact defensive operator is available. You're looking at your Miras, you're looking at your Fenrir's, your Valks. All of them can now be used. Solace, another one I didn't even mention, that mix can be taken out. But what does that mean? To me, that means that this map is going to be fireworks. This is going to be so high tempo and so aggressive because there is no way teams can stop the attacking side from getting the breaches.
The thing that just resonates with me a lot in this position is, of course, going to be how that Fenrir is going to affect it. If you get a breach open, take upstairs, right, in game. If you're defending Master Bedroom in game, or Master Bedroom Gym, sorry. If you get Jacuzzi Breach open and there's a Fenrir above it, guess what? You can't walk in if a player's inside of long or short, can swing you while you're stunned and blinded. If they're inside a bathroom, you're vulnerable to that. That means, yes, you get the breach, but having a Fenrir brings a whole new level to that aspect of, yeah, we can walk in, but now we have to risk that. So I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing an extra step, an extra stage of droning brought out once the breach is open to see if they're active for number one and where those mines are.
Well, but look at the site. If you put one of those FNATs below the kitchen hatch, the players, and if you try to go for that default plant on the drop, the players in kitchen can't hold the cover. They can't. They won't be able to see. So it completely denies that plant as well. So it takes a lot of options away. Now, you look at the way that M80 are trying to defend. They've got Spoit playing by Adam, and then they've set up the Mira by Generator. So you've got one looking towards Pit, one looking in towards Church as well, which gives you a very good idea of how well Spoit or whoever plays there can hold that one down. Of course, G2 not going to take any risks, though. They're going to do their due diligence. They're going to clear this map from top to bottom. And again, it's the right thing to do. Even if M80 have zero pressure on the top floor, you still got to clear it because you don't know.
That's the problem. If you just don't know, it's always safer to check. But you have to be, I think, fair with your time. You can't waste all that time. The Alamau is going to open that door up, and that's going to indicate to everyone on M80, right, we've just heard Ying's LMG. Let's prepare for it. G2 Ying execution, that's what's going to be on the menu. Kitchen dirt, that's probably what they're going to try and cook up. And you mentioned those Fenrir mines as FNATs. If they're active below that hatch, it can be a problem. But a contingency plan of blue hatch opened up now, giving G2 options as well as Moto. You have so much breach potential, why not open up everything?
Yeah, so you use the first two pellets to get it half open, then you'll use the rest of your pellets to complete the job. Just want to reduce the impact that impact tricking can have below, of course, as Ami did have to in the back pocket. So a minute gone, you've got a third of the round to play with, you've got the breach open, you've now got dirt open, which forces the player who's playing in that position further back, and then there's the job made a little bit easier as Doki finds the first kill with a nade. And now he's going to try push down through main stairs. Again, there'll be nobody playing by motorbike because they're holding it from the Generator side. Virtue gets one. Iconic gets another. There's the Candelas to cause some chaos and confusion on the site. Virtue does get traded back, and there's Diaz and Iconic, making it a 3 versus 2. It's all gone the wrong way here, but Alamau brings it back once more. Lots of utility being tossed this way. Those impacts taking him down low, but Doki gets one. It's a 2 versus 1. Alamau is trying to hold Diaz in position, but they've got him traded inside of dirt, but there goes the case. And now Diaz is backed in the dirt, and the G2 have to hunt. They too. Doki wins the round.
Alamau was so insistent that that was going to be peak from AK that Diaz was able to creep around within cover and get towards Dirt Tunnel. Doki quick enough on the draw that nearly found an instant trade, but as that retreat came out from the M80 defender, Doki got that lockdown. 2 huge high-impact nade kills from the Scottish player of Doki, and that gets G2 the opening round here on Club. Can they keep this momentum rolling? They've not seen M80 on this map too often, as CC and Cash is the second site of choice. And I'll raise an eyebrow, Gibby, to this one. I personally feel this is one of the weakest sites on this map. And how will M80 decide to play it? Well, I think an extensive hold inside of Lounge can be on the menu for this one to give themselves a little bit extra of that safety net.
Well, you know that the breach is going to be free for Gemini. There's nothing to stop him from getting it open. You look at the setup that's being taken by M80, they didn't even bring a mute. So what's the plan? Well, Gomez is a big part of that puzzle. They've reinforced that side of the wall by the window so that he's safe when the breach gets opened, and he's going to use those Kiba barriers to lock down the top of rafters. Now, the good thing is there's footholds placed below so that if he needs help or if Garage is coming under a lot of pressure, he can get somebody else from M80 to push down the map, go through bar, and give him help at that section of the map. But again, in my opinion, which is not an expert one, by the way, this round really lies down to how much time that M80 are able to stop and Garage with Gomez.
Are you saying you're not an expert, Gibby?
No, far from it. I'm a 0.3 KD copper 4.
It's went down. It went down
It
bad.
has. It's been tough.
Oh, you were a 0.4 last time we stacked. What happened, man? Solo queue again?
I queued with you.
Oi! Right, we win. We win when I'm in this stack. Engineer finds one player through that CC window. Nothing quite presents itself. He's on the ace. Normally, it's a bit unusual, you know? You bench on a support-based offer, but we all know ace really isn't that support. AK-12 is so good. His Spoit peeks out second. Alamau Spray finds him. He gets shut down. Alamau not happy with the comment previously saying Spoit's the best in the world. Decides to take it on his own. His Virtue gets iconic shut down below. Knock bounces perfectly as Benj is next to fall as Kino's shotgun blasts him to the next dimension.
Diaz tried to get aggressive inside of Workshop as well, but with that clone coming through, it means that he'll have to step on back and forfeit that side of the map again. Now, G2, realizing at the fact that a lot of pressure was being put on Garage, they're going to push the other side. That's as free a kill as Virtue's ever going to get, as he makes it now a 4 versus 2. Kino on red, Diaz playing by the monitors. He jumps out to look towards. He's going to take a lot of damage. He goes down. Gemini and Alamau combine. And just like that, G2 rocket into a 2-0 lead. And I'm sorry, but this is looking really good for G2. If you're an M80 fan, G2 have come out of this one. They've been shot out of a cannon in map 3, and M80 have to stop this momentum quick.
Yeah, the G2 look to be in complete and utter control in these rounds. Now, the opening round was a little bit sketchy, right? It came down to a 1v1, but I think it was a still dominant round performance from G2. That round right there, that's an exclamation point. My oh my. And Virtue, a key part of that, just lurking with the Nook, able to pounce and cause chaos. Iconic thought maybe there's a huge play with the Solace down below. Nope, there's a Nook. And that was a huge pick from G2. And they just won the gunfights. Alamau on the Spoit inside of Master Bedroom went all wrong. And G2, gonna take those freebies all day. And they get themselves their second round here on Club.
10 seconds left.
The thing is that we cannot forget, though, is the bans in particular have really made this attack in favored. Like, when you get rid of the Kaid and you get rid of the bandits, you've really made this an attacker favored map because everything is free. The hardest thing, one of the things that teams have on their checklist every round is get the walls open and then give yourself an opportunity to make plays. Well, it's free. So G2, they rocket into a 2-0 lead, but again, M80 will still have a chance to have their say on attack. But ideally, you want to get at least 2-3 rounds of your M80 from this position now if you want any chance going into your attack. Because G2, you give them momentum. As I said, you give them an inch, they take a mile.
This is what the site... I'm very curious, actually, what Iconic's doing so far away on that Fenrir. Not using all those mines, so 2 of them still in pocket. Only 2 codes deployed, so there's only 2 active fear mines across the map. He's so far away, if you're pounced on by anyone, all of a sudden a huge portion of utility is lost, and I think a wise choice. Iconic will fall back to site and now gets to play Fenrir like a conductor of the defense, able to mold where is safe, where the offense can push from, gathering information from the safety of the site. These mines activatable for any range. He could have had them on Jacuzzi if he wanted and played them down below, but he'll still have that availability as this round plays on.
But the best ability in any round, though, Whip, is availability, and keeping players up and alive coming into that last 20-30 seconds usually leads to success. So, again, we're going down to basement. Kino's getting a bit more aggressive this time. Decided to leave that dirt soft, of course, because it's not basement they're defending, but it did give him the opportunity to maybe try look for some peeks on players pushing up through kitchen, pushing in the other side. But G2 are just perfectly going through their steps and their checkpoint again.
G2 are really uncontested in this one. There's not really a problem. Now, it's going to be a basement site, so you've got to bunker up more intrinsically. But again, there's nothing stopping G2 achieving what they want. They've got a minute left, and they've already got every key stake check established. They're going to start putting pressure down main stairs, and there's no one there, I believe, to impact Trick. So the Habana opens up kitchen hatch for free. 4 bodies of many stacked up in close proximity, 1 holding inside of dirt alone. Hino decides to retreat, regroup with his team, and I have a feeling with all 10 players remaining, we're going to get an absolute brawl when G2 decide to pull that trigger and go for the hit on site.
Yeah, Doki is going to hold the long angle. There's the Candelas. He gets himself one. It forces players to push from Generator. Now he moves once more. More Candelas being thrown through. The Kiba barrier actually coming in with a little bit of a help for G2, but the case is going down. Benji gets one cover from above. Gomez does trade one back, but it's 3 versus 1. It's all down to Gomez. He finds one. Gets himself reloaded on the MPX, but the case is going to go down from Gemini. Virtue holds the cross. Gemini gets the kill. G2 3-0 in the lead once more. And honestly, that Kiba barrier preventing them to push through dirt did so many favors for Ying, who was just able to toss those Candelas for free underneath it without risking life or limb. And that was a huge part of enabling G2 to drop that hatch and try to get the case down.
I'm going to say something here, Gibby. I want to preface this. I love NBA. I love all the players, and I love their style and philosophy. However, there are levels to this. G2 are your world champions for a reason. Fabian has lifted 3 hammers. This roster lifted their first just in February, and that execution was a perfectly well-oiled take. And that is why this is an uphill battle. G2 on the offense here in Club look unstoppable. Yes, the bans favor the offense, but you need something from M80, and you need to look towards those star players. We need Diaz, Gomez. I mean, they're all star players, but you need someone like Iconic Spoit to show up now.
So remember we spoke about looking at players and looking at body language, right? You can tell that M80 are under pressure right now. Something that a few of the players did that I don't know if anyone else picked up on. They wiped the palms of their hands. They've got, they're starting to feel the pressure just a little bit on this one as G2 are turning up the temperature. Again, I want to point out that this is attacker favor right now with the bans that are in place, so it's not a case of this is looking like a lost cause for M80. But if you get yourself in a 4-2 split the wrong way, or G2 even take 5 or 6 maps on attack, there's no way that they don't find some solution in a round to win one. Fabian is a good coach. He was an incredible player. He will be able to calm them down and give them the opportunity to win at least one round.
Good coach.
Great. Yeah, he's a great coach. Look, am I going to get flamed for saying that the same way you got flamed for saying that Spoit's the best in the world?
I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm going to call you out for it because I think good is a little bit of a downsell of what Fabian can do.
I love him. I love him. He's so good.
I agree. I think, you know what, a fair statement, a GOAT status for Fabian in their game. And the thermite charge goes off on CC screens. Like, again, there's nothing to deny that wall. There's no point putting a mute camera on because it's still a free breach. So everything should get opened up from G2. And you gotta feel it was M80 that banned the way that banned it. That could have made things a little bit more difficult if you left that operator in play. Now you're very vulnerable to basically a deconstruction from G2. Iconic down in the basement is going to begin to feel a little bit worried as the verts opened up above him, knowing that once the game is up, G2 know exactly what he's planning, and Spoit upstairs can't find any pressure as well. A very spread out position from M80, begin to fall back.
They got to start doing what they did well in the first 2 maps, and that was isolating G2 players and picking up their ones. Now, Benja is going to get in the gunfight, but Iconic misses his shots. He tries the impact because he knows he tagged him, but Benja, still HP looking really good, and Iconic is going to have to flee the scene, and that could have been huge for M80, but it's a big opportunity missed.
Oh, you gotta be punished for that one. But again, this is a game of chess now. Again, what we've seen from M80 is they've slowed this game way down. It was a very aggressive, fast-paced play, and now they're beginning to present more problems for G2. See Gemini back up on that breach in the clear. It's going to be a perfect clear. Gomez is running out of space, and Alamau is going to be find him. A great use of Capital, but Spoit gets one back on the Virtue. A needed trade back, but Rafters in control of G2. They've got that main breach, everything in play to begin to break this down and get that execution rolling.
Yeah, so now Alama will play by Rafters. He's looking to get that little bit of soft wall opened, and he's kind of given a little bit of a ping, and he gets rid of the camera as well. So that information denied for M80. They've got the main breach, they've got garage control. Well, Iconic could potentially push up now and catch him out. I was hoping he might go for a pit, but instead he'll get a freebie on the Doki as he pushes up through Adam, and that could put a bit of a spanner in the works. Now he's playing below, and because you've got him below, you can't plant the fault. Diaz is going to get a kill on the Gemini. He's going to Alamos by the bomb chassis. He's still trying to find that next kill. So they're looking for another one. Benja gets one, but there's the shot coming through from Kino. He gets his one. Kino gets another one, and M80 finally win a round on attack, and that could be exactly what the doctor prescribed.
It was scrappy, it was messy, but they needed a round there and then. A timeout helped probably calm the nerves just a little bit, and M80 a very critical round back. Now, G2 still 2 rounds clear. They've been so dominant on the offense. I mean, not a very happy look from Fabian in that one.
No, but it's exactly what M80 needed to do. It was, they realized early that they're not going to be able to hold most of that map from the site itself because of the fact that you don't have the Cade, you don't have the Bandits. So instead, they played externally, or they played in the rooms around the site instead. And they were able to do it perfectly. Iconic missed a big opportunity to get a kill on the Benja earlier, but he kept his head, he kept his composure. He rotated back around, got a freebie on the Doki. And once you get rid of Doki and you've got Solace playing below, it gets rid of nearly every single planting option that G2 have on site. And that then meant that they had to go hunting to try to get the kills on the players that were inside of construction. Really well played defensively from M80, and that's what they need to do in these next 2 rounds. As I said, if they can get 2 or 3 rounds on defense, I think they'll be okay.
I agree. I'm in my head now. I'm thinking about how M80 are going to deal with this one. G2's executions on this basement have been pretty clinical every single time, and that's where I'm going to look at. Maybe they might want to induce a bit more of a roam game into this one. The mirror window might help with that one, but primarily the push that G2 have executed on hasn't arrived from blue, so that mirror window might not be all impactful as they might think. The Fen rear, the F-mats placed down below that main hatch drop. If they remain active, like previously, they haven't been active when that execution arrived. If they're left active, that can be what gets the round victory for M80.
And again, the last time that G2 executed here, you said it, the F-Nats were not there. There was no fear mines to stop them. They were able to use Jing. This time around, they've taken Thermite, and they've actually gone for triple hard breach whip. But you've got Ace, you've got Gemini, and you've got Virtue. So everything is getting opened. It's as simple as that. Everything is going to be opened. That's the plan for G2. And remember I said that you expect to see players play on roles that they wouldn't necessarily on other teams? Benja's playing on Ace.
Yeah, I mean, touched on it last time they were attacking CC, for example. I mean, Benja, you'd normally imagine Benja would be your frontline operator. You may as well in this position say, right, we can breach everything. Grab the hard breach with the best gun. So that's going to be Ace. The AK-12, so good in these positions. So got yourselves and move on. And I mentioned that G2 haven't really dabbled with an execution focused towards that blue. Well, Doki's dabbling early on that side of the map, and that mirror window might be a problem. Once he walks down those stairs, he'll likely drone that out at this stage and begin to figure out where that threat is. Benja uses those breaching charges to work through that verticality and get some lines of sight cracked for G2.
Now that could have been great with that door being closed if they had have had a C4 by the door, and the minute you hear it being punched, then you go and pop the C4, but that's not what happened. So now the hatch into blue has been opened. The hatch in towards site is going to be opened. And eventually, I'm assuming the moto hatch will be open too. So that's 3 drop spots that are available. They're also going to open up dirt at some point to give a little bit of pressure from that side of the map. And you know what that does? It opens up the menu. It means they can choose whatever execute they want to do. So for M80, what you got to do is don't get panicked, don't get pressurized, and make sure that you win your ones whenever they come through. Impact trick will be attempted, but it doesn't quite work. But that's another wall open. And what that does with it is, again, it means that they've got another opportunity to push through site. And it looks like they're going to start getting ready for some hatch drops.
A great drone gives them that information, but that mirror window is such a problem. They know Spoit's inside of blue at this stage, but you can't do anything about that, so you have to make your execution stick from the main stairs, dirt, and kitchen hatch. Gomez takes a huge amount of damage. Doki with the nade gets an opportunity, finds two! Spoit shuts him down. Kino and Dirt's in a must-win position, but Gemini's already trying to stick down that case. Called in action's gonna be that mirror, but it's too late. No! Gemini shut down by Spoit! Gets the job done, and Emiri have a lifeline. Spoit finds 3 in the round, and Benjamaster left to try and retake this with Virtue on his side. They drop in now, they have to rely on the impact of rifles. You can't stick it without solid cover, and Spoit needs to play the time, and that's exactly what he'll do. Virtue tries to stick it, 5 seconds remaining, and it's all down to Benji to land this cover. The battle for who will be king of the north, but doesn't matter. Diaz finds Virtue, and Emiri get themselves 1 round back.
Much better again. 2 back-to-back for M80, and this is starting to look a lot better. If they manage to win this 3rd round of defense on a row and take a 3-3 half, I will go as far as saying that is M80 in the driving seat for this match then. I still think that if G2 can win this one, they'll be in a really good position going through. Again, for the viewers at home, do not worry, whichever team does lose this game is not going home. There's still a second life. So if you're a G2 fan, if you're an M80 fan, if you lose, you've still got the lower bracket. You've still got a chance to go the whole way. But do you see what Iconic's rocking?
What's Iconic rocking? Of course, it's the Clash. Oh my. So, a bit of a wild card. Not the most common operator, but are you surprised that it's Iconic on the Clash?
Not at all. He's Batman.
10 seconds left.
Exactly. Who do you call upon when you need it the most? It's Batman. Iconic on the Clash, and it's... You know what? Again, you could have partnered with a Fenrir to really slow it down. The question to me is where they're going to position that Clash. It's very far away from his site, very alone. That's dangerous, as an isolated and alone Clash can be very vulnerable.
This is the thing, if Clash works in tandem with someone else, or if Iconic can just delay loads of time, this is exactly what his job is to do, waste a lot of time. Now they're going to use the Flores drone to get rid of the soft breach open. Gemini will spot out the fact that there's a Clash playing up there as well, but Iconic does have Spoit for some cover. They're going to get rid of the drone, and they're going to lock down this side of the map, but again, G2 putting a lot of pressure on early, and this is being enabled by the fact that, again, there is no Kaid, there is no Bandit.
You can walk in. I mean, the thing about these bans is it's a very attacking favoring side. So the fact that M80 are going to be able to tempt the idea of getting themselves levels absolutely huge. And you got to feel, you know, they have the confidence to bring up that Bandit man, knowing it left base and everything exposed. A hard breach charge, depth off, and that's going to be that cash single wall open. So a long angle deep towards gym windows being established. G2 have all the control over towards cash now. Set up your drones, set up your flank watch, begin to move towards that key step, which Jacuzzi walls next up.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
So Benja will play around the windows now, seeing if he can spot somebody from M80 to give them that pick. Gemini now will open up that breach fully as well, and that allows them to maybe push in and execute some form of a plan. This nade will be tossed in towards the bathroom. That's why Kino was playing Wamai. You can hold this position and the utility will not move you. Diaz is able to play the mirror in logistics as well. I'm surprised that G2 haven't put any pressure on that Logi hatch just yet, because you're allowing those players in Logi to play as freely as they want to. But time is slowly but surely creeping down. A minute still to play, and it's still a 5 versus 5. And Clash now has shut down the breach.
With time draining away and a Clash to deal with, you feel it might be a problem for G2. But a trade happens, and you got to remember, Iconic doesn't have a primary weapon, has that shield in his face. So one firearm advantage for the side of G2 to trade with Doki. Gomez, perfect timing, near pinpoint precision for both these players. A vault in from Benja, and he's going to try and get aggressive. He needs to be the answer, and he's going to be inside a bathroom, finding one, and this might crack any wide open. The Clash will be a problem, but will Iconic stay alive? He'll stun, he'll tase, he'll play, he'll annoy, he'll irritate every single member of G2. giving his teammate Sport time to react and rotate. 15 seconds to try and stick this out, and Sledge needs to win this fight. A drop shot from Spoix enough to wrap the round up, and now in a 1 versus 2 against Iconic on the clash, nothing Virtue can do. M80 set to bring us level, and that is a done deal on that one. 3-3 split here on Clubhouse. We go level at the end of the half once again between these two teams.
Iconic won the round with the clash place. It's as simple as that. You look at when he was in that 2v1, essentially, because Spoit was not peeking, he was reloading, he was hiding. His movement was so good that he kept his back to hard cover. You forced him to try chase. They decided to completely ignore Iconic, and he was just able to call, right, Spoit, they're going to push you in 3, 2, 1, and Spoit was able to get the kill. Really good job by Iconic in that round, and it is so good by him. And we have the 3-3 half. And all I'm going to say is this is 100% game on. I would say there's a little bit more pressure on G2 now, again, because of the bans that have been done. But M80, this is as good a chance as you're going to get to win a best of 3 against G2 here. And I'm loving it. I'm all for it. I love both these teams. I'm not going to lie.
So do I. It's so hard. I predicted G2, and that's, you know, my EU base. I couldn't support NA even if they've got Spoit over there to represent us over in North America. But G2, they were 3-0 up in this stage. They're back to level. That's 3 rounds. Premier have won. Back to back to back. While G2's executions were clean during that spell of domination, M80 swapped it up, began to present unorthodox and difficult problems that they couldn't get around. Will G2 be able to do the same, or will M80 have that clinical killer instinct that they need to be able to shut down G2? Yes, the bans enable you to get through basically every wall, every reinforcement. Nothing is safe, but can they make the most of that opportunity?
So, first round on attack for M80. You look at the way that G2 are playing, they've extended out quite a bit. Benja is going to get really aggressive by this window. And then he waits, he hears the audio cue that allows him to step up and peek the breach once more. It's clever from Benja, it's brave from Benja, but again, I think it's a pretty good way to play. Now with that window being opened, he can't play that position anymore. And the issue is stock doors open too. So Benja has a couple options, Shift W or retreat back to site. He's retreating back to site. That's complete vertical control established now by M80, but now they got to go to work. And look at this, Doki's rotating back as well. So it looks like 1 minute and 10 was the timer that G2 wanted to play.
I think an actually on a good one as well. You get everyone back on site. You can play the benefits of the basement site, so it's very good at bunkering up. You can lock it down, and you've wasted time on that roam presence. Fall back, don't take casualties. You've not wasted too much utility. Good choice from G2. But now, M80, you've got the initiative. You need to begin to work through the map and open up every angle you want. And they're still not sure if the site or upstairs itself is clear. We saw Gomez there checking every angle, making sure he was safe. Better safe than sorry, but still they're not 100%. They weren't certain. As Spoit begins to creep down main stairs to look to cause an impact, Gemini Replicator sent out to gather an extra bit of information, but Doki just says, nah, no information for you.
Yeah, so Doki is able to just play around that breach now as well. The hatch will be opened, and you know, the issue with Ace is the fact that you got to use 2 of them to get it opened, but they get the job done. Now, you got to get Thermite to open up the other hatch, and again, you're opening up the menu. This is the same phrase that I used last time. If Spoit can now creep down blue and find a pick, that could blow open this G2 defense, but again, he's being patient with it because Alamau's got the mirror window. They're going to know that there's angles being held. But 30 seconds, this is the point where M80 have to become the aggressors now. They got to press the issue and get one of these picks to give themselves an entryway to site.
Well, Spoit finds that opening. Gemini's the first to fall for the side of G2, and here comes the flood on the site. But Doki will fly one to Gomez. Looks for a second, and he's good for it. Third, not so much, but Iconic sends it deep to site. 10 seconds, they need to get this case down. And well, that's exactly what they'll do. Diaz halfway through the procedure, but Iconic split between 2. Finds one more, looks for a 4K to wrap up the round. Benja, the answer, alone, and gets one more to Diaz. Batman, what do you have? It's the answer, a 4K, and M80 find the round.
Well, as you said, they call Benja the answer, But the bat signal was put up in the sky a couple of rounds ago, and Iconic has come in hard since then, and he has been playing so well this last few rounds. M80 are taking the lead, and again, it's the aggression. That's the Dave. That is the Iconic that we saw in Charlotte last year, and that is what M80 wanted when they picked him up in this roster. This is huge for M80. They've got the advantage, but still, job's not done. 4-3, G2 have a massive opportunity to pull this round back on the fence. But again, look at the site they're going to. CCTV cash, and a little bit of a throwback now as Gemini is going to put the mirror onto that main breach. And again, what do you do when that's happening? Well, it means that you got to force the attackers to get right up and close with it. If they don't bring an ace, they're going to have to melee it to stop you from line of sight. At that point, G2 will open up the mirror and make it a little bit difficult to get that breach open. And it also a bit enables the impact trick, which if you look at G2, they've got 6 impacts.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
But
bomb.
will they use all 6 for that hack? It's a massive commitment to do so. You seeing that as well?
If you want to, though, Whip it, you got to hold garage.
You're right. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to formulate in my head. I actually took a note there. Do you know what my note was?
G2 and M80 good.
No, my notebook became basically an Iconic fan post because it was that good of a play, that 4K, being able to charge in the site. The impact trick will be good though at this position. They have a lot of resources close by. Doki will be the first one up. We want to try and hold on to it. Again, the vulnerability of how weak this site is, or how weak this entire setup is, because the man. Right, use impact goes out, and it's going to destroy an impact or destroy a whole thermite charge. Very well done.
And again, this is what we spoke about. Doki able to play in garage because there's no pressure, and you're wasting so much utility. They're trying to pre-fire, and that's big now as they get that kill. And now the breach is going to be opened. Alamo went for the instant peek to try to get somebody in the open, but it ain't going to happen. Opening pick goes in favor of M80. Now you focus on getting the bottom of garage open. Now the big thing is Kino playing on Capital has those can openers. He'll be able to open up the right side. If he wants, he can open the left as well. And at that point, you can then get rid of the cam and put some real pressure on. Honestly, Kino is the perfect operator with the defensive lineup that's been brought to clear garage, and there's Diaz getting another kill. Benja now forced to try to make something happen as he steps inside a garage, but M80 are starting to put their foot on the pedal, and I am loving it.
This is where you gotta feel every single player from G2 needs to stand on their independence. Benja has to hold on. Gemini will find one on the spot. Benja has no idea where that threat's arriving from. A good trade, though. Alamau finds one the Kino. And no one's on that main breach right now, so G2 have a little no correction. Diaz, Repel Gomez. Direct push and Alamau. I think the wise choice now is to play the time. Don't overextend. Don't give this away. One pick in favor of G2, and the round could be won. A stim pistol applied to Gemini to give him that extra freedom. He can take a few extra shots in this fight. 40 seconds. What can they do? Iconic still on the board. The man who found a 4K the last round out to win the round. And well, Alamau sees one player ascending the stairs, but not enough to find the down or the kill towards Diaz, giving them control of rafters and splitting the site. But Alamau has a second bite of the cherry. Lost across and not quick enough on the draw. Will rotate wide, but look towards the breaches. Diaz is there for a freebie. Gemini, the latest addition to the roster, alone against 3, and Iconic ascends red stairs to take a round from G2.
And again, he had that fraction of a second to get that kill on the cross, but I think he just didn't concentrate. He took his finger off the trigger for just a second, and the cross came through. And well, look at this now. 2 rounds in attack in a row for M80, 5 in a row overall as momentum seriously swings their way. And well, it ain't looking good for the G2 fans, of which I know there are plenty watching right now. M80, if they can win this church defense, or this church attack, they move to not only match point, but series point as well. G2 desperately need to stop this momentum here and now.
That's easier. Much, much easier said than done, Gibby. M80. 5 rounds in a row. That's insane. The momentum they're carrying is brilliant. They are growing in confidence every single time. Every single gunfight that goes their favor, they're loving it even more.
5 seconds to go.
I'm loving it too, and I know the fans are as well, because this has been a fantastic game so far. 5-3 M80 on map 3. They're on attack. Reminder, look at the bans if you're just joining us. No breach denial being brought whatsoever. Then you question, is impact tricking a thing? Well, Doki has 2 that he can use, but you look at the side of M80. You've got the 2 can openers. You've got Thermite as well. Buck electing to go for the stuns again, but they're going to get hatches open. There's no way you can stop them from getting them all down unless you get kills. So, G2, what's the plan? Last time they rotated back to site with a minute gone. What are they going to do this time? Well, looks like it's a full turtle from the start.
Unsure if that's a wise decision, but again, they showed their hand once, that they were able to roam and they had that pressure. So that might play in the mind of M80 that, okay, they've done it last time, perhaps we need to be a little bit cautious and drone it all out. But it looks like a very concise, clear movements. M80 very confident they have majority control of the map and they'll move accordingly. So they'll be able to open it up. And with all the time in the world, meaning they can open up everything for reasonably, well, actually everything is for free. That puts G2 under a lot of pressure, but Alamau, look how aggressive on the main stairs. Thinking about ascending it, it might put some pressure on Gomez. Oh, that's pure perfect timing. Alamau detonates that C4, finds Gomez, and the opening pick goes for G2.
Great bounce back from that last round as well from Alamau. That's a good pick to come through. Stun grenades being thrown. The benefit of having 3 of them on those operators helps, and now Spike will start dumping his nades down there as well, but nobody is positioned by AKs to run away. You look at G2's position again. Benja's watching blue. Gemini is helping both players inside of church. If pressure comes down blue, he'll support Benja, and if pressure comes down the main stairs, he'll give Doki a hand as well. There's the other breach open now as well, giving M80 all of those options, but we're getting close to go time. 1 minute gone on the clock. M80 are a man down, but they've still got most of the things they need to get done already.
And this push from blue could be the difference maker. The barbed wire will give away Sport's intentions. And if G2 just stay reserved, stay passive and don't peek, they can coast this round out, force a desperate execution towards that hatch. Iconic goes towards the main stairs. Kino sets himself up and ready, but doesn't matter. Doki swings wide and finds the opening. Batman's been slain now down the spot to find something inside of blue, but G2, they're too wise to it. They won't peek, meaning his teammate has to go all the way, drop oil pit to help support him on this pinch as Kino gets ready to solo drop that hatch.
White needs to do something now. He sprints across, but he's going to get taken down. Diaz makes it at 4 versus 2, though. Doki gets another one, and that's the G2 stop the momentum, and they pull their first round on defense. 5-4 the scoreline now, as it continues to be a close and drawn-out affair. And I think looking at that G2 lineup right now, locked in is the word to use. M80, though, they've still got the advantage. They're winning this. They're on attack. Something has got to give, though. This is a big round in this match that's coming up right now.
The streak has been broken. M80 went 5 rounds congruently, victory after victory, and G2 have weathered the storm, survived the flurry of punches, and now they're back in this one. 1 round down. Can G2 get themselves level in round 10 and bring this to a 5-5 match? Upstairs we go. Gym, bedroom, the site of choice. And the mirror has been so prevalent on this map in the clubhouse. Once again, brought out and wielded by Virtue.
This is a big round. I keep saying it. We've got a Frost to whip it. Dare I ask you to do the honors of telling us if there's an M80 member with a Frost written all over them?
Well, I stare into my crystal ball of predictions. I will see. No member of M80 will walk into a Frost map this round.
Chat, if a member of M80 steps into a Frost mat, feel free to give Whippet as much abuse as you like in chat. I'm for it.
You're meant to be my Joe. You're meant to big me up, not encourage chat to go against me, Gibby. How dare you?
Nah. I would help if I could.
Don't make me call Sport the goat again. They don't like that.
So, we move into round 10. 5-4 is the scoreline. G2 finally stopped the pressure. They have stopped the bleeding. It's now a position where if they win this defense, they will manage to level the sides up again. Whenever M80 defended this site, they were able to use Clash really well. But looking at what G2 are planning, well, they're going to use Mira and Frost to work in tandem with Doki on the Azami as well. So that means that this wall will be opened for free. And am I the only one that spotted that nobody has played? There we go. Gemini steps in the bathroom once he hears the breach opening. But if you push someone really quickly, you can get that wall open, and that's what they do. So now you can't play bathroom anymore.
Why don't you bring a mute in this position? You make sure that bathroom wall stays intact. You have that power position. I'm really questioning why that wasn't brought out. Yes, they had impact EMPs. Look at this. For free, Kino can just walk in. But Spoit will find Doki. Kino left in DBNO. They need a flurry and cascade and flood sight now. G2 now know, and the warning bells begin to ring. Look, Emiri, they're in. They're inside a bathroom. They have a funnel. They have a bit of leverage. And can they continue this momentum onward? Minute 25 to work with. And well, they've run into a bit of a situation. They can't go too much further. They know they're in a crossfire. What will be the man sent out to get one and finds it second in the round? Looks for a third. He's going to go deep. Virtue gets one back with a drop shot from Alamau. Brings us level 3 versus 3.
Virtue's HP is low, but Kino's is lower. Gomez working in tandem. Another trade coming through as it's a 2 versus 2 now. But Virtue is low. M80 have the benefit of more HP. And Gomez now will go for the plant. Stun grenades will prevent any push. There's a peek though from Benja. He comes around and makes it a 2 versus 1. And Benja gets another one. G2 level the sides. And now the pressure is on M80 as Benja plays them into that round.
Oh, G2, bring it level. Get it done. The momentum, the 5-round flurry is all but dead now. And now it's simply a shootout. Round 10 goes level 5-5. Next round victory, map point match, series point deployed. And you can feel both teams feeling the pressure now. They want that upper bracket advantage to continue as long as possible. Remember, an upper or the double elimination bracket in play today. Inside the group stages here at Gamers8. You win, you stay, you keep that lifeline. But you lose, you play in an elimination match tonight. Your journey can end today. On the same it starts, it can be over. No team wants to take that risk.
If I were to say that I think M80 are trying too hard on that attack, would I be wrong? You know, sometimes you can try too hard and it's more of a problem than if they had just relaxed and, you know, took their time, didn't try to press the issue as much. I think by all those individual players trying too hard to get the kill, the impact, it played into the D2 defense.
Okay, I can see what you're cooking there. I'm a big fan of how aggressive they took that control. They see that they're able to walk inside a bathroom and they took that very concisely. But I don't think they had too much of a contingency after that point.
Well, there's the breach opened early as you like from Spoit, and no impact trick coming this time, even though they did bring the mirror with the intentions to do so. So now that mirror will be popped, and that'll make it a little bit difficult to get that full breach open now. You got to get that ace, that Selma charge thrown on point. Virtue playing inside garage, and Alamau's playing really aggressively by that server stack. And again, he can do this as long as they control that little balcony, that overhang that looks at the windows in towards bedroom. And that's what Gemini's job is to do. Keep that area of the map secured. I like what G2 are doing, but I would like to see M80 now try to make some of these players a little bit more uncomfortable.
Yeah, they need to start moving G2 around, and I mean, Kino's going to be a great asset for that. Likely the intentions to use that on rafters with the Omai in play. That's going to be a little bit more difficult, of course. The interaction, the magnets do track the darts of the crossbow sent out by Kino's Capital. That's one thing they have to worry about. Spoit below and Adam just trying to probe and look for something, but G2, I have a feeling will deploy a very patient strategy. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to give away a freebie. They know they've made a mess of that breach. They don't have to worry about that too much and don't contest it. Alamau, though, the opening pick, and that's all away from Adam Window. A huge opening, a huge shot, and we lose Gomez.
Gomez down, G2 starting to build it up. Alamau is going to get traded back by Spoit, though, and had he got back into cover, he would have got his HP back up to 100, but Kino now needs to deal with Virtue. Using those bolts, those fire bolts, to no avail, but they eventually spread, but they only tickle Virtue. But he is eventually going to get shot down. Kino gets the kill. Spoit's going to get one on the Doki as well. He gets another one on to Gemini, leaving it all down to Benja. And there's Spoit rounding out the round. M80 take it. They take another one and whip it. This is... Honestly, this has been a banging series to open up the Bravo stream. And not only that, I think this has been the best map we've seen so far as well.
I think so, absolutely. We have just seen a fantastic round from M80, a difficult one where they had to solve a lot of problems. They were faced with taking the opening casualty as well, and they bounced back to it at 4K thanks to Spoit. Now, you know what this means, Gibby, after that round? That not only means, well, actually, that means one thing, plain and simple. They are on series point. That's all they need to do. They need to win one more round here on Clubhouse. One more, and they send G2 to the lower bracket.
Well, that's it. We're guaranteed every single round in regulation. This is it. Either we go to overtime or M80 go on to take on the winners of the earlier matchup, which I'm sure all of you know by now. But I see some people don't want spoilers, so I'm not going to say anything in chat. But it is easy to find out if you want to. But I really want an overtime on this one. I love the spectacle. This is what we wanted to see whenever Gamers8, the teams that were announced, when we saw who qualified, the best teams in the world going head to head. These are just 2 of the 8 fantastic teams that are taking part in this tournament. And as we said, game 1, map 3 and overtime is looming over us if G2 can win their Church Arsenal defense.
All of regulation needed, Gibby, to separate these teams on the final map series. This is what you love to see. This is peak Siege. 2 giants from their respective regions slugging it out. What a matchup it's been. Who will find the opening, and that might be all the crucial engagement. That very first fight might decide how this goes, but G2 looks like once again they decided to bunker up, and I'm not ignoring the top right of my screen. Iconic on the Blitz. A huge high impact shock and awe operator available. Are G2 ready? Will they be ready? Can they react when the time comes, when Iconic sends it deep to sight?
And this is the thing. The last thing G2 expect on this match point defense is Iconic to bring the Blitz. And as you said, for them now it's about staying unnoticed, right? The longer that they can keep this round going without G2 knowing that there's a Blitz in play, the better that is going to be for the side of M80. Now you look at the operators they took again. They're going to use Ace and they're going to use Kino on the Ying to open up the hatches. But you've got Candelas, you've got 3 stones, you've got the Blitz stones, and you've got the Habana flashes. They are going to blind G2 and stun them and give themselves as many free kills as they can get. Whatever they decide, it is time to execute.
Virtue is the key for G2 right now. They cannot lose the Warden. The immunity to those flashes, to those stuns is critical, and they begin to work away, clearing that Kiba that helps protect him. 60 seconds remain, Gibby, and can G2 hold their nerve, or will M80 go a little bit too soon? You've got to remember, they need every part of that puzzle to be ready for them to make this execution work.
Well, 50 seconds left in this one. That's the max we're going to get. If we get a late plant, we may get a couple more, but we're either going to overtime or this game is done. Kino is going to drop. He gets the kill. Actually, he baited the drop. Got the kill on the Doki. Iconic comes down dirt, and he gets Virtue as the Blitz does come through. Alamau now getting stunned. Tries to prevent the drop, but he doesn't. Here comes Iconic on the Blitz, but Gemini's going to trip him back. It's a 5v1 now, and Spoit rounds it out. M80 will progress in the upper bracket. G2 drop to the lower bracket. What a performance in that final round. And Iconic was cooking. M80 were cooking. And G2 couldn't handle the heat in the kitchen.
Oh, the world champions pushed to the limit and broken on Clubhouse. A 2-1 victory for North America here, and they get the job done. What a series we have just witnessed. All 3 maps, and that team right there are going to remain in the upper bracket. G2 have fallen straight down to the lower, meaning they're in danger. Their run at Gamers8 could end today with one more loss.
Wow, that is not what I'd say a lot of people expected, but those who looked at the sum of the parts for M80 will know that they are capable of winning games like this, and they did. So in the upper bracket, they win one more game and they make it through to phase 2, that single elimination semi-final to try win Gamers8. If they lose the upper bracket, of course, they've still got the extra life. That's why winning upper bracket games is so important, in especially the very first one. G2, though, look, they're all smiles. They're not too bad. Benja looks a little bit upset, which, you know, makes me upset because Benja's a nice guy. But as I said, they've got another game. For them at this point on now, it's single elimination all the way as we bring up the highlights. Whip it, that was a treat and a half.
Oh, I mean, what a way to start the Bravo stream off. An absolute, you know, I'm going to say it. It's almost a forbidden phrase, but a barn burner match. Both these teams pushed each other to the limit. A fun and interesting set of bans made us go all the way. And you got to feel a little bit for G2. Eliminated from the upper bracket so early, and a long, fatiguing matchup, and more to come today as well.
Exactly. That's just one of 3 broadcasts that we have on the Bravo stream today. Of course, after this one, we'll be bringing you the current major champions against CAG, a game that I know that Whippet is so excited to get into. But before we move on to that and before we start previewing the next matchup, have you anything else that you want to finish up with on this fixture between G2 and M80?
Well, the biggest thing is, Gibby, we mentioned that they wanted to say this was a battle for the King of the North, the King of the Nordic regions between Spoit and Benja. And, you know, who do you think won that battle?
Honestly, I think over the 3 maps, I think Benja was more impressive. But at the same time, a lot of people will say the final result is what matters, and they'll give the roses over to Spoit. I still think Benja played better, but again, that's the thing. Whenever Spoit wasn't playing for M80 as best as he can, Iconic and Diaz and Gomez and Kino all stepped up and had phenomenal games. And not only that, Kino gets to take the Brazil flag back. So if you missed the start of the show, at this Copenhagen Major, M80 and G2, they only brought 1 Brazil flag, and they made a bet. Alamau and Kino said, we're going to make a bet. Whoever gets further, whoever wins, gets to keep that Brazilian flag. G2 took it home, and then Alamau brought it back to Riyadh, and well, he only got to keep it for just 1 series because he had to hand it back to Kino. And speaking of Kino, we are going to bring him in for an interview. First off, Kino, how good does it feel to get that flag back from Alamau?
Oh, it feels great. I gave him the flag back at SI when we got eliminated. Hello?
We're good. We can hear you. We can hear you. No, we can hear you now.
We can? Okay. Okay. It feels great. It feels great to get the flag back. I give it to him back at SI, and you know it's due. I needed my flag back, and here we are.
And then going into that last round, Kino, when you brought the blitz, you went for the all-out shock and awe tactic. Who was it made that call for that one? Was it you, or did someone else say they saw something in what G2 was doing that you could take advantage of?
It was the one and only Iconic. He had a read. He knew that the warden was playing in dirt. So if we brought a Ying, I could Ying box 3 and shirt side, and he could deal with the warden by himself in dirt. So that's exactly what we did, and the execute went flawless.
No, well, it was a brilliant performance. Obviously, a 3-mapper to get us up and running is so much fun to watch. All I'm going to say, Kino, is best of luck in the upper bracket final that you have coming up tomorrow. But you guys were fantastic, and best of luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Whippet. Game number 1 done and dusted. I think that upper bracket final might actually be this evening, if I'm not wrong, as well. So we might get to see a little bit more M80 later on. But you've had your final say on that one. Before we jump into a break, give chat a reason why they should stay on the Bravo channel to watch W7M against CAG.
So not well. It's pretty simple. You want to stay here because we got more Siege action. Of course, you can have both streams up at once. Why not? But as you said, the major champions of Copenhagen, the Raging Bulls W7M, one of the best teams in the world right now, against CAG, one of the most exciting and one of the most interesting teams to come from Asia Pacific. And you know what? I think it's pretty safe to say one of my favorite teams. I often call them the best team in the world. They've never lost to Gamers8, never lost a round. So will that change today? But of course, we'll go to a quick little break. And when we're back, we'll have W7M versus CAG.
Open your eyes. Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave them with nothing.
weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
When the moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living
If I wasn't a professional Rainbow Six player, I'd probably be a psychologist. My best friend in the game are the MIBR X roster. My favorite Rainbow Six moment was the major Copenhagen win. I would describe my team as skilled. My earliest Rainbow Six memory is probably playing here for base, like in 2016 with my friends in PS4. The toughest opponent I've ever played against is Team Liquid on BR6 because they're too good in regional championships. My favorite game outside of Rainbow Six is probably Counter-Strike. I would describe myself as dedicated. If I could recruit any player of any team, probably CYCLOPS. If there was a movie I played about me, Leonardo DiCaprio would be the actor for me. The worst dressed in my team is probably me. Yeah, my favorite superhero is Spider-Man. One fact about me that no one else knows is that I started College of Psychology for like 6 months and then I dropped off. 1 versus 5, one man standing, I would put Nate in that situation. He would win. I would pick to be my teammate KZ and I would go against Alemão and Benja.
make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Welcome back to Gamers8, the biggest esports festival in the world. We're here to watch some Rainbow Six on the Bravo channel. My name is Gibson, and as always, I am joined by Whippet. Well, all I'm going to say, folks, is whenever we got the fixtures 2 days ago, this man beside me was like a kid on Christmas morning. He was a CAG fan before demo, before anyone else in Europe, before anyone in NA. He was a CAG believer, and now he gets to watch major champions W7M taking on CAG in an upper bracket semi-final to try get themselves a date into tomorrow's upper bracket final.
I have never been more excited for a match in my life. Listen, as you said, I have been a lifer for CAG. I believe in everything they do, from every iteration of this roster, every change they've made, I believe. Now, Gibby, you like to describe it as I've got a doghouse where I collect strays, and CAG have been a resident member of my stray collection for a very long time. But they have actually made some changes to the lineup coming into this event where they might be able to, I think, really find their stride. Of course, they're going against W7M, the major champ. You just see it on their middle of their jersey, the embossed logo of the Copenhagen trophy. And that was, that not only the best, but I think not only the best jersey here, but it shows how much it means. And we've got a map video to show you the playground of where CAG will be taking the champions of W7M.
Yeah, and no surprise to see the bans coming through the way they are so far. We're not going to get Chalet. We're not going to get Oregon in the mix either. That's Cafe that's been removed too. So straight off the bat, we're seeing a couple of maps that we saw, or a map that we saw already on the Bravo stream and a few maps in the other stream. That's Border eliminated as well. Whippet, this is a fun map ban that we have, but Clubhouse will be the first map.
Honestly, I was actually hoping CAG would be able to get Border through. It's where during the Invitational, they actually beat BDS in the group stages in that massive upset, and they were a very good team. They're Oregon, or Clubhouse, I should say. It's a very, very default map. We've just seen it with M80 inside it in G2, and it can be out very unique depending on the band. So let's see if we can get some spice with that one. Villa is next up. There's no way we've got the exact same maps again. And no, it's not. Cafe's already been banned out. But Villa going at a large, expansive map gives CAG the freedom to move around as well as W7M to use their aggressive style of play. And the decider is Theme Park. I like this. I like these three maps a lot, Gibby. I really do.
Well, again, you've got your your map that everyone knows the ins and out of, the map that I think is kind of tied with Oregon as being the most popular map in the pool, especially when you're trialing players, and that's Clubhouse. You've got Villa, which, as you and I know, in the Asia region, Villa is a map that's got a really high preference. In South Asia, in Japan, and in OCE, it had a pretty high preference as well. So no surprise to see that go through. And then finally, Theme Park, which is a map where I do think that you have to be very good on attack to win. One of the few maps that I think are still heavily defender favored. Again, it's my opinion. I know some people might disagree, some people agree. Usually you'll find a stat that'll back you up or go against you wherever you look. But all in all, I think the best attacking side will go ahead and win this. And this is where I think it's a really good time to talk about how these two teams attack. So W7M are the team that set the meta. They were the runaway Bulls, the Raging Bulls as their name would put them in, all the way through last year. The big question was when they're going to win, not if. Everybody knew this W7M team were going to win. They went to SI and they lost to G2 and they made roster changes. And people were like, this team just made an SI final and they're making changes. They were a little bit limpy at the start of stage 1 for Brazil. But when they got to Copenhagen, they proved they are the best team in the world. We spoke about G2 playing to the meta. I think W7M said it. Every single player can play every single role. They don't necessarily have a support. And I think our friend Kenny pointed out that they've got statistically the most clutch player in the world playing for W7M. But they're playing a team that I know you're going to go ham on. And it's a team that play the meta, but with a different set of operators than everybody else.
I think you actually, before we went live, worded it perfectly. CAG, most teams have a strat book. They can go through it, says exactly what's going on. They have a strat bowl. They put their hand in, ring it around and see what they're going to do next. They have a wide variety of operators, and we see this, especially from the Japan region, a lot of wild and crazier plays. Everyone speaks about how Veril, their smoke and glass combination with Maverick, how impactful that was during the major. Well, CAG from the same region, and they were dominant in the qualifiers to get here. They have mixed it up a little bit. New coach, new support staff coming in, both former members of Nora Rango, so one of the most kind of prestigious teams to ever emerge from that Asia-Pacific region, coming in to perhaps reel in some of the craziness of CAG, which will hurt my soul to see them change that style of play a little bit, but it might mean more international and domestic success. But W7M set the meta. CAG play their own unique style of play, very aggressive, very in your face, and can be very difficult to contain, predict, and control.
They're one of the most fun teams in the world to watch, if not the most fun team because of the way they play. And I think when you watch the way they approach the game, the reason people get into gaming is to have fun. And I think that the players and the coaching and the background staff from CAG always remember that, between their skin inside the game, the way they develop that, the way they play, the way their players are on their socials. They're a team that embrace the fun side of the game. And I genuinely hope at some point they start to find some success in international play. Because, I know you're their biggest fan in the world, but I think they're a team that I love to watch. But let's talk about W. Okay. Go ahead.
I said I love to watch them, but I hate supporting them a little bit because it can be so painful. But enough of our little waffle, Gibby. It's time to crack straight into it. W7M versus Cyclops. Are you ready for this one? Clubhouse map number 1. Any predictions as we get ready for this one?
Well, in any other game, in any other world against CAG, Monty would be banned. And it's not going to change here. W7M going straight for Anatun with the very first ban. And that makes me sad because obviously Brazil have a completely different way of playing Monty than what CAG do. Anatun plays it like an entry, Picture KZ on his best day. That's what sometimes whenever Anatun is on one, that's what he's like with the Monty. Osa is going to be banned again. So it's, if W7M are going to get rid of the shield that CAG used so well, CAG are going to get rid of Osa, which means that W7M don't have that operator that you can use to aggressively take space. So a little bit of gameplay happening in the ban phase early on.
The really interesting thing would be what the defensive bans would be. We saw how influential the mirror was previously on Clubhouse between M80 and G2, and that's been banned away. And the final ban for W7M is going to be that Valkyrie. So, Solus, Azami, Fenrir. all available. Those are your 3 high-impact defensive operators, and I'm very intrigued to see how W7M play with those in their arsenal. They will start on the defense, and straight away, Philippox on that Azami. And well, a name, if you were watching last year's Gamer8, Philippox, someone you might remember, as he was part of MIBR, who unfortunately were a team that knocked out in the very first day of competition. A curse, a streak. He will be very keen not to continue this year around.
If W7M get knocked out today, I would be very surprised. I still think that as it stands, you're as good as your last performance. I know that they played, played a couple of events, but I still think that they're the best team in the world right now, and they play the game to perfection. KZ is nuts. They brought in Philippox, who, as a lot of you might know, isn't a support player, but he kind of plays that role for this team, but he can frag like a flex or an entry. This is going to be a clash of the Titans, but I have it on very good authority that, you know that meme? There's one thing that scares me, and it's this. I have heard that the one thing that scares Brazilian teams is CAG, and I have it from good authority from a world champion that is the case. So, are CAG going to be a thing of nightmares for W7M here on Clubhouse, or will W7M realize that it's just a dream and they can wake up?
2 members of CAG already inside of Oil Pit, and Blackwave finds the opening. KZ first to fall, and everyone speaks about how KZ is in that GOAT conversation for Siege, and he's first to go. Now, I'll lay the scene out here. I might be a massive stan for CYCLOPS, but you know what? It's going to be an uphill battle. They are the underdogs in this matchup. No matter how much it hurts me to say this, no matter how much I say they're the best team in the world, facts are facts, and W7M will be a difficult task to do. However, opening pick early, but can they capitalize upon that? Already toying and putting pressure on site directly, but a lot of W7M have freedom to move around the other side of the map completely. And Black Ray spots Yazami trying to make a dashing cross to contest Oil Pit long.
And the thing that I like is that Black Ray didn't get over-aggressive. He knew that his position was given up, so he didn't allow Philippox to peek back the other way. He's still playing at the top of Adam, holding that skinny angle, but that will keep him relatively safe. But the thing is, they got pressure down blue really early, and that means that you've cut off a lot of options for W7M on defense. In reality, inside of Oil Pit, actually does not need to move. He can just keep the pressure on and keep that, as we like to call it, phantom pressure on the player on Generator. Smokes are going to be tossed. They've now given up blue to CAG if they want to take it, but we're 1 minute and 10 seconds into the round, and there's finally looks like there's going to be an attempt to get that hatch open.
Yeah, I think CAG they wanted to go for something fast in Oil Pit, and Blue deciding against it, and they still have the resources and tools they need for a more default execution. They've not opened up the kitchen hatch. Now they're doing that, but time is going to be a very key element. But with 2 players still holding on and contesting pressure down towards Blue, you're going to feel the W7M are going to feel a bit of pressure. The Kiba barriers generating and giving Philippox all the space he needs to make that Oil Pit play. But truly a little bit nervous. Everything's picking up on his second engagement, and it's going to be a difficult one with the Ash ultimate loses it, and Herds finds one the Black Ray. CAG's advantage of the game so early neutralized. Advantage W7M 4 versus 3, but the kitchen hatch is open, and it's CAG. Who knows when they'll decide to drop. A point of Siege timing there for Suzuki. Drop is over on 10, but W7M just like that, clean up shot, and they get CAG shot down. They'll take the very opening round here on Club.
And you can just tell by the way W7M take their gunfights that they are, they play on LAN all the time. The Brazilian League is played in a LAN environment. They played obviously in the major and at SI at LAN. So, in reality, you're looking at these teams in Brazil and maybe NA last year as being the best, or the players that should know how to play LAN best. So you can tell by their gunfights that they're hyper aggressive. They back it. There's no latency issues whatsoever. And you can tell it with the way they play hyper aggressive in those gunfights. Something to keep an eye on as well for people who maybe might not be as, intimate with their knowledge of Brazil is Brazilian teams love using DMR. So when we get to attack, watch for a lot of those come into play as well. But I got to give Philippox a lot of credit. He's held his own. He gave up Generator for just a moment to regroup, took it back again, held that spot for a long time, and just really made CAG struggle with that push through blue side.
It wasn't the start I would have wanted from CAG. Right. You know what? I'm gonna. You know what, Gibby? As much as it pains me, I think for everyone who knows me personally, knows how much it pains me. I'm gonna drop the CAG superfan aspect for a moment and say this is going to be too hard. I think prediction W7M domination. Unfortunately, changes to CAG's playstyle might slow them down too much, and this map simply will be too much to deal with.
Yeah.
CYCLOPS on the Solace will be a massive problem to shut down. Hunting drones early and has that ability to choke out information. Look already at how many drones got burnt away. That's 3 taken away in a very early stage. And they continue, or will they struggle with that lack of information now?
Yeah, and the big thing as well is, you know, W7M, we know their style of play inside and out. Well, but you know, Brazil is technically our pseudo second home now at this point, having worked BR in stage 1. And it's a team that I think that a lot of teams at Gamers8 will want to take the scalp of as well. Once you become a major champion, you get a massive target printed on your back. So now we go up to CCTV cache, and we're seeing that 2-man defense on Raptors. Again, KZ's in position by the window to stop anybody from pushing through. JV's in position then to stop the push inside of Garage, so they're going to work as a tandem. And then Philippe will just bide his time, but Anatun seems very aware that Solace is in place, but he misses his opportunity to hit the shots. And, well, Philippe, he doesn't need a second opportunity. He will take down Anatun. And now Black Ray on the hunt to trade it back. He was just a little bit too slow, a little bit late to the party. And now Philippe will know that there's a drone if he uses his Solace gadget as well. Really good aggression on defense here, and he manages to find that kill. And this is the player that they brought in to replace as support, by the way.
Yep, support player, by the way, for W7M is Philippe, and Herds will find one more onto a Curly, and I think this round is just going to taper out to dominance once again for W7M. Chipsy walks up and binds 2 on red stairs. W7M caught napping! CAG, just like that, found 3. The major champions caught napping the Herd. Will calm the nerves and basically guarantee the round is won. You don't want to rely on winning gunfights against Brazilian players, no matter how good you are. They're just built to something different over there, and they'll get caught with a magnet and the cross. Well, Philippe there to find 3. Chipsu nearly made something heroic happen. Great gun skill to do so, and a very early timeout being called by CAG.
But CAG do CAG things as well and just send someone up red stairs and almost completely open up the defense. But W7M, 2 rounds on the trot, and just like that, CAG have elected to take their first timeout again. And this is something that I cannot emphasize enough. I am such a huge fan of the early timeout, because look at it this way. You take an early timeout if things are going wrong, you can make the changes that you need to, and 9 times out of 10, the opposition are going to use their timeout at some point in the game as well. So you know that usually you're going to get a second opportunity to talk to your team.
Couldn't agree more. It means it gives you more time to correct mistakes if you see them early, which is the big thing you got to remember. Sometimes the coach might leave it a little bit later because they don't want to upset the flow and rhythm of their team and rely on that internal problem solving without having to come into it. So a CAG very early call. Normally, you see teams waiting until the 3rd round, but 2nd round already bringing that out. That, to me, is a bit of a caution sign. A team that we've seen so much aggression from in the past, it feels like W7M's play has neutralized that. They can't do what they want. They don't have the freedom to do what they want. And not only that, look at the players they're against. You can't rely on your crazy strats or your in-your-face style when you have AZ, JV2, Herds, Nate, and Philippe on the other side. They'll win their ones no matter what you do. And that's what W7M are so good at, as well as great reactions and great overall coordination and cohesion as a team.
Bomb located by
All in all, again, it's another match of contrasting styles again, because W7M so good at the simple stuff, right? They do it so well, and that's what they built their success on. CAG bring out, as we said, the strat bowl where they pull it out and say, okay, this is the strat that we're using. Then they reach into the other bowl and go, right, these are the operators that we're going to use. But looking at it this time, you know, you've got Anatun on Ying, Black Ray in play again. Last time they brought Ying, which was the last round, Philippe was able to shut Anatun down. So he needs to make sure that he either wins that gunfight or gets out of it and has an impact later on the round. What I like about W7M's defense here is they've fully reinforced this side of the map. They've given up reinforcements elsewhere to force CAG to use utility. They may even need to use a second set of hard breach to open up that main wall in towards Cash. And while that wall is solid, it means JV92 can play in position, Philippe Box can still play in position as well. It's a puzzle that needs to be cracked by CAG.
Do they have the resources to do it? That's always the question I want to ask. They're so keen on taking these gunfights. You gotta feel like, are they going to be able to break down the puzzle? And when they get those gunfights, can they win them? An aggressive push, Chibs is already deep inside of CEST, or inside of server, I should say. Keep a barrier removed. Just waiting, biding time. I believe the reinforcement actually happened on that single wall under the cover of that Kiba to buy some time. And cash control gathered decently timely fashion as well from CAG. They can work with this. But the question is that jacuzzi wall open yet? And no, it's not. Can they get that open without wasting too much time and resources to get that done?
Well, here comes the second attempt at a breach, and KZ will just step back in towards the bomb chassis now. Will probably peek once it opens, and he does, spraying through, as I always like to see. Players get aggressive on defense when the breach is open, because you can always catch the attackers napping. Now, Suzuki will begin to drone out logistics to see if that logistics hatch drop is an option, but he will find Nade playing in the little cubby, waiting to see where that push comes from. But again, Philippe Box is playing below, and the big thing this time around, though, is he doesn't have the C4. But guess what? Nade does, and he's playing on site.
And Nade, one of those players that you're going to trust on site. One of the highest clutch percentages of any player in the world in Siege, and actually in the history of Siege. Candelas go out, and they'll try and capitalize upon that one, but Nade will find a shotgun blast Anapton, and CAG might begin to crumble, but it's going to be Suzuki and Akruli to find one apiece. Herds and Philippox pop off and mean it now at 3 versus 1. Case can't go down safely, meaning it's all down to that rifle in the hand of Suzuki. But too many angles are checking, too many members of W7M to deal with. Herds gets credit with that final pick, and it's going to be another round of the Raging Bulls, your major champions, W7M, looking complete control here on Club.
But I want to point out that you can tell W7M have done their homework as well. Because again, we've heard that Brazil teams are afraid of CAG. So what better way to counter it than understand the way they play, which, by the way, is a lot easier said than done. Now, if you look at Philippe Box, right? He's playing, so if he knows the push is coming from, over by CCTV cache, he'll play by main stairs and wait for the backstab, because CAG always love to send at least one player to try backstab in the site very late on. So Philippe Box is really successfully shutting it down. You saw them get a little bit of success from it in the, was it the first or second round, where Chibisu was able to push up red stairs when the rest of the push was coming through breach and get a multi-kill. So really impressive the way W7M are saying, Philippe Box, we know you're incredible, but we want you to make sure that our flank is secure. Make sure that they're not going to sneak in the site behind us.
Round 4 we go, and it's going to be back to the basement for this one. We saw the opening round how the intention was to go a little bit quick inside of blue and have that split push occur. Now it looks like W7M are toying with the idea of a roam presence, and well, spawn peek, as he Blackray takes a chunk of damage early, and that was to the hands of Herds. Not an ideal position to find yourself in early. You don't want to lose a player like that. Blackray has been very good for CAG in the tenure of this team. A lot of drones sent out, hunting out Herds, but no one's behind it to pounce. Cautious of an entryway instead of garage. And I think Herds, you might want to knock over to say you're welcome. Go back to site and aggressive, but Blackray's in. No, here they go. Straight down main stairs. They found that opening, and this is what they do best. But the player photo might be a problem. The shot with them, they're inside of sight. JV92 gets one, the Blackray, but this is the problem. Chipsu inside, doesn't know the players inside of 900, inside of Moto, and JV92 shuts them down. A miscommunication. But CAG seemingly has separate teams within them, sending off, you know what, we'll send 2 players, get aggressive, push down, get site control, and see what happens from there. But 3 versus 3, the best position CAG have been to get around.
Why is this not a best of 5? I wish this was a best of 5. W7M 3 versus 3 with a 3-round lead, but you saw the aggression from CAG. Impact trick comes through to stop the first part of the breach, but Akruli makes his way down blue and finds a kill anyway. So now we're seeing the Kiba barriers being used to shut down the push. Now, is there a better operator in the game for dealing with it? Well, other than Habana, I think Ash is pretty good at dealing with those Kiba barriers, but I think they may have been used already. And look at this. He's going to go prone and look to see if he can find any feet playing inside of blue. But again, a minute and 20 seconds to go. That's still an eternity in Siege. And it feels like we've already played about 3 minutes in this round.
A C4 finds lots of damage on the Ash, but again, not enough to down her. Kill crosses straight into her coolie. Philippox falls, leaving Nate alone, but with the highest clutch percentage of anyone in Siege history, I wouldn't doubt this. Finds one, 2 more to go. Make it 1 more to find. Nade looks unstoppable in positions like this, and it's down to Anaton alone. 45 seconds, all the time in the world, with smokes in pocket as well. A rotation call and hipfire through main center. That will only telegraph his play. But Nade swings wide with the DMR, hits too hard. Kag find the opening round here on Club.
Remember what we said about DMRs on land. The audio cue was there. Nade swung, but it wasn't enough. Kag take their first round. It is 3-1 now. And again, that round had everything. There was a rush down main stairs that was semi-successful. It got a couple of kills. Then we had Acro just chilling inside of blue for a minute and a half, picking up a kill as well. And it all came down to a 1 versus 1 after a great nade double. But Kag had come out in top. Do you remember the definition of Kag? It was doing things wrong and coming with the right results. I think that's what that round was. Task failed successfully.
Yeah, it's almost a miraculous thing to watch this team work. Again, the best way to put it is right, you've got your squad of 5 players. Within that, you have like separate little fire teams doing their own thing. You have 2 players with the intention of getting a pick inside a bar and just sending it down main stairs straight in the site. The fact is that there was no caution, there was no hesitation. The decision making was, yep, let's go. And that's why they're so dangerous to teams who aren't ready for it. W7M still in control of this matchup, but we had a little taste of what Kag can do when given the space to execute in their own style.
It's the guys who cast Kag in the regionals in every stage. They must have the most fun job in the world. Like, casting Japan must just be a blast. Now, Philippox will open up that line of sight down in towards Adam that he can use from below, and he'll also try to bandit trick here close towards that breach. JV92, he's got sole charge of playing inside of rafters, but again, it will be made easy with the fact that he is playing Wamai, so the longer he stays alive, the more of an impact he will have as his gadgets keep recharging. The same can be said about KZ, who's in charge of watching that backstab all the way over on the far side of the map. But the big thing is, they've already got bottom garage open, and that means that the player on top of rafters just has to be a little bit careful that they don't sneak through and get a bit of an angle. But the bandit tricking is working so far. It's been a bit of a problem. 1 minute and 10 seconds gone, and they're still trying to remove those charges from place.
Not gonna be easy. Not gonna be easy at all. W7M will make it difficult every step of the way. Glass in play means Anaton's certainly cooking something. Black Ray down below, cautious of an entryway or caution of pressure down below in basement. Can try and up nade, and that's exactly what the intention is. The nade goes out, the nade is perfect, and Suzuki can get this thermite down. Philippox doesn't even dabble, tempt the idea going for that bandit, because the second nade is likely to follow the first after the clear. And now, breach is open, and that's all Kag really can. Very one-dimensional, very one-sided play. And I have a sneaking suspicion the 2 smoke grenades in pocket of Anaton, that's what this execute's all about.
Yeah, the big thing is no warden. So now Ackley will drop, and there's the fear, and just like that, 3 members fall as they tried to 3-2-1 go. I don't know what was longer, the 3-2-1 go or the time it took for the round to end after that.
Yeah, that was outstandingly fast. That was, listen, I'm all for quick executions. You know, they can be fantastic. They can catch your opposition napping. And I think it went the other way there. Kag just send it in, and W7M are like, okay, we'll win our ones, and the round is over. Flawless victory for W7M. They get themselves 1 more round victory on the defense. Complete control. They are your major champions for a reason. Kag, not the only APAC team represented here. Can they find a little bit more momentum in their final offensive round so they can get themselves back in the fight against W7M?
Back to Gym Bedroom. W7M won this successfully last time around. Are they going to be able to do the same? Well, you look at what CAG did to try win the last time. Well, it was pretty standard. They pushed over from the CCTV cache side. And then with a minute left, they decided to just vault in the master bedroom window and see what happens. And they almost pulled the round out of the bag that time around. Again, I expect them, in theory, to try do the same. They're going to open up that breach over by CCTV cache side, try to take control of that side of the map, and then at some point push in through gym window, master bedroom window, or drop through the hatch. Again, this is CAG. It takes a brave man to make a guess at the start of the round what you think they're going to do. But looks like JV92 is going to try and meet them at the point of entry, at least for the first 20 or 30 seconds, and then he drops back behind his shield.
For W7M, the real incentive is to not overextend, not engage, not play by the rules of Cyclops. That's what Cyclops want you to do. They want you to peek. They want you to give you openings. You know, take that round where the 3K and basement happen instantaneously. You give an opening, they'll just go. They don't need an invitation. They'll just kick down the door and say, hello, we're inside a site. The W7M, a safe decision to not necessarily meet them on the entry, but just wait, bide your time, because eventually this team is kind of likely to overextend. CAG are going to make mistakes. It's in their DNA.
And the thing is, though, when they do it right, they are phenomenal. Again, you look back to that game against BDS back at SI. They were brilliant. Obviously, this is a slightly different iteration. Their stage one was relatively...
Oh, no!
Well, the good thing is there's nobody there. But there is another frost map.
Yeah. Who's wrong? No, I hope no one walks into it. Okay,
well, actually he's going to get himself 2 on the board, but then KZ and Herds will level the sides once more because punches come in bunches in this game, Whippet.
I mean, honestly, it seems like CAG send a haymaker and instantly W7M reply back. Both teams swinging for the fences, it feels like. Jibsu toying, tempting at the windows, looking for anything through the prone level holes. Maybe a foot, maybe a leg, anything. Flashbang sent out to get control, some pressure inside of construction. No one in Logi, but CAG don't seem to know that just yet. They can walk in and take construction without really any pressure, any fight for it. Minute left to work. We're in a good position for both these teams still.
And again, you can see the plan that's being put into place. You got Chibisu playing on the window. KZ's going to hold in case he decides to have a peek over towards the master bedroom one. Chibisu's doing the other, thinking maybe he can wait KZ out, and KZ might be tempted to rotate back towards the mattress in the engine. 35 seconds to go. You can see the rotate. They're bringing everybody over to the window side. KZ decides now's the time to go, and he gets himself one. Is traded back, but it's a 1 versus 1 all of a sudden. Nade with the SMG-11 gets a little bit windy, and that allows Suzuki to go and try to get the case down. He sprints to try bait him off, then falls back into cover. Now we've got that cat and mouse game of whose nerve will go first. Nade stepping through again, and once more the wind is a little bit strong inside of logistics, and Suzuki is going to go for third time lucky. And Nade,
yes,
well, you got to push this time.
No!
Oh,
Suzuki had time to stick it. You'll think for that one. The shotgun blast misses, but Nade doesn't. We lose clutches. Huge performance there. Nade massively confident in those clutch plays. Suzuki, 1 extra second, you had time to stick it. Narrow margins. You just got to feel and live in the world of what ifs in that position. And CAG will only have 1 offensive round victory to their name of moving into the side swap.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I feel like that was a big opportunity for CAG to win that round. They did have time to stick. Nade didn't even put a lot of pressure pushing back that time. He had more than enough time to get the case down and get out the window. But just like that, you give a player like Nade the opportunity to clutch out a round. Well, you know, it's as simple as it can get for a player like him. He's almost had an incredible clutch already again today, but he got destroyed by a DMR on the sprint. But it's 5-1. W7M playing the way that you expect the current major champions to play. And as I said, I still don't think we've even seen as good as W7M can be. Because when you consider stage 1 of Brazil, They weren't phenomenal. They were good, but they weren't great. At the major, they were great. And I think this team is still on an upward arc. This team, if they win this event, they could go on to be a dynasty. I said, there we go. I said the word. People were wondering how long it would take.
No,
People wondering how long it would take. I said it today. Day one. Get it out of the way early.
You know what? Realistically, I can't argue with your discussion, right? You know, we go into Montreal and W7M versus G2 is a great grand final. G2 win it, and instantly the dynasty conversation comes into it again. That's because of legacy. GibsUC is going to find KZ early. Huge pick, and that's going to be KZ, one of the most influential members of W7M gone early. Back to my point, you know, we almost thought G2 was going to launch a second dynasty in this game. W7M do actually look like genuine contenders to be able to do that. They on that upward trajectory, always performing, always improving, and always shaping the meta. One of the most dangerous teams to play against. They've been slowly building this world-beating roster. Shibzu in a difficult position, chased down by Herds. Herds really wants to get this trade. Does not want to enter the Lion's Den. Knows a threat's inside a bar. That's going to be a flawless and a great swing from both players. Damage on the Herds. And Anton needs to play a patient game, but drops Photo Hatch and returns back to the site. Minute 50 left of this round.
Yeah, and I think that even though KAG have got that one kill, they've done their job. That's a really good start. 1:40, all back towards site, give away vert control. It's okay. Now you got to turtle up and don't let W7M get a free kill and get themselves back into the round. Philippox will open up those long lines of sight that should prevent anybody from pushing close towards Herds. It'll get rid of the drone or the camera for him as well. But someone's going to peek. Someone is going to peek towards Herds, and you can see Azami having a look down by box. There you go. Black Ray will peek and will find the kills. And honestly, this is just good. All KAG need to do now is relax. And that can be one of the hardest things for some teams to do whenever they've got a numerical advantage on defense.
You can almost see the wheels turning in every player, in the head of every KAG player. They want to peek, they want to take the fight, they want to engage. It's almost difficult for them to sit still, and that's going to be one of their problems. Historically, what cursed them on the defense so many times in the past, the inability to sit still. But it looks like they're a little bit more well-regimented this time, not giving W7M away into this round and waiting for that execution to arrive. So Nade on that hatch needs to drop, has smokes in back pocket, and across the Philippox holds the case at bottom main. Is this going to be a bait and switch? They might think it's going to be a full execution, a full send from hatch, but it's going to be arriving from bottom main. Philippox inside the site through the Ash Rush. I might just sneak this plant in back site. It needs to cover. It needs to be solid, but that's going to be a great swing from Anton. And Black Ray finds one on the plant. And JV92 all alone. And Black Ray gets one more flawless round for KAG.
Much better. Much, much better. I love the plan from W7M to push it down main with the sledge, but honestly, KAG played that much better. Whenever I said they needed to relax, that's exactly what they did. They didn't get too aggressive. They didn't throw away any lives unnecessarily. Really good round from KAG. And is it a start? Yes, they're still a long ways away from catching up to W7M in this game, but they do need to just focus on it one round at a time. Now, one thing I will say, we keep getting glances of that jersey. You brought it up at the start of the show. Seeing that little badge, the crest in the middle of the jersey, like what they do in other sports whenever teams win major events, it looks so cold on that W7M jersey. I'm a huge fan.
Well, you know what, Gibby? While we're in our prep phase for this one, hold this jersey out there at the Gamers8. What do you think? Are you gonna say W7M?
Yeah, I think. Well, right.
5 seconds to insertion.
Falcons are obviously up there with a shout.
Okay. You have last year's Falcon jersey.
I do. I think W7M's got the nicest one. What a chat pick, actually.
As much as it pains me to say, Gibby, I agree. W7M's jersey, I think, is the cleanest at this event. Oh, XG, close second. The rebranded white jersey look impeccable. Chat, what do you think? Curly has just run out of strip and found Nade. Okay, KAG have a complete confidence on the defense to do whatever they wish, and the case goes cold, but KZ quickly recovers it.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do. Shock and awe. You know, as I like to call it, guerrilla warfare by KAG. Hit and run, get out of there, and leave W7M with no chance to get the trade game. Now they're going to get that main jacuzzi breach open, but you look at the way that it's being defended by CAG, they brought the Fenrir instead. So obviously you don't have the Mira, so you got to find another way to slow the push. So the minute that that fear pops off, you'll see someone peek across. Maestro is in position as well, so you'll get lots of intel off those bulletproof cams, again, as long as you don't get too greedy trying to do some damage. The foundations that have been laid in this defense by CAG are really, really good. I just hope that the materials they use to build the structure of it itself are as good as the foundations.
I like that analogy, Gibby. I like that a lot. The big thing for me is now you need to play to the advantage. You don't need to overextend. You don't need to take careless risks. You need to make calculated risks. Of course, that's the game of Siege. But KZ has strolled inside a bathroom and can cause a lot of problems now. A nade will go deep and trying to clear a construction door. Blackberry wise to it and falls back. Anderton takes a lot of damage from a second nade as well. Left in deep, you know, and finished off by Herds. And W7M have site control at this point, but the Solace down below presents a difficult problem to solve. They'll know exactly where that case is going on and have potential to stop it. And well, Herds from KZ in a difficult spot as he can get denied from below.
And this is the thing that I love about W7M. Any one of the five can take the case in any given round. Philippox gets a great cover. Arculi is a little bit too slow on the attempted flank, but KZ will dip himself back into Shire and wait to find it. It's a 4 versus 3. Great peek coming through from Black Ray, but Herds trades one back and he gets a triple on the round. But there's Black Ray making it a 2 versus 1. Herds and Philippox taking on Black Ray. Now the Maestro cams can start feeding this information to Black Ray. He's got information, but he's still got 2 very good players to clean up if he wants to win the round. He's going to get aggressive. He steps up, gets close to the breach, peeks around the side, does a little bit of damage to Slade, but he forces him to come off the plant. Pre-fires, gets one, pre-fires again, yes! And he gets it. Black Ray wins another round for CAG, and that was a huge play. But is that another case of pros don't fake? And should W7M have stuck that plant?
I think the cover would have been good enough if you stick that plant, the win conditions established. They decide to make the decision. Let's hunt this. Let's play for kill. And well, Black Ray played it perfect. All the pressure, everything amounted to that in a 1 versus 2. One was a 1 versus 3. Clean, crisp, and clinical. And can get themselves another round. The defense might be where they absolutely find themselves. I'm here for it. 5 through the scoreline on CAG. They've got a pulse.
I am loving every minute of this game, and I know that there's a lot of CAG fans watching this right now thinking, you know what? At first I was saying CAG is a joke, but now they're starting to look really good on these defenses. And you know what? CAG are adjusting on the fly here. They're saying, okay, if you're going to put a frost mat on red stairs and a frost mat behind the shield on that little corridor, we're going to do the exact same and see if we can capture W7M with the exact same trick. But no surprise to see Solace going down the ground floor, going down to basement and trying to get that opening pick on any W7M players who try to just sneak their way in from the bottom of the map and work their way up.
Did not expect this turn of events. I did not expect to see such a confident display from CAG on the defense. I knew it would favor them. I knew it gives them that extra bit of comfort. They're not as under pressure on this side. I'm very intrigued if this momentum can continue. Found the trick comes out by Anderton, and it seems to have done the job delaying some time. And 7M waiting and trying to do best they can. The EMP gets sent off to turn the window, catches Anderton. Herds finds one as well. Suzuki and Anderton are the very first to fall, and that leaves site very exposed. Rafters is open, and W7M look to have complete control early. Solace crosses into construction, needs to take this difficult fight, but runs out of options. That single wall is now open, and that adds a bit of hesitation, a bit of anxiety in the mind of going near construction.
Well, this is the thing. The amount of pressure W7M have put on just by opening those 2 walls and keeping Garage free for themselves now, right? So now for Acrylate, it's very very difficult to rotate through construction. He's going to be very wary about pushing up and very careful. You can't rotate across site because the main breach is open. So in essence, you've forced Acrolate to try to retake from the hatch, and that's what he's going to do. KZ gets another kill, but there's Acrolate to pull back one, but he's going to get shut down as his position is put into place. And now there's Herds rounding it out. But again, that all came down to just a simple thing of getting garage, opening up main breach, and opening up construction breach. By doing those things, the defending side don't have the ability to be fluid around the map anymore, and it makes every single fight linear for the attacking side.
That was, I think, a way more in-character performance from W7M. That's what we expect from them. They were presented with a problem. There's a bandit trick. They didn't want to clear it from down below in lounge, so they worked out a way to do it from CC window, and Annington gave up that freebie. KZ found another one across the map, and since then, they played the numbers game perfectly, and they controlled the round from there. W7M, map point here on Clubhouse. Can KAG show a little bit more life? Can they keep themselves in this fight? Or is it a little bit too little, or too little too late from them? W7M in control of the series so far. I wouldn't be surprised if this is it and we need to go to Villa next.
See, this is the thing. If we were doing predictions before this, I was going to say W7M would win, but I had a feeling that KAG are very good at catching teams by surprise in the first map of a best of three. But I think this is a case of just the class of W7M. And even though KAG are throwing so much at them, they're just staying calm and collected. Now W7M have gone into their BR strat book this time around, and they've brought themselves a blitz, they've brought themselves a Ying. You saw a little bit of something similar to this in the last game that we had with G2 taking on M80. But this is one of those Brazil classic style strats. You use the blitz alongside the Ying to cause so many problems for the team. It allows you to take map control. Again, with blitz, you're a little bit more open than you would be with, for example, a Monty, but they're going to use it to the exact same effect. And here it comes. Philippox is going to go down dirt as quick as he can, and if he finds an easy pick, they're going to push really hard. But there's the fear going off, which will signal to Chibisu that the push is going to come through Freezer. And this could be massive, and you can tell that nobody is going to push, but here we go. Chibisu is going to get it stuck in the kitchen. He gets shut down, and well, it could be the credits coming down in this map now as KZ gets the opening pick.
That's a case of what could have been. If the picks went the way of KAG there, this could have been a very open and short round, but Philippox might be able to directly charge straight into sight and cause a problem. Hits that keeper barrier once and will just invite that pressure. Rings the dinner bell, perhaps saying, yeah, I'm thinking about going straight through, but in retreat all the way back to the kitchen. What are W7M cooking? Is Annington being let cross for free back in the kitchen? They know. It looks like W7M have no idea. KZ and Nade so close to each other. And that Flores drone used to make Vert. Herds will fly one off in the distance, but Annington becomes a problem inside of kitchen, but shut down. Left in DBNO. And here comes the full might and power of W7M.
Suzy C throws the pocket fear, the F-Nat behind him, which means anyone pushes in blue will get blinded. Philippox will stun and flash his way towards Fox, but there's nobody in position. There's the freebie though. Philippox looks like iconic early on, finding that kill, pushing through dirt, but Suzu C pulls one back. It's all down to him against Philippox, Herd, and JV92, but JV92 sees him, wins the round, and wins that map. Map 1, W7M, I say, the script has been followed by the letter, I would, in most people's opinion, but that was impressive by KAG at times. But the one thing I will say, Whippet, where was Blitz for them? KAG are known to take Blitz, even when Monty's available. Where was it? Isn't it Black Ray that we tend to see on the Blitz?
I think it was a more reserved version of KAG we saw today. I think they're going through a bit of change with new coaching staff coming in to trying to find a new identity with that roster. So they don't always have that same in-your-face style or always rushing. We saw that in the defense. They were more reserved when they needed to be. They didn't overextend in the rounds. They had the early defense advantage. But in all honesty, in all reality, as you said, that game followed the script. W7M are your major champions for a reason, and they looked in complete control. So the next map up is going to be Villa. I do predict, unfortunately, for all the KAG fans, including myself, I think it's going to be more of the same.
I think you're right, but let's bring up the highlights of that game to see how, get a reminder of how it played, because one thing's for sure, there was clips. That round from Philippox was huge. And this is the same round. Shibisu just says, you know what, I'm going to walk up red and get myself a triple. This is the nade clutch that almost was, but he gets destroyed by the DMR. KZ pretty much winning a round for himself there as well, jumping out the window. You know what? This game, even though it was, 7-3 in the end, had so many clippable moments. So, if you were like a tier 3, tier 2 player and you're putting your reel together of your big moments, this game had tons of them.
Yeah, I did. It certainly was. I mean, that's what happens when you have teams that I think that stylistically make a good matchup for that one. But map 1 is in the history books. We're going to Villa next. We'll go to a quick little break before that. We'll see you all when it's time for map number 2 of CAG versus W7M.
weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Welcome back to the B stream. We have CAG versus W7M Map 2 coming up. I'm Whippet, joined always by Gibby on the other side of it. And well, it's a bit of a matchup that's followed the script so far. W7M in complete control on Clubhouse. Will Villa be more the same? Or do you think CAG have a little bit more chance to give us a little bit of that 8-pack magic on Map 2?
I think on Villa, it's always scary to play against a team like W7M, but CAG, as always, are going to have something in store. They're going to give us something that we'll remember at the end of this game. To me, this is really a game that they've got as a free hit. It's the upper bracket. You lose, you go down to the lower bracket. So playing W7M here, it's free. Nobody really expects them to win going to this, except for the players themselves, because, you know, as a player, you got to think you can win every single game. But have a little bit of fun. You know, do what you can. You're playing against the best team in the world right now. And if you get 4 or 5 rounds and lose, it's still pretty good. You know, it's a little bit better than some of the teams on the A stream have done today. I've seen there was some whitewashes, to say the least.
Cough, OXG. Cough, cough, OXG. Is that what you're saying?
You really want to get NA up in arms against you, don't you? You had it earlier when you spoke about Spite. Now you're speaking about it. Now you're speaking about the NA region.
It's not on purpose. It's just the results. All I'm saying is an EU team beat BDS beat NA's OXG on the A stream. You know, it was domination. They smashed them. I mean, fuck his own word. He said BDS owned them in that one. It was a strong performance from the reigning Gamers8 champions BDS on the A stream. But into the ban phase we go for this one. Villa, Map 2, W7M versus CAG. Osa, Monty once again. Not really surprised. No team wants to let CAG have the Monty. So W7M, even though they're likely going to use it themselves at some point, are going to take it away. Not want to risk it. Valkyrie removed. Now, this is always the one that interests me. Will CAG ban away the mirror as they tend to do so? Or will this be one of the newer, higher impact defense operas that we've seen out recently? It's the Warden. Okay. So are we ready for Ying executes by any chance?
Yeah, well, you look at the bans that came through, I think so. You look at the way the CAG were playing on the last map, they're the team that's going to go into this one starting on defense. They like to use Ying, get rid of the Warden, and use it to your advantage a little bit later on in the day. Now, with W7M starting on attack, it does give CAG the opportunity to build up a couple of rounds here on the team.
Gibby. perfect synergy with the teams.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah,
as
there
many
wasn't in the
bombs as they
last
can.
game, though. There was somebody on CAG who didn't have the CAG skin, which is the best one in the game, by the way. I will openly say that one. I'm a huge fan.
You ever catch me in ranked? I've always got a CAG background on. That's
No,
simple.
you don't. You got the liquid one. What are you lying to chat for?
No, I don't have the liquid one on. I've got the CAG
You do.
one on.
Why are you lying to chat, bro? Come on.
Later tonight, when we're stacking, I will show you that everything is the CAG skin on my account. I'll prove it to you.
My KD cannot take any more of a hit. I will not be stacking with you later, okay?
Yes.
I even
yes,
saw
you
someone in
will.
chat call you out. Someone in chat called you out for your rank
I
performances earlier.
knew exactly who it was to call me out in chat earlier. And it's a bit rich from them. They're the biggest elo troll I've ever seen. So,
No, I want to say something straight away, though.
Okay,
Now that we're in this round. We're seeing one of the new gadgets in use, right? The observation blocker. And look at the positioning of it from CAG. It tells me they're going to play somebody on red stairs straight away. They've put it across that red stairs. It's going to go across Bookcase and Wolf, meaning anybody swinging that way or using a drone from that direction won't be able to see them playing on red. It's a gadget that I really like. I still don't think we've found the perfect usage for it, but it's a good addition to the game.
I think so as well. I mean, right. I've not seen it utilized to its best. Thing is, it's a very situational secondary gadget to bring. Are you better off at proxies or BPs? Mostly. But if you have a unique strategy, for example, Logi Hatch on Clubhouse, that might be an area where it's useful. Don't know how impactful it's going to be here on Villa. Early damage done to Black Ray, an aggressive fight towards Herds inside a master bedroom. Nothing connects now. Do you see that zigzag you're talking about? That does give them a little bit of freedom. That little square, so you have to invasively drone to get that information. But Philippox doesn't need that. He's going to be able to collect one and likely a second for free down below inside of Art. Annington very low. There's a shotgun to work with in the mute jammer, causing a bit of disruption on the Inox goggles of Jackal.
Yeah, take off the glasses, Philippox. Focus on your ones. But again, why is there 3 players down by Art? You know, this is just CAG doing CAG things.
CAG slaying, so why not?
Yeah. So Anatun's like, you know what? I'm low HP. I'm going to play my life. KZ will say, okay, well, if you're going to play it, I'm going to take it. And now they've got a great opportunity.
Whoa.
That nade, although it doesn't pick up kill, it does get rid of that Kiba barrier, which gives them a one way to play, looking over towards red stairs again. So they're doing a lot of pressure onto this CAG hold. Now, you've got yourself a 5 versus 3, but again, in this scenario, you cannot get too confident, because if you give CAG an opportunity, we've seen Shibisu do it a few times already, they can make the sides even pretty quickly.
All it takes is a single engagement to go their way, and the strong can get open wide up. Again, they still got a lot of control to work with, and a shot like that's perfect! JV92 falls. One more for CAG, and we're level. What a clean shot. Herds might be able to walk in, but the Fenrir mine will slow this down and make that a very awkward engagement. Decides to prone on in, slithers and crawls, but it does not matter. Chips through the MP7, finds it and connects perfectly. 20 seconds, and surely CAG can hold the line now. Nade, next man to step up, and KZ has a great angle deep inside a vault, and this case should go down unless something goes criminally wrong for the side of W7M. The cover looks good, but Black Ray's on the flank and finds a second in the round. This is cracked wide open. The player on Sunny Bartley critical to this, and this fight so important. That's down now to Suzu C all alone, and caught out by that rotation held by KZ. W7M find the opening round on Villa, but CAG, a very, very thin margin of defeat that round.
Yeah, and they did a good read. They realized that there was nobody left inside of Aviator. So once you open up that wall to study and you can see Vault, and if you get a player behind the door, it's pretty much over. There's no way that CAG can get back in. We did see the attempted flank by Black Ray going around the side, but if we're being honest, once you hold that cross and you have the players in that position, it's so difficult for the defensive side to win. Again, Black Ray gave them the chance. That's what I was speaking about. They always find a way to give themselves a chance in a round, but I think getting over the line can be a bit of a problem sometimes. So, look, they're taking the winner's mindset. It's like, you know what? We played that site. We move to the next one. Win or not, we go to our next opportunity. We go to Trophy Statue. Looking at the CAG setup again. Remember we spoke about how they do things that are in the meta, but they do it with a different set of operators. So they do it you know, with obvious people don't expect to see. Well, they're doing the standard trophy statue setup, but when you look at the lineup they have, they're bringing a castle. You know, they've brought the Frost, they've brought the Fenrir, which is important, and they're bringing Jaeger instead of like a Wamai. So same overall or same strategy at an optical level, but there's a lot of differences with how they're going to do it with the people that they have.
Okay, interesting take, Gilly.
Didn't listen to a word I said, did you?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. For a brief moment, I looked down. See, there's a conversation chat talking about who's the GOAT of all time, best of all time in Siege. Obviously, it's Anaton. Simply put, conversation ended with that. Black Grey will refresh the keeper barrier the moment it's destroyed, reinforcing that position and holding on more control. Looks like aggressive and try and find a pick on this window, and sees the head as the player crosses. Very aggressive hold from Kag, but I think it might be wise to ease off that pressure for a little bit.
Yeah, and look, when you have people like Azami, you can, you know, go back, wait for another one to pop up and create that pressure again, and that's what they've done. That nade, hurts. You had no right. He had no right to do that, but he did. And now Akrali is going to go and try to do the same thing. Steps up into position, and he's going to hold the window, but he's complete. I suppose the castle allows him to do this, but again, I'm a little bit worried for Kag in this round.
A very aggressive decision, but honestly, Black Grey sees just a small bit of opening. He goes, oh, what's under here? Is it a member of W7? Oh no, it was hers. A massive misplay, perhaps again overzealous. And Curly so wants to get aggressive on that window. Really wants to get aggressive. But I don't think that's the right thing to do right now. You have one player lost, or you've lost one player on the board. Just be patient, wait. You can play the time right now, as W7 are going to hold you and know you're likely to overextend. Just like that, Nade collects a freebie, and while Kag, you need to slow down. You can't swing everything all the time.
But they will. This is the way that they play. There's Casey getting another kill. Anaton trades it back inside bathroom, but there's Casey to get another one. Anaton adds another to his tally as he gets the double on the round. But at this point, it's over. KZ wins it out as he gets a big round by his standards. And just like that, W7M take a 2-0 lead. And you were talking about, you know, the GOAT conversation. There's people in chat about it. KZ's on. He's on his way. He is one of the best players in the world. Statistically, last year, people were so far off his stats. Well, they were close, but he was by far and away statistically one of the best players in the world last year. Didn't have an amazing last map by his standards, but this map at the start, this is more like the KZ we expect to see.
I agree. I think when KZ's, you know, hangs up the mouse, you really look back and I think saying, right, obviously it's very difficult to say, oh, who is more than too many metrics to follow that one, too much in that discussion. But like a Mount Rushmore of Siege players, I think you could almost say you could carve his face in that one because his career is on that trajectory so far. Such a dominant player in his region, now internationally. W7M look to be a team that could even form a dynasty as well.
And look at the way that they're doing it, right? Semi-final in Jönköping, final at SI, and then they won the major in Copenhagen. And Gamers8 will be a nice little boon to their tally as well if they can go ahead and win it here and there. But the thing is, this is still Kag they're playing. You could be 2-0 up on attack, and then all of a sudden, within a minute and a half, 2 rounds are over, and Kag have pulled you back twice because you just don't know what they're going to do. Again, they've got a player down by Piano and Arts. It's not something you see teams do a lot of, but Black Grey's trying to make a play. A lot of people might get annoyed. My mindset is if a player backs themselves and they're trying to make a play, I will always back them and never give out about it. If Black Grey gets a kill, it's down to him doing it for himself.
Okay, I like that. I do like that attitude. I'm a big fan of players backing themselves. Anaton with the Thorn Shotgun. This is a very strong combination. Do not knock it until you see the GOAT at work. Anaton, of course, being the GOAT in that conversation. The Thorn, those razor clamps, can really give you a lot of space. Forces them out of position. And you force them to make a snap decision. And that shotgun is pinpoint destructive. As heard, pinpoint precise as bullets to find Akrali and the opening pick for W7M, and that basically wheels top for control, and they can work their way through this vert.
Big problem now, and looking at the utility as well, with hers creating a little bit of vertical control, he and KZ can start dropping those nades down through the banisters and barricades as well to attempt to find another kill. Looking at the way they're spread. Right, KZ has just decided, you know what? I'm going to step right in towards site. Takes a little bit of damage from the Thorn, but none the worse for wear. Steps back out into Laundry. It was a nice attempt to make a play, but he didn't overextend himself. Got back into Laundry when he realized there wasn't a freebie there for him.
Wise choice. Wise choice. Number advantage. That's what W7M need to play around. Now, it's going to sound boring, but they can trade their way to victory. So they want to play together, play as a unit, and basically force KAG into these difficult positions where they really find themselves vulnerable. Hertz can still work through more verticality, but I don't think they need that. There's a lot of pressure inside of living room, and if they can deal with that, that could be a massive boon for this round. Anton's still down below, lurking in the basement around Pantry, and well, they thought about it. They were tempted to push in, but the doors cracked open. That's another thing for the Thorn to think about, but still lurking on these stairs, waiting for W7M to make their move.
What buff did they give Thorn 2 days ago?
1.5.
Yeah, so KAG will still use the M870. Why not? KZ will get a kill as it's execute time, but there is the swing, and it's actually going to be the machine pistol. Suzu C gets one as well. Anaton playing inside of Pantry now. Suzu C swinging back around the other way, but they are playing by Tetris. Suzu C is going to go DBNO, but Anaton steps into cover once more. Stuns, going to be completely blinded, steps on up, and JV92 gets the double to win the round. But yeah, Thorn's got a 1.5. Why use the M870?
Clearly does not believe that 1.5 should be a balancing tool. I think that's what that is.
But Reddit said it's good now.
Do you? Okay. Well, no, it is good. It's a very good. That 1.5 is very good. We saw it was very, very strongly utilized by, I believe, Gomez for M80 as well as Benja for G2 in that previous game on the stream. But alas, we must look towards what we have ahead of us, and W7M have claimed the third round victory in a row, and it was done in a very clean, very concise fashion. Can they continue this momentum rolling on the offensive Villa? Which, again, this map tends to favor the defense, so for KAG, for all the supporters in chat, even including me, we're beginning to get a little bit scared about how this match might play out.
Yes, 3-0 W7M, and honestly, KAG have shown glimmers that they can win rounds on defense here, but the Raging Bulls, well, Cyclops were trying to be the Matadors, and you know what do Matadors have? They're flamboyant, they're fun to watch, which is exactly what KAG are, but this Raging Bull isn't going to be tricked by any towels, any sheets being held out by the side. They go straight for the kill, and that's what they've been doing so far in this fixture.
I was going to say, Gibby, normally the Matadors are good at dodging the ball, you know? They have the little red tarp they go away, and they're stopping that. I think they've been a little bit late on timing every time when they went to dodge the ball so far. Some of them have been in complete control of this area.
Yeah, Anaton went maybe for a peek down at the bottom by the bathroom as well, but nothing found this time. But look, KAG are sticking to their guns. They're still playing in aggressive positions, but when you're attacking this site, you have a pretty good idea of where everybody's going to be. So, you know, realistically, some of the defenders might try flank up later on in the round or play inside trophy. There's Blackray getting his kill, so that's a good start for KAG. Now, if you're Blackray, you have two options: fall back or stay aggressive. I say stay aggressive. Herd says go back to the lobby for the next round. 4 versus 4 now. Make that 4 versus 3. Nade's going to add one as Habana pushes in. Nade's in the middle of sight. Yep, why not? Gets another kill for himself. And the two KAG defenders are below. But there is a pulse. And the C4 is still in the pocket, so there's still a chance.
There is still a chance, and it won't be able to do. Oh, it goes through the pool table. Right, KAG have a lifeline. Arculi finds that the flank isn't going to be good as Herds catches Anaton on that rotation, and now ascending the main stairs. It's going to be a difficult fight. Does win it though. JV92 falls, and that's going to be a chance for KAG. But Arculi's HP, well, it leaves a lot to be desired. Only around a single point. Will drop that mirror, goes for a deep rotation. Denies the plant. No, don't give me hope. Don't give me hope. Arculi finds a lifeline. 1 HP and a dream, and KAG find their opening round on Villa.
I am confused. He pops the mirror and swings, which is fine. That's not the thing that's confusing me. He pops the mirror, and the player that was covering behind the bomb chassis walked into study, and the player who was putting down the case just stayed planting by the couch in line of the mirror. Amazing clutch by Arculi. But again, W7M, how do you let him do that?
I don't know. I'm at a loss for words, Gibby, with that one. Wow.
Well, it's just it's CAG.
Yeah, you know what? Well, right. Do you think it's fair if we chalk that one up that round to CAG?
Yeah. Brilliant play. Look, we're not taking it away. That was incredible clutch. Really well played.
Right. And massive individual skill sets to be able to win those gunfights. Great decision making. Pop the mirror, aggressively go for that rotate, and find the diffuser. Gifted. Take those freebies when they're given to you. And a great reaction. Great read. The peak from Heddles would be so instantaneous. Very well done indeed. And can get themselves their opening round here on Villa. It means it's not going to be a flawless 6-0 half for W7M, and that's perhaps momentum that they can build on. Trophy, statue, next side of choice, and I beg CAG to play a little bit more passive, a little bit more reserved, because last time out on this site, they overextended. They peaked too much, especially towards that master bedroom window. Just play the clock a little bit more, and I think you can see another round or two go for Cyclops.
I still can't get over the fact that C4 hit as well. He was planting on top of the pool table. It shouldn't have taken him down, but it did.
So, I believe, right, what happened in that position was he was a little bit, top-down view, he was a little bit to the right-hand side of the pool table, and the C4 wasn't directly underneath either. It was off to the side. So, just about would have been in that radius of the explosion, just. So, I think that was a very, very lucky C4 to find it, but a great moment from CAG, and well, some early damage done to Blackray, who was once again aggressive inside a master bedroom.
And again, I love it. I'm a big fan of it. Anatun playing below, as we always tend to use this phrase, the conduit of information. So what that means, he plays below. Not only does he have a C4, but he can tell the rest of the CAG players, okay, there's 3 people pushing in through master bedroom. You've got this player pushing in through here. It's really valuable intel. Now, when you look at the way CAG are playing this, they're playing so aggressive inside of master bedroom, and this is what happens whenever you raise your head a little bit too high. Sometimes it gets knocked back down. Herds will step directly into sight again, falls back once more as he realizes, you know what? Let's get the breach open. We've got full control now of statue side. Now, if you can clear the player playing on top of Astro, you give yourself a massive chance of just stepping in and sticking that plant. But again, W7M not getting baited into pushing too fast.
The C4 threat below is going to be an issue. They still have one available. That's on Kaida. Curly looks to get aggressive inside a bathroom and finds a freebie to KZ. 4 versus 4. Anakin's now upstairs, so that pulse is going to be a relay information, and I imagine the Kaid's going to stay upstairs. So no more treacherous floorboards for W7M to deal with. And oh my, yes. Philippox looks to do that rappel down Skylight. We call that a yardie, and will he get it done? Just waiting for that moment, waiting for his team to make the call. Smokes are sent, and it's time to get this going. 60 seconds and the rappel is happening. Can CAG read into this one? W7M get one as Nade lands that shot. I will try and steal it. No, he doesn't rappel. Drops the wolf window, and the case goes down.
So now Anatun playing the pulse needs to try to recreate that Oracle magic. Shibisu manages to find one. Anatun another. It's a 2 versus 2 now, but it's still a post-plant situation. You've got about 22 seconds to find the kills. Herds is going to find another one now, leaving it all down to Anatun. We had a pulse clutch in the last round. We're not going to get it this time. Nade pulls one of his own, and it's a round win. Now, yes, I share your disappointment. We didn't get the yardie, but there's a little lineup that you can get where you time the Candela and you bounce it off that specific brick. It lands inside of trophy side, blinding the players there, which allows you to step through the breach, step in through concrete, and get the case down in default. It's a lineup that you can do. As I said, I'm disappointed that we didn't see the yardie, but it was a really good execute from W7M.
Yeah, I mean, pinpoint precision on that lineup. The smokes, the Candelas go perfectly. And we saw Havana basically walk in, find a pick, and stick the case there and then. Great decision making from W7M. They resume regular reviewing. They get the round win and move to that 4-1 advantage. CAG will move themselves now to the defense of the kitchen. Can they make this one stick and get themselves one more round on this defense?
I want them to. I want CAG to build some momentum. You know, I think we're pretty safe to say it's very likely now that they'll be going into that lower bracket matchup tomorrow. But at the same time, I think that they've got a chance in that game. You know, it's two sides. They're going to be playing a side that didn't perform well. You know, on the A stream, the teams that played the loss there did not live up to the billing whatsoever. And, okay, I'm a fan. I really like what they're cooking here. And this could go huge for Black Ray if Anatun can bait Nade to just step up onto that little walkway. If he can get there and Anatun gives the call, Black Ray is a going swinging.
I just love that you can see them theory craft. It's like, all right, okay, Black Ray, wait, I'm gonna give you the call. Almost time, almost, and you can feel it. No, the drone spots it out, so instantly you decide, nope, okay, nope. The jig is up. We can't do it anymore. Back to normal defense. As normal as Kai can do, as Hercule is so tantalizingly close. How dangerous is this living life on the edge? That comes through the window and sends it out, but caught by Astro Repel. Philippox finds that almost a freebie, and we wave goodbye to Solace, one of those high impact defensive ops.
I saw you die like that in ranked yesterday. You were walking with your back to Astro window as it got opened.
I don't know. I clutched up big when I needed to.
Do I need to get Pengu to bring the clip up?
No. Listen.
4-1 is the score. I'm going to move it on. I'm not going to go too hard on you as Anatun manages to get it back to a 4 versus 4.
You be calling me out for ranked. Shame on you.
You do it to me all the time.
Yeah, but it's funny when I do it because you've got 0.3 KD. As KZ's deep inside a sight, will find the pick towards Memo. Suzy falls. Well, it's not going to be a second. As a trade fountain, a C4 tossed out to underneath the bathtub. So making a little bit of a jacuzzi with an aggressive bubble as Herds looks to creep around upstairs and still crack open that door. Nade inside of Laundry could be a high impact. The prone holes prove to be a little bit of a puzzle to solve.
Gridlock as well being used by W7M to lock down any late flanks. As you can see, concrete has been covered, as has bathrooms. So you're investing in the future of the round here by bringing Gridlock. Nade will bide and wait in position. So as you can see, Philippox and Nade, they're going to drone. They're going to wait for Herds to get into position to go for this execute. Now Herds is in position, and well, as soon as he gets into it, he's taken down. But now W7M can't wait. You got to move on without him. 3 versus 2. The push is coming from Laundry. There's an angle being held from way back. There's Philippox getting one through the wall. 2 versus 2 now. 30 seconds to go. More Gridlocks being thrown as smoke as well. And W7M, they're going for the plant.
Nothing Kai can do. There's no utility sent to this, and the cover is good. Not even needed, but Nade's gonna fall. Leave me all down the Philippox for a 1 versus 2. He's gonna be a fine 1 and a second. Kai caught up and in a mess of track stingers placed by the Gridlock, distracted in that key moment, and W7M get themselves a 5th round here on Villa.
Didn't want to go home on day 1 like last year. Technically couldn't go home on day 1 because the lower bracket matchup for this one is tomorrow, but Philippox wins the round.
Well played. Very well played indeed, and nicely done. Unfortunately for Kai, both of them got distracted by the track stingers on the ground, and well, it was kind of, you know, Philippox swings around and goes, no, you ain't winning this round. I'm not losing a 1v2. And gets it to that position. W7M 2 rounds away from locking out the series and the map of Villa. CAG moved to the offense, and this is where, well, you're gonna see CAG do CAG things. Black Ray has swapped on to the Blitz. Ying in play. Finally, you're very excited for that one.
I am. It's if you can't get Anatun on Monty, get Black Ray on Blitz.
I think it's just as good.
It is. Like, honestly, I think it is so good. Obviously, we're not going to get to see the 1-2 punch of Monty and Blitz being used that CAG like to bring. But again, it's going to have a high impact. But again, when Black Ray brings Blitz, he usually has somebody playing on his shoulder as well. So if he does go down getting aggressive, he will always be able to get traded back. So look for CAG trying to do that. Now, you're on attack. You're 5-1 down. You're CAG. I would say try the hyper-aggressive push. You're not going to win the game from this point, but see if you can upset W7M really early.
That's the key. I think CAG need to hunt for that opening engagement, whether that's using that blitz, using that shock and awe, or it's finding it elsewhere across the map. but I don't feel like that's necessarily even in the strat bowl for this one. They're going to go fast, they're going to go direct, and they're going to try and upset W7M very early in this round. And I really am looking forward to see what they've cooked up in the CAG kitchen.
Well, that's the question. Black Ray's going to get on the drone, looking to see what happens. He's in position down by Art, but he's going to rappel on up. Black Ray's going to go through the window, isn't he? He's going to go through the window. Nope, never mind. But he is planning to go straight through that door whenever the signal comes. The stuns will go through from Ying, and he decides he's going to go towards me instead. Anitun is able to find one. Black Ray sprints towards site, gets the defender's back turned, which is exactly what you want to do on the blitz. But he is going to get taken down. JB92 with the double. Chibisu is going to drop as well. It's a 4 versus 2 now. Acrylate is still on 90 on rappel, a little bit too far behind the rest of the push. W7M know exactly where he is, but he's going to hit the head. It's a 3 versus 1. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Acrylate, wait, give yourself a second now. Don't push. Wait till you get your stim. You've got the ability to use it, but no. You know what, Kag? Just do your thing. There we go. There we go.
That's what I like. That's also going to get that debuff gone away as well. Now, surely we're not going to see a second 1 versus 3. No, Acrylate, don't do this to me. Don't give me hope again. 1 versus 1. These flashbangs are good as well. And no, the shotgun from downtown. It's a trade. But W7M on the defense get the dub anyway. Oh, so close to a second massive clutch from Kag. However, with that round loss, that means one thing, plain and simple. Map, match, and series point now sits with W7M. Can they keep their run in the upper bracket alive? And will they send CAG to that lower bracket right here, right now?
Well, that is a decision that they are going to try to make themselves for CAG. CAG, of course, have different things in mind. The W7M defense, they're bringing Mira. They're going to put the Mira window on that side, which means that you can hold the vault in through closet, which means in reality, you're forcing the attackers to vault in that bathroom window instead. So that's the whole point of putting the Mira window in this position. By putting the castles up on those 2 windows as well, you're stopping utility from being thrown onto the soft side of the wall that Mira's going to be playing behind. And it also means that Mira can play a little bit more safer, and that if you want to play someone in beside where Nate is standing right now, over by Trophy, they don't have a clean line of sight from the master bedroom window at all. So that's why the Castle Mira strat works pretty well over on this side of the map.
Oh, one more round, Gibby. One more round is all that the W7M need. It would be somewhat sad if our very first time on the mic for CAG ends like this. It would be so rapid, so quick. But that's kind of in character for our favorite team from APAC. Following with an entryway down below, Black Ray will drone it out and see what control they can find. But I do feel it's a little bit too late for CAG to make much of an emphasis of this matchup. I think W7M have complete control at this point.
We'll say this, though. You and I have casted a couple of big comebacks in Gamers8 in the past.
That is true. Last year, SSG Liquid, that was a huge one. Falcons Wild, that was another massive one last year that we got on the mic for. Maybe, just maybe.
There's always a chance. This is Siege, you know, it's that sort of way. I always believe the mindset of best of 3s and best of 5s are the best type of games to play because the best team will always win. In a best of 1, anything can happen. Now, JB92 still is playing by Astro. CAG are going to push in from below. And looking at the 2 operators that are pushing in from below, you've got nades aplenty. So Acrylate has a couple in the back pocket. So does Black Ray. Anitun the same. So they're going to try to be explosive in this round, if you pardon the pun. And I think they're going to push up Astro stairs aggressively at some point.
Opening pick's gonna go for Anitun. Finds the nade. Cyclops finds a second nade with Black Ray. Depth charges detonate the feet of W7M and 2 bodies fall. Huge advantage early. Perhaps there's still just a little bit of life left in the team from Japan. 60 seconds and change. What's next on this scoring? Well, JV92 decides to write the end script for Akuli and sends him to observation.
Chibisu still holding that side window and master bedroom on the southern side, hoping to get a freebie, but Philippox isn't going to get that aggressive. They've forced now CAG to push from study. And funny enough, W7M have the answer. They've held everybody back. It's almost as if they read the fact that when they shut down the push from below, you'll force them to push through study. So Nade is in position, and with the castle, you're forcing them now to push this way as well. Anatuna is going to step inside. The beeper revealing his position. Nade will step across. There's the kill. 3 versus 3. Back in the hands of W7M. Fleetbox, Nade, all holding angles, waiting for something to happen. Black Ray is going to skip a step and go past Nade, but he will peek through that zombie door in a few seconds. But this is a big fight. Fleetbox gets one, JV92 gets the other, and it's so long. Good night. W7M advancing the upper bracket, and dropping down to the lower bracket will be CAG. But it was still a fun one to watch.
I mean, that's what we're here for. It's like you're watching an action blockbuster summer release movie. You know the script, you know what's going to happen, but you're there for the ride, and that's what CAG gave to us today. They go to the lower bracket. They will face Elimination tomorrow. W7M stay with that upper bracket advantage. One more victory away from booking themselves to take it to phase 2 of this competition. And a very strong performance against the rival team from Japan.
Yeah, and I think, again, it's always a tough match whenever you're going up against the current best team in the world. And I say best team in the world because they won the major. They're still getting better. Even today, there was times where they looked unplayable. And considering CAG are a side that Brazilian teams fear, I think they did a great job in just going ahead and winning that one. But there's one thing I do want to talk about, right? W7M, if they go all the way and win this one, you think back to last year, BDS, they did the massive run. They won Gamers8. Then they went and won the Japan Invitational. Then they went and won the major. I think that W7M can go better again. But if they do, I've seen the massive tattoo that our boy KZ has gotten of the massive major trophy on his leg. Does he get anything to add to that this year? Do you think there'll be a Gamers8 logo and potentially an NA major logo there as well?
Oh, it's a difficult one to say. I mean, I think W7M are very much in the contention to be one of the best teams here, but we have a highlight package to look at some of the best action from the matchup that we had here. I mean, it was mostly W7M, but the rounds CAG got basically were down to super heroic plays from them. And that clutch, that 1v3, 1 HP clutch, one to right back about. But yes, I mean, W7M, I think, pretty safe to say, are the team that I'm going to say are my favorites going into this competition.
I think everyone thought the same. You know, you and I had a discussion about this. We had a little video out there where we spoke about it, and we said W7M are likely the team that we expect to, at the very least, be at the final. But again, it was a game full of clutches and big moments with it. And I think we might get an interview in a little bit. But before we do that, is that a statement? Did W7M just throw down the gauntlet?
I think let's wait until the next matchup W7M have tomorrow, or even later today, I believe. That's going to be the real test of how we see them line up in terms of this competition, if they're able to keep that run going. As much as I like CAG, and as much as I love the APAC region for the action they put out, it was kind of as following the script matchup. We knew W7M were likely going to be the victors, and that's what we had. It was exciting, don't get me wrong, but W7M need, I think, to be tested and challenged. That's going to be really where I see them be kind of challenged.
So look, we're going to get an interview now, and we're going to get to interview somebody who had the pleasure of playing in Gamers8 last year. Let's welcome in Philippox from W7M to have a little bit of a chat. So first off, Philippox, great to see you win a game at W7 or at Gamers8 after last year. Massive congratulations on being not only major champions, but coming into this event and playing very well. My question for you, I heard that Brazilian teams were afraid of CAG. Have you dispelled that fear?
First of all, hello guys. Thank you very much for the words. I finally won a match here in Gamers8. Last year wasn't a good year for a good event for my team. And about the question, yeah, I was afraid of CAG. They beat a lot of Brazilians in the past, But today, it was good for us. It was a good match for us.
And with the way that W7M play, with so much confidence in the fact that everybody is, so trusting that everyone's going to do their job, how have you found the atmosphere inside W7M? And do you think that as a roster, you guys have what it takes to dominate all year round?
The atmosphere here in the team is the best I could ever ask for. Like, everyone is friends, everyone is always joking with each other. If we have a problem, we solve it right away. So it's the best that I can ask. And I think we can dominate all year because we have 5 very skilled players. We have a staff that's very good, always adapting, creating new things. So yeah, I think we can dominate. It depends only about us.
And before we wrap up the interview, I want to give you the opportunity to speak to the W7M fans. So feel free to do it in Portuguese if you like. But if there's anything you want to say to the W7M fans out there, floor is yours.
Thank you guys, everyone who support W7M. I know there's a lot of you that are non-Brazilians that support us, that like our play style. So thank you very much. Keep watching us. We won't disappoint you. E obrigado aí, galera que tá acompanhando, brasileiro aí, BR. Tamo junto demais, galera aí no Brasil aí acompanhando, sempre torcendo pela gente. Tamo junto demais. Obrigado.
Thank you so much, Fleetbox. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. I'll be watching for sure. I think you guys are definitely going to put in a hell of a performance over the next few weeks. So whip it. That was the words out of Fleetbox's mouth. Again, isn't there just something ice cold about the way he speaks? He's just so confident about himself and his team.
Why wouldn't you be? I mean, you got to think about that. W7M had a very strong run at the last major and a great opening matchup in this as well. They're on Cloud9 right now. They're carrying all that momentum from being crowned major champions, and they want to be Gamers8 champions as well. And you can feel that, and if they can build that momentum on, they are very much high on my list of contenders that can do it.
They are indeed, but that is but 2 of the 3 acts that we have today. We have a pretty fun game coming up next, the first elimination match of the whole tournament. G2 will be taking on the hometown heroes, the Falcons. Winner goes on to the next round of the lower bracket. The loser goes home. I know the home team will want to defend their turf, but not only that, Whippet, there is a big difference in prize money as well. The winners of this game guarantee a minimum 125,000 for their team. The losers will go home with 75. While you all try to count up the maths like I'm going to do in my head, we're going to jump to a break. And when we come back, we'll have that banger of a matchup on screen for you. We'll see you guys when the players are ready.
me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
When the moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. You're taking me higher, taking me higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah.
if I wasn't Rainbow Six Siege professional player, I think I might be a doctor maybe. I would describe my team in one word. Maybe it would be spectacular. My favorite game outside of Rainbow Six Siege, maybe FIFA, because my team has worse fashion sense. I think I'll hurt their feelings, but I don't know, maybe worse fashion sense. Hard question. Mad skills. Who's in my team will win the 1 versus 5 photos, I think. Q6Z. I think year 1, Jaeger ACOG with SMG ACOG. That's my earliest memory and going through in my mind when I think of Rainbow Six Siege and the first years.
If I wasn't a pro player, I would be a doctor. My best friend in the game is Virtue. The Rainbow Six moment, winning against Cyclops on a Mexico Major. Toughest opponent I ever played, probably BDS. Favorite game outside of Rainbow Six, Age of Empires. If I had to describe my team in one word, it would be funny. My worst dressed teammate is actually my analyst, Titan. The most likely to win a 1v5 is Virtue, definitely.
Welcome to Create Your Operator, where, well, you guessed it, we're going to create an operator. We've got the two G2 lads here with us today. We have Doki and we have Benja. Now, fellas, quite a simple game, isn't it? But I'm sure no one used to. There will be some disagreements because, of course, it is used to at the end of the day. So, here's what you need to do. I need from you guys the main weapon of this operator. I need the secondary weapon of this operator. I need what utility they have, so flashbangs, grenades, hard breach, whatever it is. I need the gadget that they have. And finally, I want you to name them. So a minute, let's go. A minute, go.
Nate's, for sure.
ARX for sure. The gadget should be Ayana's gadget, and it should just be called Ayana.
No. Let's go to Benja.
Nate, and I don't know more about that. You only need Nate. Only Nate.
Go on. Right, so you've got ARX. We've got that. What secondary gun do they have? What's the sidearm?
SMG.
SMG what?
11.
11, okay. So we've got ARX, SMG 11. What utility do they have? Are they going to have nades? What are they going to have?
Okay, should I say it? Yeah. Okay, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. It's going to be operator on defense.
Okay.
Okay, it's going to have what gun?
Bandit gun. I don't know the name.
The MP7, come on, man. And the SMG11 as a secondary, okay, for sure. We're going to have barbed wire and a shield. Barbed wire and a shield.
3 barbed wires.
3 barbed wires and a shield, okay? And the gadget, okay, the gadget is going to be able to cut the reinforcements in half. So you have like half reinforcements.
Okay.
And you can position the reinforcements differently. I know. It's going to be really great for some situations. And it's going to be called Bob.
Bob.
Bob the Builder.
So
it's Bob.
Bob just puts up half a reinforced wall and that's it.
Oh, jeez. No, he can cut the reinforcements.
He can cut it.
He can cut them.
So what purpose?
He's like Maverick on defense.
Maverick on defense.
Kinda.
Isn't that kind of going against defense? Or?
No, like imagine you have like a little half reinforcement
Right.
hiding behind it.
Didn't you give him a shield?
Yeah.
Something's not adding up. And he's called Bob.
Yeah, Bob.
You happy with that, Benja?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay. That's what G2 think their new operator should be. Do you think Bob should be an inclusion in the game? Let us know. We'll be back again with another episode.
Why did he say it like this the whole time?
My feelings about MENA joining the Siege ecosystem after so many years. Wanted this thing a long time ago, of course. So we are very happy for this decision, and we hope get one tourney or many as we like for our MENA fans.
MENA's inclusion into the community is absolutely huge for both of their fan base and also for the players, because they are so passionate about their Rainbow Six Siege, and they have been very vocal about it for the longest time, about how they believe they just deserved a shot. That shot's now been given, and you've seen Joker and his team capitalise on it. Obviously they finished second at Gamers8 last year, they played in the Copenhagen Major, and now they're back for more again.
My opinion about the team joining the international events, of course, at the beginning of our first Gamers8, tourney after tourney, it's getting better. So we hope this one we will get it and do well, of course.
With Joker specifically, the thing about him is he came out of nowhere. Last year at Gamers8, Falcons were not known internationally. Joker was not known internationally. And then he accumulated a huge fan base out of absolutely nowhere because of his unique playstyle. And I think he had a rise to fame and became one of the most prominent players in the MENA region because of that. And he's now dealing with that great. You know, he's continued that form and he's looking great going into this tournament.
The first time after Gamers8 when I saw Reddit and I saw everyone interface with the Twitter and everything, it was a shock for me because it was first time with the fans globally or internationally. There's only one MENA team competing internationally. So I think our biggest challenge is to prove internationally and for our MENA fans that we are worthy and we are capable of bringing a tourney for our home. Our crowd, all of us, I think we get hype. Of course, in our native, it's better for us, and our fans are so amazing. Of course, getting hyped, and that's for one side that let us be a bit of advantage, maybe.
Follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be done tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited.
Welcome back to Gamers8 Bravo stream. This is it. 8 teams about to become 7. The final game of the day and the final game of the tournament for either G2 or the home team heroes, which are Falcons. My name is Gibson. I am joined by Whippet. And this is it. Day 1 elimination is calling for one of these two sides.
And I'm not going to lie, I didn't expect it to be the side of G2 going in that elimination. We were looking at look at this going, all right, M80 is going to be a difficult matchup for G2, but we think they'll be able to get over that mountain. Unfortunately, they didn't. It took all 3 maps to get there, but now they are fighting to remain at Gamers8 against, as you mentioned, the home crowd favorites, Falcons from the MENA region inside of their own Tier 1 league. Now, can they get the job done against G2 and send them home? That's going to be a very interesting question when it gets time for the action. But they were finalists here last year, and I'd imagine they want to continue that trend.
Yeah, first ever competitive matchup between these two sides as well. And probably not the last, now that thankfully we do have the MENA region represented inside of the ecosystem. Let's have a look at the map bans and see where we're going to be playing. Of course, Chalet and Bank, no surprise seeing those banned by either of these two sides. I'm feeling maybe we're going to get something a little bit similar to what we had earlier today, especially with G2 involved. We're about to get our first 2 maps revealed. I was going to say any last guesses, but we're going to get shown just in time.
I was going to say Cafe. On attack G2 were that good against M80 on this map. There's not a surprise they're going to go back there. I think it's going to be a very strong option for them. Second pick, this is going to be a very interesting one. I think both the remaining maps are going to remain reasonably default. I don't think any team wants to either show too much in their elimination matchup or take too many risks, considering the fact if you lose this series, you're going home.
I'm thinking something along the lines of Villa, Oregon, or Club. And there, it's going to be Club. So last map, Villa's still inside the pool as far as I can tell. But there's also a map that's been trotted many a time as well. So do you think it'll be Villa? Do you think it'll be Oregon? Where do you think this last one's going to take us?
We've not seen an Oregon on this B stream yet, so we're destined to get one sooner rather than later. So I'm going to say Oregon. And to me, again, this is a map that we know Falcons are reasonably good at as well. We saw, I believe they've pushed BDS last year all the way to 12 rounds in the grand final here at Gamers8 on Oregon as well. So I think that'll be one that we're going to see coming out again, nice and default. And it's not really a risky map for either team to bring out, considering how default it is. And with the stakes in this matchup, I'm going to say that's probably a safe pick. And well, Theme Park's next to go. So we all know where we're likely going to go with that one, Gibby.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be Villa. It will be Oregon. And again, a map pick that I think most teams aren't going to complain about in the grand scale of things. 3 maps that have seen a lot of play over the course of the last 2 years. I think every player on both sides will be, not necessarily over the moon, but not disappointed either, because they know there's a great chance of going through. Speaking about the odds of going through, though, these two sides both lost their upper bracket games. Now, how you lose a game is important, and how you bounce back is also just as important. G2 went 3 maps and almost took it to overtime against M80. On the other side of things, a Falcon side, which we found out at the very last minute, decided to make a roster change with Quibs coming in to replace Valentino, who you and I are a player who were very excited about seeing. That might have destabilized them just a little bit, but they did not put in a good performance. Arguably, them and OXG have put in the 2 worst performances of the tournament so far, and they need to bounce back. But do you know what that means? There's more room for improvement for Falcons than there was for G2.
Exactly. I mean, difficult decision, right? There was a last-minute change to that roster. That's going to have kind of a trickle-down effect. That's going to be a role swaps, changes, Quibs coming in. And again, we've never seen Falcons at that 100% capacity, and that seemingly continues now again. I'm just curious if, with this change coming in and how we did see G2 were very clinical, especially on Cafe, if it's just a little bit too much to ask for Falcons. Now, I rate this team very highly in terms of competition, but they're going against the world champions. G2 are a very clinical team, even with a new player in their ranks as well. Gemini, I think it's going to be a difficult one. I'm saying a 2-1 is my score for this one in favor of G2. I think Falcons should be able to get a map here, but it won't be an easy one.
Yeah, again, Falcons are a very good side. We saw it in Copenhagen. They managed to make it through to phase 2, where, surprise, surprise, the same side that knocked G2 into the lower bracket were the team that sent them packing home. Again, let's not look back too far. This is the Falcon side that caught the imagination of this region last year. They made it to the final of their event. They proved to, thousands of Siege fans around the world that this region deserved the opportunity to play at this level, and they got it. I would say, had Falcons not had that success, it may have changed the way that the whole Siege ecosystem could have even looked this year. But again, really good team. A lot of fans from the home region will be supporting them, but they're taking on a juggernaut. Not only the biggest team in Siege, but one of the biggest teams in the whole esports industry. And not only that, Whippet, two sides that I think will be battling it out for that clubs prize at the end, that extra 1.5 million for the most successful esports team at the whole festival.
I think you're right, actually. So, I mean, of course, that's going to be a thing playing, I think, in the very back of every player's mind. I think priority number one, win the game in front of you. I don't think they're going to be thinking too far ahead of their kind of organization's position in the clubs just yet, at least. But to me, it's a stylistic matchup that I think is either going to give us an absolute game full of fireworks or a very one-sided matchup. Either G2 are going to walk to the middle of the ring and decide to stand and bang with Falcons, who are a very aggressive side, or they're going to decide to take the momentum and pace completely out of this matchup and play it safe and try and coast out a victory and use that clock to really pressure Falcons, who are a more aggressive side, who tend to overpeak and tend to make a few little mistakes that can cost them big. That's where I'm thinking this matchup's going to line up.
I think Falcons want to make this a proper brawl. They want to make this a game that's all about gun skill alone. We know already they can go head to head. After all, O'Kills was the winner of the most kills in the tournament last year. Then you've got the likes of Doki and Benja and Alamau on the other side. Not to mention the fountain of youth that is Virtue, who, much like Crying lately, has somehow decided, you know what? Old folks can still do it. I think I'm still a little bit older than them, so I think my days are gone. But they've found a way to go through. But again, you look at certain matchups. The one that I want to see is Doki against O'Kills. Again, I think Doki can go nuclear. He had a bet with his own teammate at SI over who would get the most kills, which he lost to Benja, but Benja was the solution, I suppose, at the end of the day. But when you think about the roles those two players take, I think they're going to bump into each other quite a bit. And whoever wins that battle will give their side a lot of momentum going into this matchup.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's going to be just as much a battle between Doki and Benja. I think they're going to want that spotlight. That might be one aspect I think that G2, they can tend to feel momentum and play into it too much. And they can be very kind of, you can put a spotlight on them and say they make mistakes when stuff's going their way in matchups. We saw against Amiri, especially on Villa. Doki, G2 have just had two really good rounds, and Doki decides as a Zami to vault out Master Bedroom or Bathroom Window and try and get aggressive off that, get shut down instantly by Spoit. And you feel that they're a team that's susceptible to riding their own momentum into mistakes. Falcons can do that too, but this is why I think stylistically, this is a very intriguing matchup to me. Safe map bans coming up for both sides. Cafe, to me, is a very clear G2 favorite. But Club in Oregon, that could be a proper 50-50 if Falcons show up.
I think it is going to be 50-50 anyway. I think we're going to get 3 maps because neither of these sides are going to go down without a fight. When I look at, again, the players that are involved, you've got the bigger names on the side of G2, but these are players on the side of Falcons that are only getting the opportunity to finally build their names on the global side in the last year. You think about the map pool again. So we're going to see Club to kick us off. Clubhouse is a map that we've seen a few times today already, and it's a map that, again, I think will maybe suit G2 that little bit more. The second map in that pool is where I think Falcons have a little bit of an upper hand.
I'm going to correct you. Second map is Club, Gibby.
Second map. I was getting ahead of myself because we're guaranteed to see Club.
You're speed running too far ahead. Cafe is first. That's going to be, I think, after what we saw from G2 against Amiri, that's going to be all locked down for them. Clubhouse, as you said, again, it still favors G2 in my mind. I think they're a side that has very clean executes. It was a very unique side of Clubhouse that we saw with no breach style available. So basically every wall and hatch is open for free against Amiri. Oregon is the one that excites me the most. If we go to map number 3, Oregon is the great neutralizer. It is the map where great teams can go to die. Falcons, if they show up and play hot, they could knock G2 out if they get to Oregon in that third map. The question is, can they get to that third map?
Is that a statement you think you ever would have said a year ago, that Oregon really excites you? I know that you and I are kind of the exception. A lot of casters are like, oh, it's Oregon again, Boregan, I'm sick of this map. You and I always liked it because it was a fundamentals test. And if you can pass the Oregon test, you're good enough to win on every other map.
I absolutely love Oregon. It's an unpopular opinion, especially with other casters around the UK space, but it's an ultimate test of what a team has, especially with that map and club as well, are those great litmus tests. Everyone should be able to play Oregon to a reasonably high level, no matter what you're doing, because it's so routine and default. And that's why I feel that there's a good chance that if we do go in map number 3, that upset could be on the cards. But to get there, you need to have that scoreline be level going into it.
Yeah, exactly. And let's get a little bit of feedback from chat now. I want to know who chat thinks is going to win this matchup. Who do you think is going to be the most impressive player, the MVP of this current matchup? I'm going to put the same question to you up at which player on either of these two sides is going to show up big time on the first map?
You're making me think now on the spot for this one. I'm going to say map number 1. I'm going to say Doki for G2. That's going to be the standout player. For Falcons, I'm going to go with Joker 619.
Correction, it's A_Joker_619. Get it right.
I'm
if
sorry.
You're going to get it right. So I've seen a lot of chats. Some people are saying Doki, Benja. A lot of people feel like G2 are the side that are definitely going to go ahead and take this. My shout, because I think it'd be unfair for me not to give my opinion, I think this is going to be a map where Alamau pops off. I genuinely think he is going to go big on this one. I think as the kind of IGL for his side, it's down to him to set the tone and set the tempo. I think he's going to go big. On the side of Falcons, you know what? I think Quibs is going to have to go into this with a lot to prove. So I'm going to put a bit of pressure on Quibs and say, you're coming in here to place Valentino, who was fantastic at the major. Let's see what he is going to do. Look, we're waiting for the players to get ready. And, you know, it's probably nerves too, but the players are getting set up. They're getting ready to play. And as we keep pointing out, this could be the very last game at this tournament for one of these sides.
Do you think, like, maybe, I think, you know, what's probably actually happened is Ian's been walking around with a microphone looking for someone to interview, going, who is it? He's going, oh, it's Alamau. Let me grab him from an interview. And that's what's going on. So it's Ian has decided to walk away with a player and interview them to get more of that content that you love to see. I've loved the content piece, actually, for everyone out there, especially those interviews. Ian, that Jenga interview, I like that one. That's a bit of me.
Ian is one of the best things that has ever happened, Rainbow Six Siege. I love the guy. He's so good at his job. Don't know about the operator Bob that G2 were building during the break, though. An operator that can cut reinforcements on the defensive side. For someone like me who likes to sit and hold angles and bait, yeah, I think that would work. But on the comp side, I don't think so.
You know what? So we have a little bit of time to fill here before we get into action for everyone. So it was actually not that long, actually. But Gibby, if you were to build an operator, like we saw in that content piece before this game, what would you do? Give me the primary weapon of an operator of your choice.
Right.
Quick fire, Gibby, quick fire.
One speed.
Oh.
One speed, 3 armor, but give them the R4C with a 1.5 on attack.
Okay.
Because I want to go OP as I possibly can. Secondary,
one speed. So they're sort of slow.
Yeah, secondary gone 6, and then the utility gadget. You know what I've always wanted to see?
No,
I've
I don't. That's why I'm
always
asking.
wanted to see something like an attacking version of Mira, where you can go up to reinforcements and scan through. You know, an operator where you put the gadget in, it works for 5 or 6 seconds, but it gives you a screenshot of what's going on the other side.
Okay. You know what? It's...
I'm cooking.
I would still pick Bob over this. And what would you name that operator, Gibson?
James. If the operator's going to be Bob for Doki, I'm going to go James. Bob and James, the next 2 operators in Rainbow Six Siege. I've also noticed we've been saying Quibs, apparently it's Kotos. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. You know, something we love to do is work out the pronunciation of all these teams. Like, I've been told by chat to get out of the kitchen, stop cooking,
Honestly, I do not trust Gibson's cooking, right? Every single time I've been violently ill because Gibby has decided to go to the kitchen and cook something up. But I tell you what we've got on the menu. We've got G2 versus Falcons, and it's time to jump into this one. Gibby, I'm excited for this matchup as it's time to dive straight into Cafe. Elimination matchup between these sides, and who would have thought G2, the world champions, would be in this position? However, they do tend to have a lower bracket buff, and will that be a factor today?
Well, what happened with it the last time G2 went in a lower bracket run in a tournament with a massive prize pool?
I think let me wind back the months and go. Oh, was it in Montreal where they became the world champions?
I think you're right. So last time we saw G2 in the lower bracket.
Okay.
They went and, well, I saw that Alamo wanted $5 million to not ban Ash, and it looks like the deal was not picked up by the side of Falcons, so they did elect to ban Ash. So you're getting rid of Doki again. Obviously, we know how impactful that operator is with the global ability. Valk's been removed on the defensive side. Again, one of the OP operators. Now it's pick your poison time. Do you want to ban Solus and deal with Fenrir? Do you want to ban Fenrir and deal with Mira? Honestly, it's not a choice that I envy whatsoever, and you can tell by the time it took Falcons to make up their mind, it was not an easy one for them either. And on Cafe, they're getting rid of Kaid.
Right. So that's not what I would have done, but I am a caster with a 0.8 KD this season, so I don't think I can talk too much. What I'll say is, we saw G2 utilize the mirror windows exceptionally well on their upstairs defenses. Actually, anytime they needed to hold upstairs, they did a really good mirror setup, making basically all of Piano untenable for anyone on the attacking side. That's going to be a very difficult thing to break down for Falcons, and that's on the board. So a mirror ban would have been highly impactful, but you also kind of have that problem. You have a Fenrir, you have a lot to deal with, and look at the lineup G2 have to break down. They have an Azami, a Mira, and a Fenrir. Lots of utility to go through, and Jalad on that Thor, newly crowned with a 1.5.
You know the whole idea of the, what is it? The glove. Oh my god, it's left my brain. But basically, they've picked the 5 most OP operators that were left. You know, I don't think they could have picked a more.
I'm sorry, I want to go back.
Matchup.
What glove are you talking about?
5 seconds.
The one, you know the film. He clicks his fingers. And everyone vanishes the dust, just like the viewership right now, listening to us trying to work out what it was called again.
It's been a long day, I know that, but I think I might have to wheel you back home at this point. Not sure what.
I'm old, okay? I'm old. My mind goes wandering.
Just like you, late at night.
But look, I'm not the oldest caster. You know, there's always that. There's always that.
It's a close fight between you and him, I believe.
There's nearly a decade between me and Smith. Come on. Anyways, G2 currently on attack here on Cafe. They're going through their list by leaving that side of the wall soft. It makes the hatch drop a little bit more difficult for the player playing by Piano. I know you used to play in a strat similar, but Benja with Nook will just sneak up white stairs and gets the opening. Now Benja can play that mirror and watch it the other way. Nobody's going to push from Cocktail just yet, so they're going to give him freedom of this side of the map, because again, they're trying to go down. That nade will be delivered into the bathroom. Alamo will catch the players they tried to run on out, so good teamwork coming through from G2. They've got themselves a 4 versus 3. The vertical control secured, but there is 2 players on white. Make it was Virtue playing outside on top of the AC, is able to find another one.
Diffuser has been dropped.
Oh, P9 will find one, the Gemini, and that's going to be a huge pick. That gives Falcons a chance at a second one as well. Looks up the hatch and finds Benja. Huge opening, a huge trade of kills. I know, a minute 20 to work. Lots of change in a triple for P9. The D-More has G2's number and a 4K for Falcons. Take away the Ash. They don't care. They need a DMR. And the opening round goes to Falcons.
And forcing Alamo in particular to have a drink of nondescript cup of something to get himself going.
I believe that was a Gamers8 branded beverage, I believe so.
Yeah, probably warm too.
When we say it's gamer, it's I can't even,
You can tell we're not. You can tell we're not allowed to mention brands here, can't you?
No,
But look,
we don't work on a branding team, so I can't even think of a creative name involving Gamers8 for it. But it's
we've been on broadcast too long, mate. We've gone. Anyways, G2 lose the first round on attack on Cafe. No surprises there whatsoever. But it was a really good bounce back from P9. When you think about it, G2 did everything really well in the top floor. They cleared it. Benja got in the building, got control of the cocktail side, used the nade to clear the player in the bathroom, funneled him towards Alamau, who was able to get the kill. But even with Virtue playing outside and holding white stairs, P9 was able to battle back from below on the unfavorable angle. At the end of the day, you'd always rather be on the top floor looking down than the bottom floor looking up, but P9 still wins those.
that was confidence that would take those engagements. And remember when we were talking about this before we got into it? And I thank you, chat. I actually like gamers hydrate. There we go.
I like that too.
Thank you, chat, for that one. See, this is smarter than us half the time, to be honest. But for G2, I talked about how they were going to be effective on the offense, and that's where they need to find the success. Well, if we have players like P9 continue to pop up and cause problems in terms of mechanics and winning fights, G2 might not have as easy a time as they would have liked.
No, they definitely won't. So now Kodos is playing over by VIP. Doki with the glass is able to find a kill looking through that wedding window, but still a player remains in position. P9's going to get aggressive though. He's got the confidence and he's got the aim. Down goes Doki, and the smoke blooms just a little bit too late for Glass's utility to have an impact. So, Mute's still in position. Still utility being pushed on through, but still the player in bakery P9 causing a lot of trouble for G2, and Virtue is just a little bit too late, and well, he is a little bit too late as P9's able to find another one. Someone stop this man. 6-0.
This is a problem. Do not let this player show up, because I don't think G2 can do too much to contain him at this point. And the SMG-11, a potent weapon in his skillful hands. And P9 controlling the tempo of this one. The next player to step up to the gauntlet is outside of bakery. That's Yana. That's Alamau. How will this fight go against P9? He's just waiting, patient, holding on, doesn't need to overextend, doesn't need to show his hand. Delicate game of chess. Who will peak first? You'll hear that Gemini going off, and that's going to be Kotos to find one of the Gemini. A rotation, and P9 doesn't want to stay too much longer, falls back inside of sight, and a wise choice.
Yeah, Benja still hasn't got inside the building with Nook just yet either, and two defenders in place to hold him, make it 3. You've got one in VIP, one on the stairs, and one playing close to red as well. Benja does eventually get in, and he's going to get some support from Alamau. He's going to get a free kill here onto the Fenrir. Down goes a Joker 619. And they've taken control now of Whiskey and Reception. But that is still not sight. That's still not objective. Alamau is going to get into another gunfight here. Takes a lot of lead while Benja is in another gunfight. O-Kills finds one. There's P9 down, but P9 will not fall. O-Kills gets the kill. And Falcons take a 2-0 lead.
Last year at Gamers8, we were curious to see how Falcons would play. We had never seen a team from MENA engage, and we were told one thing by a good friend of ours and then analyst at the desk, Tristan, the coach of Koi, said these players are legit. They are scary and some of the best mechanical players you've ever seen. Right now is the prime example of that. G2 structurally may be better, but they cannot win their ones. You have a player like P9 who seems to be unstoppable, yet to be slain, and when everyone like O-Kills is able to fire off and have an impact in a round, G2 are in a world of hurt. That's what Falcons need to do. Keep on the pressure. Do not slow down and stay relentless with this pressure, because G2, you can't win a gunfight, you can't win a round.
Exactly. You could have said it better myself. Round 3. Vertical is being set up by Falcons again whenever you... So my brain just left a second, but you know that setup that we see with the Mira, you're going to play over by the pallet side. You look in through freezer, you open up the head holes all the way into piano. Now, with Azami being able to play in position as well between the piano and that mini bar, it means that you've got to cover on two sides. So if the player steps up to try to take on Azami, the player on the Mira should be able to stop. Best way to deal with that Mira is usually to put some pressure from Cocktail side, use some nades and try to force them out of position. But G2, they look like they're cooking something a little bit different. Benja is going to drone out red stairs, and don't be surprised if we see him creeping in through red, pushing towards pillars and trying to take down some of those players that are playing on site.
Question I have for you, Gibby. Do G2 try something different? Do they maintain this? Do they fight fire with fire and try and go aggressive? Or do they slow this down and try to bait mistakes from Falcons? Again, a team that, you know, they've been together for a while playing domestically. They've just had their very first Tier 1 league introduced, and they might be a little bit more green. But that's going to be the opening pick. Falcons find that once again, Alamau is first to go. You lose that Yana, you lose one set of your nades. That's a problem for G2.
Yeah, Benja here's the player in the corner as well, but the nade's going to come through. Solus will begin to peek, but with your gadget out, Benja will win that 10 times out of 10. But it's down to him and Doki, the 1-2 punch that's been so successful for G2 in the past. But Falcons, Jalon, Kotos, and a Joker 619 in position, chasing the kills. They've got the fear going off, and that's a freebie for Jalad. But there's Benja to trade that one back, but it is a tough task. Kotos and Joker. Benja, though, if there's one thing he has in abundance, it's talent. And if he's something he's got plenty of, it is time.
A minute 10 and change to work with. He has that Nook. Now remember, latest patch of the game, Nook's no longer silent when in that hell suppression system. So he's still audible even when his gadget is only for observations. And look at the Fenrir choking him out and relaying exactly what his intentions are. He'll creep and shoulder bait to try and find some shots towards him inside of piano, but nothing presents itself solidly. He'll creep and crawl his way all the way down long bar, trying to find a flank. But will this be successful? I think he's got a good amount of information. He's going to bait a plant. C4 ripped and ready. He's very exposed, but do Falcons know? I don't think they do. Benja pops up, but can't find it! Shut down! And it's a 3-0 sweep for Falcons!
Color me impressed. I am so impressed by the way Falcons have started off in these first few rounds. They're taking on G2 right up close and personal and winning their ones. Benja got the case down, but it was in a pretty difficult position for him to try to hold his spot, and G2 lose another round. I'm impressed. Do you know what else I was impressed by with? But actually, I'm segueing here for a second.
Go on then, segue away.
Gunnar from Sonics was impressed by the way you were speaking about Spoit, and he wanted to know, would you ever speak about Gunnar the way that you speak about Spoit? Gunnar, this is from me. Gunnar, you're the GOAT.
If I'm ever on the mic for a Sonics game, Gunnar, you will be the greatest player to have ever picked up a mouse and played Rainbow Six Siege. Simple as. However, you're not a Gamers8, so I can't say it this weekend.
I hope that makes him happy. I hope that's what he wanted to hear. We always want to make players feel happy because, of course, the players are the main characters whenever we get shows like this. So we're waiting to get stuck into this next game. Again, let's play the body language game once more. The players from Falcons, they look focused. Not really, too excited looking, not really looking distracted. And on the side of G2, they're 3-0 down, but they look very, very relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, G2, again, veterans of the space. They have been playing the game for a very, 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 very long time. They're not going to be stressed yet. It's a best of 3. There's no need to panic. There's no need to make drastic decisions yet. But for G2, they need to start getting around on the board right here, right now. You cannot let this momentum continue to build for Falcons. The timeout, a great decision to try and correct these mistakes. But ultimately, Falcons in their movement, gunplay, and coordination have basically swarmed G2 like a hive of bees and just attack them at all angles and relentlessly. Can they find a way to slow that down, get themselves in the match?
That's the question that's going to be asked. G2 now hoping to win one of those tertiary sites. Jalad getting very aggressive, trying to get not necessarily a spawn peak, but catch one of those G2 players cold when they're pushing their way in. Benja's going to make his way up onto that cocktail window, has a little peek, realizes that there's a long line of sight, changes his mind. But again, we're looking at where G2 are trying to apply pressure, right? They're putting pressure on the top floor. They're going to use Flores in tandem with, well, please don't use the Flores to open the hatch, whatever.
No.
Good. Flores.
Okay, good. I was beginning to get a little bit worried, but the Flores drone goes all the way in. No, okay, it did. It did.
Yes.
That was a big build up for that one. I was like, wait a minute, what was that sound? That was Alamo's first to fall again. C4 lobbed, and we will lose a Brazilian player on the side of G2. The Flores drone will force Joker to move out of positions that detonates off the distance. But G2, once again, suffer the opening blow. Benja gets it back towards O-Kills, but once again, the narrative of this round is Alamos died early, you've lost your Yana, the tip of the spear has been dulled, and 2 nades are gone. Massive blow in terms of utility and firepower for G2.
Yeah, Jalad is just doing a great job of being a problem for G2. Now,
I don't know if Gibson has vanished or not. I've lost him in my ears. Oh, you're stuck with me now. I'm unfortunate for that. Oh, Gibson's back. Oh no. I thought I was giving him a moment. Execution seems to arrive. Virtue will fire one the Joker, and a 3 versus 3 to ensue. Jalad is going to try and get scrappy with it on Falcony and does so. And P9 will find 2 with the DMR. Falcons find round number 4 and make it 4 in a row. Gibby, it disappeared from me for a moment.
here's what happened. I stepped into an FNAT and the fear got me, and everything on my screen disappeared for a moment. But we're back. It's okay. Whippet's not alone. I know that Whippet, you get a little bit worried sometimes when you're left unattended for too long, but I'm here. You'll be fine.
What? Okay, fair enough. Whatever you say. Yeah, that's me. That's me. So, Falcons, 4 rounds in a row against G2. I'm not gonna lie. I was not expecting this level of domination from Falcons. I know how good these 5 players are on this side. I know how good Falcons can be on their day. But I was not expecting this level of dominance. And it has been a joy to watch. G2, there's been no answer yet. The aggression, the coordination from Falcons has been too much. You have the firepower, you have Doki, you have Benja, but it just hasn't lined up. And a change of strategy now for G2. They brought out the Monty, and this might find, and that might be the key to success. With the amount of utility with like these Fenris and the Samis to deal with, it will be a very difficult round, even with the shield ahead of them.
Well, a lot of players and fans went into this wondering, you know, what was happening. Falcons last-minute substitution. Koto's coming for Valentino. He's going 5-1. P9, the main character so far, though. But finally, G2 managed to find the opening pick. Down goes O-Kills. And now G2 can play the way that they were meant to. They're a team that play really well whenever they've got numbers advantage. And now this is where G2, I really think that they're playing the meta well. They've brought Monty this time around. One of the only teams outside of Brazil and CAG that use Monty the right way. So look, what they're doing is forcing players back and getting kills. Gemini is able to get that one, but now Jalad is going on the flank. Information feeded. A Joker 619 playing way offside as well. This should be a cut and dry round win for G2.
A great change up from G2. The Monty causes them a lot of problems for Falcons, and the plant goes down. Advantage sits on the 5 versus 2 as well, and with the Monty bearing down in the post plant, it's basically a 1 round for G2. However, I have a bit of a power putting on a caster curse, but that doesn't last long as G2 break the streak of Falcons with a flawless round. They needed that so much, and that could be enough to lift their spirits and get them back into this matchup. But Falcons, it has been a crazy performance so far from them, and a 4-1 advantage is still mega.
And I want you to, if you can, watch that game back as a fan and see this is a great way to attack this site. So what G2 did was they got a player on wedding window. They got a little bit of pressure over by the cocktail or whiskey side of the map by reception, which meant that any players playing around, playing around whiskey, any players playing by coat check, they couldn't be comfortable. By them putting a player on wedding window, it meant that the player playing in that section of the map, their only option was to go back up red stairs, or back to site. Then you use Monty in tandem with a player pushing in through Bakery door to force the player who's playing in Bakery into an unwinnable position, because 9 times out of 10, there's not going to be anybody close enough to play the trade game for that player. That is a very good way to set up to do that attack. And again, it's something that Liquid, G2, W7M, and I'd even argue NIP whenever they're on their day do very well.
Agreed. I'm enamored right now by this matchup, Gibby. Right? I've got a massive smile on my face. Not only I cheer for underdogs, I support G2 inside of Europe. I'm still cheering for Falcons in this one. 4-1 scoreline, domination, aggression, high tempo siege, everything I love to see. And early fights happening already as O'Kills takes a beating from the DMR outside. Actually, no, that's going to be Yana who finds those shots down from mining. Great opening for G2, couldn't convert that to a kill, but an investment to later on as that Solace is now wounded for the rest of the round.
Yeah, and now the question is, can Solace just keep your head out of trouble for a while? Use your utility, try to slow down the attack, keep the numbers game level, or even better, find that opening pick. Now, again, it looks like G2 are going to face up the strongest area of this Falcons defense, and that is the 2-man hole that's inside Piano. Benja misses the opportunity to get the kill, and he misses it a second time as the siege timing is going to be his worst enemy. But another Falcon falls, and another Falcon still on low HP. Look at this now, P9, Joker, and O'Kills in a 5 versus 3. But I expect that G2 will attempt at some point get a player over to get the res. But I love the fact that Falcons are holding and Joker's able to find the kill.
No res. Player on cocktail window very narrowly misses the opportunity to get a freebie onto the Latwamai. Not given its opportunity just yet. Falcons do trail by 1 player, 4 versus 3. A minute and change for G2 to begin the work this execution. But remember, Falcons are pretty fearless. It doesn't really matter if you have the advantage or not. They're confident enough to take those fights. And both players of G2 that don't have the case, they're all on rappel outside a cocktail window or on rappels. One member alone, Gemini, holds that case at top red. If he goes down to a potential flank, that could be a disaster. And no, there's no way, there's no drone here watching for P9. Give it an absolute freebie. G2 need a flank for that one. Now Alamau falls. Benja repels in. He'll drop prone and hide. Just waiting for that chance.
Yeah, I think we may have just lost the feed for just a moment, but yeah, there we go. We don't know what happened in that one. And there's no fist bumps from the players either, so I'm assuming they might have timed out as well.
I believe we've had a server crash. That would be my prediction with that one. So unfortunate. That was a tense round for that one. You got to feel for both teams in that. That was a proper 50-50 after that. But Gibby, take a moment to now breathe and relax and reset. We've seen a high tempo game of Siege. Do you think that's going to be continuable? Do you think Falcons have the stamina for a best of 3 to keep that pace going, especially if this map goes their way?
We know they do. Think back to Gamers8 last year where they made it all the way to the final, and that game against Wild where it went all the way on that final map of Villa. They've shown that they've got the stamina to play a long day and play it through to completion. G2, we know the exact same story from them, but I think the big thing that Falcons need to do is play their game, right? A lot of players might get enamored or worried by the fact that they're playing against G2. That name carries weight in esports, right? Falcons need to just focus on playing their game and finding a way to just keep chipping away. When you've got the lead that they have already, a 4-1 lead on defense, if you can win 1 round now for every 2 that G2 do, you're doing pretty well. So if you keep the old school 4-2 split the other way, they'll go ahead and take this win.
Okay. I'm looking at this. I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to look at the body language of all the players going on right now. So it's not a pleasant time after a round like that to go into a tech pause. They seem to be already in reset, sort of getting ready again, posturing up for this. G2 look pretty well composed, pretty well relaxed. They don't seem nervous, even though the deficit is so large. Falcons, a little bit more unsettled, actually. I think they're beginning to feel the levity of the position that they're in.
I think so, but again, They've rushed into an early lead. They've shown that they can go head to head when it comes to straight up gunfights. Keep the positivity rolling. You know what I'd like to talk about?
I don't know. It could be Siege or it could be the weather.
Anything. Do you remember last year when BDS started playing Shaiko sitting in the middle? And it was at Gamers8, I think, was the first time that they did it. And the reason that they did was so that Shaiko can look in the two monitors either side and essentially drone himself at times without actually having to use a drone. I'm looking at Doki's positioning for G2. Between Benja and Alamo, those three on that side of the table are the three that you would expect to be your round winners, right? Doki really needs to play off of those two around him and get some momentum going because, again, I think he is one of the best players that we have in Siege right now when he is on it. But I just don't think that we've seen Doki today at all. And, you know, as a fan of Siege, you want to see Doki playing to the best of his ability because he is one of the best players in the world right now.
I agree. I mean, all you have to think about is that, you know, obviously we look back to the best form G2 have been in a very long time, which is going to be the Invitational back in February. Doki was one of the players that was so close to being the highest kill player at that event, has consistently been high impact for G2. And he's not had the showing, as you said, that we would have expected so far. But first day of the competition, so it's not too scary yet, I would say.
Not yet. And, you know, we're seeing a lot of people talking about the Gemini pick as well. We're fans of Gemini going to G2, right? We know what he done on Makers. Very good player. But again, chemistry, for 99 out of 100 roster moves, chemistry is not instant. It takes time to build it. Gemini is going from playing on a team where, as far as I know, in Makers, they communicated inside or in Italian for a long time, right? He's one of the players that you and I said on that Makers roster that was good enough to play at this level, the tier 1 level. And it's going to take time for him to fill in. Again, he's a very different player from Blur. We've given Blur his flowers earlier. We said Blur was really good at what he does, but G2 want to go into an area where essentially even the players that play soft support have the gun skill to go ahead and, you know, win their ones and clutch their 1vx's. Gemini has that, but it's not going to come on this G2 roster at the very first event. It's going to take time. O'Kills will step on out, get rid of a couple of cams. Look, that's great. Job done. But again, my point is...
4 cams destroyed, Gibby, by the way.
4 or 5. But my point is, I think that if G2 get the win today and play into tomorrow and get to the next round, Gemini will get better and G2 will get better at every stage they go through.
I think you've put it the most mature I've heard someone actually word that so far. I agree exactly with you. I think I would have put it, let him cook. That would have been how I would have described it. But I think you've done it in a more elegant, more sophisticated fashion. Flores drones detonating as well to try and clear some space for G2. Get themselves that utility clear for basically free. Though my might will catch one nade and force his army out of position, so ticket as the keeper barrier is deployed to help add that extra bit of cover as P9 will find the opening as Alama once again finds himself on the receiving end of that opening death. Not the start that Alama would have wanted so far.
Yeah, I think, is that... I know we've lost the stats, but I think that's P9's 9th or 10th kill as well in 5 rounds. He is having himself a game so far for Falcons. And the big thing for Falcons is the opening pick. They've got it nearly every single round so far. And G2, the way that they play, is built for playing either level with numbers or having a man advantage. So they need to find a way to get this kill back. Benja almost does get it playing the vert, but when he's unable to find it, he's going to get back on the move again. And Kronos is going to make the problem a little bit worse, compounding misery as he finds the kill on the Virtue as well. 5 versus 3.
Gemini looks to get one back and does so, but Jalad finds an instantaneous trade on the Benja. They lose that knock, they lose that firepower, but Doki's DMR fires away and finds kills, but Jalad from distance finds a second. Gemini, the latest edition, all alone. To find one. This gives a lifeline. If you can isolate these fights, it's certainly winnable. The case is cold. The likelihood that you can recover that is very, very slim. So looking to play this around the rifle, looking to find the kills to get the job done. But that mirror window precedes such a problem. They have all the information. They'll know he'll likely push on right, and they can react accordingly. Gemini might be walking into the final few moments of this round, and P9 with a perfect pre-fire. Falcons back on the horse.
Yeah, that's another really good round by Falcons. Good decision making at every single level, and they managed to clutch out another round. Look, this is what you expect from Falcons. We wanted them to make this game a gunfight, but there's more to it than that. By saying they're just really good with their, with their weapons would be, I think you'd be selling them pretty short. They've got a clear plan on defense. It's get aggressive in the first minute. Don't give G2 easy access to the building. After that first minute is up, they drop back just a little bit, which puts G2 off tempo a little bit more. And then in the last minute again, they turn up the tempo. They're not letting G2 settle into their game. They're upsetting the rhythm. They're impacting their ability to enter the building. And that is a pretty good plan that they have for playing against G2.
Those opening engagements is what really stands out to me for the side of Falcons. Now, we love to talk about how basically the opening engagement can be one of the most critical fights around it. It lets you get into the map. Typically, that's how that fight happens. It's the roamer that tries to extend you, get that fight off, and get map control. But Falcons are so aggressive with it. G2 basically were cautious and a little bit concerned about their entry, and they can never get it clean. Alamau ran into the opening engagement 3 or 4 times and tended to lose it more often than not. For Falcons, the question now is when you're on the offense and you need to make things happen and you need to go towards your enemies, are you going to be able to do that and bring that same tempo, pace, and aggression on this side for G2? I'd imagine they want to slow this down a little bit and catch a little bit of a breather and begin to claw back at this game.
Yeah, now's where the real question is posed to Falcons. You've done more than enough on defense to win this game, but can you do the business on attack? And historically, I think G2 are a team that I prefer watching on defense because now they can play their game. They're the ones that are going to attempt to disrupt the pace. Now again, look at the positions. Gemini is playing below the hatch for that drop with the Wamai. The longer he stays there, the more of those discs that he can throw out to prevent the push. You've got everyone else from G2 a little bit further away. Now, if they identify that, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of pressure put on that hatch drop because G2 want them to come from red, but Virtue is going to find the kill on the Joker. And again, opening pick has been pretty decisive in this game so far, Whippet.
Yeah, it has been, and it's a huge one that Virtue finds it. P9 was an absolute demon on that weapon, on that DMR in the defense. Now Virtue starts off with the Aruni DMR. Tries to find that I've got that opening with it. For G2, slowing the pace down. Falcons a little bit slower this time. Shalad with not many options, might have to tank this damage, has a flashbang. Doesn't want to give away that position, wants to act a little bit quicker for it. And just a game of patience. Rotation now, or Heaven Window Repel, looking for perhaps an overextended G2 member, and that's what Virtue will do. Gives a freebie away, and that's going to be a run out. Oh my, Alamo gets caught out and shut down. G2's advantage fades, but Gemini claws it back. Smokes spent out, and that's going to give Glaz an opportunity to drop and use that thermal. But anyone be daring enough to peek it? Well, Benja doesn't need to peek. He sideswipes and finds P9. Leave it all down to Flores, and that's D4 nearly a perfect delivery. But the round all but one jump out from Heaven should wrap this up. 30 seconds, Gibby. Think there's a way for Falcons to win this round? I think Gibby has disappeared once again, everybody. So I'll jump back in for this one. So 3 versus 1. It's going to be an ascent of the main stairs. Nope, it's going to be a rotation all the way to Brown. I have a feeling that this round, well, I think it's pretty safe to say that this round is over. And I think, Gibby, I think he's going to be able to jump back. Hello, Gibby, you back?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm not sure what's happening, but Falcons...
I think I've lost Gibby again. He's gone again. Gibby, I know you don't want to... Gibby, he sees Falcons lose a round, and he's like, oh no, he doesn't want to even see it. G2 get one claw back for them, and a very good job indeed. Flurry of kills and aggression, matching the tempo. of Falcons. Very well played from them. Can G2 begin to claw this one back? Because I think I've got word that maybe my co-caster is back again. Gibby, are you there? Nope. Nope. Still isn't here, unfortunately, for this one. So we continue alone into this one. I can see chat, by the way, all of you guys, and I see that Gibby is being hacked by Fabian, unfortunately. Not allowed to get into this one to watch the action unfold ahead of him.
Don't know for how long, okay? Let's see.
Hello.
We'll see what happens this time. And look, I know the chat are pretty happy that I'm gone. I know that they're disappointed. They were enjoying their intimate time when it was just you and them.
Me and chat had a great conversation about you, Gibby. It was great. Me and chat were able to sit down and nice, relaxing conversation about this matchup. Falcons 5-2 lead on G2. Tremendous stuff, really.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Well, look, I think that's where you excel. Put you in a room with thousands of people to just listen to you. That's your domain.
Oh.
You know?
I want to let you go and ramble away. I had to talk too much. They're bored of me. They get you now for a couple of seconds.
Oh, you want me to talk a little bit? Well, G2.
It's more to see if you don't make sure you stay and don't disappear to the Shadow Realm again. So off you go.
Yeah. Yeah, so G2 now 3 rounds down against Falcons. Falcons, of course, with that really impressive defensive half. G2 starting theirs the right way. As we move now into round 8, though, this is the pivotal round. Now, you've always said, and
he's gone again! Woo! So, he'll miss John finding the opening pick on the Virtue. An impact toss out to find some damage, though. Kills, not enough to write home about, but he'll be able to find that. Oh, poor Gibby. Poor Gibby doesn't get to watch all this action. Chat, you are my only companion now for this action. Time to get into this one. 0 kills with my 1 now. Alamau's next to go, and G2 really beginning to feel that pressure. 5 versus 3. Double repel on those windows. They've yet to find a significant way to get an entry point, I should say. And he goes out. No, siege timing. Perfect rotation from Benjamaster, but he's gonna be lucky holding on. He's very, very lucky to stay alive in that position. Minute 30. Smoke grades going out, beginning to think about that potential execution. And G2 still have a very slim and thin hold upstairs. Not really much way to go with. Benja, light stairs, critical position to hold on to. His Kiba still in pocket to work with as well. Just feeling the G2 will let the time do a lot of talking, compress Falcons down, make them begin to solve this puzzle. ARX fires off in the hands of Jalad. At 1.5 to fight this from a bit of extra range. Difficult engagement, nearly finds one through the wall. Gemini in a must-win position. You cannot lose this fight and lose control of sight. Decides to retreat, stay in the fight to live another day. Asian drone spots it. More engagements happening around the map. Falcons posture, getting ready, not aware of the presence of Dope upstairs. And this could be a problem. Jalad finds one on the Benja, and now Falcons have all the control they need, leaving it just down the Doki alone upstairs. And I think they've got a perfect read, they do! Shut him down, and Falcons get themselves onto map point here on Cafe, and I said, honestly, in our pre-show that I thought this map would favor G2 heavily. We saw how effective they were against M80, and now, well, against Falcons, it's a whole different beast. G2 struggling a little bit at this point, and, well, do they have a comeback on? I mean, I don't have Gibby anymore. I disappeared, so chat, I'll ask this to you. Do you believe G2 have any chance of a comeback, or are you all believing it is Falcons' time to get a map advantage against the reigning world champions? Seeing a lot of confidence in Falcons, some believers of G2 as well. Match point, a map point here for Falcons. Can they get the job done? Can they topple the world champions in the opening map of this series? Remember, stakes on the line. This is an elimination match for these two teams. The loser of this series goes home. Their time in Riyadh will be over early. No one wants that. great competition, great amenities, and of course a lovely prize pool for the victor of this one. Who can survive the night? And I think maybe, just maybe, Gibson might be back.
We solved it. We were having
He's
some.
back! He's back! Oh!
We might have solved it. Question might have been resolved, but that's the joys of being remote, I guess. But look, we're back in the mix, and I was looking at chat while we were trying to get back in. We see you. We love you. We hope you're doing good. So, 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. This is match point now for Falcons. They're about to make a huge statement if they can take this round. But the big thing about it is the performance, right? We talk about this all the time. You can win a game ugly, you can win a game well. They're winning this one beautifully, and O'Kills gets the opener once more.
Wow. Wow, 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 Gibby. Falcons opening engagement again. Great success from them. Alamau again on the receiving end. Post the rehost. It's not been the desirable round that Alamau would have wanted. And now Falcons, advantage gained again. There, have I left me? Gibby left me alone again.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm listening to you.
I was so worried. I was like, oh, he's gone. He's gone. He's still here. Oh, fuck you.
I was letting you talk. I was letting you talk. You were having a moment there. Speaking about having a moment, though, Falcons are having their moment now as they lead the world champions 6-2. It's something that it doesn't get old the more I say it. They're playing so well. They've got vertical control established. They've still got 2 nades in the back pocket of Joker, so he can try to maybe clear out sight. But as you see, all of this side is empty, and it will be until you clear Bakery. And Bakery could be a bit of a problem. So Benja will play there in between Wedding and Bakery, and no pressure from the side of the map whatsoever. But it does look like they might start pressuring through that main kitchen double door if they go down red. But that's a big pick from Benja.
That's what G2 need. Need a way back into this round, and Benja, well, he's provided once again. P9 holds the case on red stairs in a very difficult position. Do you engage Benja, or do you wait for your teammate to get ready? And oh my, he went for the fight, and Benja was just ready, quicker on the draw. And this could be the round G2 needed to get themselves re-energized and back into that nade. So close, does a lot of damage to Benja. The latest Danish sensation tries to have more of an impact with 13 seconds left to go. The round's all but one. Can they flush him out? Eventually they do, but time is the ultimate enemy. There's no way they can stick a plant in this limited time. Surely not! Are you kidding me, Falcons? The dying embers of this, and G2 begin the waiver. Gemini alone to keep G2 alive on Cafe, and O'Kill shuts him down. Falcons have toppled the champions on Cafe. They lead the series 1-0. What a performance.
Well, they are playing in Falcons' backyard here at Gamers8, and they are starting to show them the exit gate. One map away now are Falcons from sending G2 home. So impressed by the way that they were able to play on that one. So impressed that I'm back as well. But Whippet, this is what Siege is all about.
That last round, Gibby. That last round. You have to push in a very difficult site to break down with 10 seconds. It was 8 seconds left when that vault in the kitchen happened. They find 2 picks out of nowhere, and they get the job done. And we got some highlights for that one, but what a performance it was from the side of Falcons. We can run some highlights and look at all this action. It was a game of Siege I love to cast and love to watch. Action absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, and the thing is, again, it's Falcons were so good in their individual one-on-one matchups. And one of the things that the really good teams do is find a way to win the opening engagement, to get the numbers in your favor and then play off of that. Falcons did that so well on that map. What it felt like out of all the rounds we played, maybe 3 total, G2 got the opening pick. Every other time it was Falcons. Once you get that opening pick, it is your round to lose from that point. You can play your game. You can use all of your utility. You can drone in safety. And that is the blueprint. If Falcons want to win on Clubhouse, they need to do the exact same thing.
Well, that won't be easy, though. That will not be easy at all. And the big thing I want to talk about is the fact that you got to feel a little bit bad for Alamau. Every single time there's an opening engagement, 9 times out of 10, it was him that was first to fall. That's going to be a question of mental reset for G2. We've seen them face adversity before, but remember, as I laid down the storyline before, loser of this series goes home. Today's the opening day of Gamers8. No one wants to be knocked out at this stage, but alas, that map is done. Cafe's in the history books. It's time to look forward to our next map of Clubhouse. We'll be ready with that one after a quick little break.
After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend.
Welcome back, everyone, to Gamers8. Falcons, the hometown heroes, leading G2 in this best of three, at which the losers will be packing their bags and going home with a measly $75,000. The winners, of course, move on in the lower bracket and guarantee themselves $125K and a chance to make it through to the semi-finals from there. Though to get there, G2 need to win 2 maps in a row from this point. Falcons, one more will do the trick. But Whippet, if the first map is anything to go by, G2 need to wake up because Falcons have come to play.
Falcons were fantastic on the opening map, and it was a perfect demonstration of why they're such a good team. You know, people are always question Falcons, and sometimes I think people are a little bit hesitant to give this new team that's kind of shot into the limelight their roses. They are aggressive, tactful, and they are purposeful of every single thing they do. G2 on those opening engagements were, well, struggling to find a way in every single time. Alamau, basically the first to fall every single time when he was attacking that map, and they ran away with it. They ran riot on Cafe. The question now, as we move to Clubhouse, is that going to change the tempo? It's a way more default map. It's way more well understood. We've seen G2 play it already today. We also saw them play Cafe. Can Falcons provide an answer to that? And can they beat the world champions and knock them out on day one? What a storyline that would be for them.
Especially if it finishes 2-0. Like, if Falcons beat G2 2-0, that to me will be the biggest scalp that they've ever taken. You know, we looked at them last year. They got all the way to the final of this event. And if you watched the event last year, yes, they lost to BDS, but I think, was it 7-5, 7-5, 7-5, something like that? Every single map went right down to the wire. So again, we know this is a team that can go head-to-head with the best teams in Europe. And again, they looked great in the major as well. So again, I think people don't, because they're new, you know, because they're realistically a new team to the global audience, people don't put the respect on them that I think that they deserve. And again, they are showing why MENA has been invited to take part in the global ecosystem. And they've done a great job against G2. But the next map is Clubhouse. We're going to jump into the action, and it's as simple as this. G2 need to win or they're going home.
It's as simple as that. G2, all the pressure is on them. Can they get the job done? Dokkaebi banned away. Next is the Maverick. G2 following exactly what they done against M80 earlier on. I doubt we'll see a Bandit getting brought out this time around, as that was led to a wild matchup. But Kaid's next to go, leaving Falcons down to that pick your poison aspect. What defender do you ban away, and what of those 4 very powerful operators do you keep in play for this matchup? And they're gonna have a little bit of deliberation going on. That timer didn't jump down to 3 seconds instantly. They're waiting. They're trying to figure out what will be this ban. Drumroll, please, Gibby. It's Umira.
So glad it wasn't a Bandit again. I'm so glad we weren't going to see Clubhouse again, where we saw Kaid and Bandit removed from play. So round one, G2 are on attack. Now, is that a good thing? I'm not so sure, because Falcons ran right through G2 last time they tried to attack. They took a 5-1 half. But again, this is their pick. This is their opportunity now to change their own fortunes. Straight off the bat, Falcons are going to go down into basement. The defensive lineup, Mozzie, Azami, Fenrir, Mute, and Malusi. Malusi doesn't get as much play as she used to, Whip It, but again, you put those gadgets in the right place. For example, near the entrance to Dirt, down at the bottom of Blue, pushing towards Generator, it can still have a big impact. But I think as an operator, she has changed how she has played.
I mean, most of that's down to that reduced mobility. Of course, Malusi's not as fast as she used to be, so that flexibility, that action of a roamer has kind of gone away from her, and she's very much kind of more focused on playing close to those boundaries that have a huge impact. And when you have operators like Fenrir combined with Malusi, G2 are in for a very difficult and I think a very frustrating time. But one thing I'll draw your attention to is the amount of roam pressure that Falcons are applying right now. A very extensive hold, rotations all around that top floor. I think their idea is they want to hold on to this best they can and make G2 fight and bleed for every inch of this map.
This is what I love about Fenrir too. You can use some of your gadgets on site. Jalad tries to get aggressive over towards Chains, but doesn't manage to get that fight. But my point is, you can use some of those fear mines on site, use the rest of them on the roam, and change where they are and which ones are active as the round goes on. So G2, they're going to go for your standard clear from the top floor and work their way down. Once we hit that magic number, which is maybe a minute and 10 seconds, we'll see Falcons drop back towards site. And in fact, it looks like they've already done that, but they do look like they're starting to put more pressure on. But Doki get the opening pick.
That's what G2 need. They need to find that opening way more often, way more consistently, and a good start so far. As Jalad's first to go, and again, that's a very early pick to find. There's still around a minute 50 left, and Benja gets himself traded back. You lose that fragging availability and the vertical potential of that buck, and that's down to that extended roam presence of Joker 619. And upstairs, he surely knows someone's tantalizingly close. It's Doki lurking top main by pipes. And an extra fear mine to give himself that reassurance. And you get to see that bright mechanic. He juggles what activation code is deployed where, and he's bought himself a safety net. He doesn't need to watch that doorway. He needs to watch construction, and that's it.
That's what we were speaking about as well. Doki tries to get him through the wall, but Joker's able to fall back towards construction. The fear mines will go off. Almo takes a bit of damage, but Joker's doing an incredible job. Not picking up kills here, but just eating up a lot of time in that last 30 seconds. Virtue will wait for him to retreat back to site, but he's a little bit pressed by the fact that I think P9 was still playing. Joker does eventually make it back, but that was excellent time denial there from Falcons as they all make their way back.
Well, they might have suffered the opening death. They've done a great job finding a trade and delaying and dragging out the clock for G2. Meaning with 30 seconds and a bit of change to work, G2 have to make that final gasping execute. And you have a Fenrir, a Malusi, D4 still available on P9, and the hatching kitchen isn't open. G2 are forced into desperate measures, and it will get impact tricked. They're running out of time, no way out, and I have a feeling no matter how this round goes, G2 are in deep trouble. 15 seconds, and it feels like pressure from main stairs, dirt tunnel, and the hatch will all arrive simultaneously, and Falcons are aware of it. Main stairs gets compromised. No, Doki finds a second, but it might all be a little bit too late. The drop is there, and Falcons have to scrap and brawl inside of Armory. 000 is Virtue. Gemini get one apiece, and Fenrir falls. G2 ice in their veins. Huge round, looked near impossible, and they get it done.
G2 had no right. They had no right with 20 seconds left in the scenario that they were in to win that round, but they did. Nice to see the admins reminding Falcons to stay hydrated. Chat, make sure you're hydrated as well. One person who I know for a fact will be is Fresh, because you guys love to make sure he is. What did you see? Go ahead.
Put a pin in that for one sec. We'll circle back, Gibby. If you're next time you're watching the A stream, you see our wonderful friend Fresh on desk, on the glorious desk for the analyst studio. Remind him, carbohydrate. Put that in chat every time you see him. But Gibby, back to your point.
Yeah, what did you see in the end of that round that allowed G2 to win the round? Because it seemed like they had 3 players left alive and they just said, you know what? Dirt, kitchen hatch, main stairs, everybody go, and hopefully something will happen. And they made it work.
Well, a good decision was made. Basically, we know we have to put pressure via the kitchen hatch, so they had someone ready for that. Dirt was open, so a late rotation was called to have someone push from Dirt as well. Doki had main stairs, and it was a multi-pronged attack. It wasn't one-dimensional as perhaps I might have led it to be. Doki winning that fight, that long corridor from bottom main, was huge. Actually critical to winning that round. He doesn't win that fight, the round goes differently. That opened up, that put all the pressure on Falcons, made them uncomfortable in that position, and G2 were able to pick them off one by one. But a very nervous round, as it was 0-0, and a single well-timed C4 could have been enough to unravel the round. But G2, excellent recovery from them, and Falcons keep up that very good early stage that they had previously, though.
Yeah, and that'll do G2's confidence the world of good. Winning an ugly round is so important sometimes for just building your momentum, because of course, you're not going to be perfect. We don't see perfection in Siege very often. One of the closest I ever seen to perfection was, of course, G2 in Copenhagen. We'll talk about that game all year long for how well they played, but you need to win the ugly rounds, and that's what they did. Now you're pushing a bit more pressure on the Falcons. You can see that Doki is going to put pressure on Billiards as they look to take control of Kitchen. O'Kills is going to create an angle that's favorable for him as he looks towards Hill, and P9 will manage to catch out Benja as he was making a move for Blue. Virtue is going hunting for the refrag, but P9 is not one to go down without a fight. Kodos is going to drop to Gemini, and Alamau's in the middle of sight already.
This is huge from G2. Massive out of control. And this puts pressure. This is a vocal point the Falcons need to react to. We see P9 trying to do so, but ultimately falls to that gunfight. And he's got a perfect position. If you drop Moto, you're done. And that's exactly what happens to 2 members of Falcons. Triple kill for Alamau, leaving O'Kills alone. The bomb is down. This retake nigh impossible. He'll tap away the luck for one head of a G2 player, but nothing connects. Give himself a little bit of extra cover, but it's all but over. 4K for Alamau and a huge individual impact from G2. That's what they need, and that's more like your reigning world champions.
Remember when I said he was going to have a big impact in the game? I meant this one. This is the map that I really meant it on. But that
so
is
what you're saying is you were looking into the future. I mean, you did mistake Clubhouse for Cafe in the pre-show, so I'm not surprised you made that there. So
exactly,
you're giving Alamau the look of the Irish buff for this one.
Well, look, whenever G2 made the decision to bring him to Europe, they invested a lot. You know, they went global. They brought Virtue from OCE. They brought Alamau over from Brazil. They made an effort. They made a big investment in him, knowing that on his day, he can be the difference maker. He's the IGL of the side. Mechanically, he is up there. I'm really impressed by that round. But again, remember whenever we looked at the W7M game against G2, where W7M in the first minute of the round just walked into sight on basement and were able to catch G2 cold. G2 just did the same thing, only they did it down through the hatch, where they dropped that hatch in through Billiards, and Alma was able to take control.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
It was a very, very similar one. I was trying to actually draw my mind back to it. I was like, huh. I couldn't visualize it. It's been lost. We've had so much action today. So many games to follow. So much Tier 1 Siege. I think both me and you are delighted to have more Tier 1 Siege going on. I'm pretty sure everyone in chat is happy to have more Tier 1 Siege going on. It's felt like so long ago since we got to see some of the best teams in the world lock horns play for this and play for prize like this in a very early opening Logi hatch now. Pressure applied to Falcons directly. Surely, Gemini will be able to get this breach for reasonably free. I believe only a mute jammer at best is going to be placed on it. He can go up high, deploy that, and it'll avoid the radius of the mute jammer. So that's a free breach on Jacuzzi, and pressure directly applied now towards Bathroom.
Little bit higher. There you go. Gemini should now get that breach. P9 still playing over by Jim. No, it's his job to move between Bathroom, but there's 2 kills on the trot. 3 now as Joker adds another one. G2 tried to up the tempo. They all sent it through the hatch, and well, that plan didn't go pretty well. And Falcons are back in it.
A flawless round. I mean, if you want to reply to 2 rounds lost, a flawless round like that, perfect. as you said, G2 wanted to bring in a little bit of extra tempo, a little bit of extra pace and speed, and it fell a little bit short. The starting pistol fired off, and they didn't quite get out of the blocks. They kind of fell straight on their face and were left by the dust of the Falcons. Very well played from them. G2 still lead in this matchup, but there is life in Falcons. They can still react to this. I'm very intrigued to see how this continues to play out as we go to the basement yet again. Third time's the charm, perhaps, for Falcons.
Well, for them, they hope so. You know, you got to find some way now to stop G2 from taking the site. The first time they took it, it was a 5-second push that won it. The second time, they upped the tempo tenfold and made their way on the site very quickly. And the big thing is, we always say this, whenever you're attacking basement and the opposition are playing a heavy roam game, if you can get towards site quickly and cut off their retreat to site, it's very, very difficult to lose the round. It's one of those scenarios where it's harder to win the round from that point than it is to lose. And that's the risk you take when you go for a heavy roam game. But at the same time, it does take a bit of bravery from attacking sides to make that call to go all in on the fast approach.
It's often a sign of either confidence, a good shot calling, or a miscommunication when a team gets that fast and aggressive, if you know what I mean. Sometimes you see a weakness, and you're probing it long enough, and you can just like, yeah, let's go, guys. Or it's a very good reactionary play. I think I'm very curious to what the call was made, the G2 that led to that play being made, because Falcons were so ready for it, so aggressively ready, as Benja finds the opening pick, and G2 have read Falcons like a book. They knew there was going to be an upstairs presence inside of construction, but they got aggressive, they countered it, and there's a very heavy roam from them. Falcons, I'd consider a fallback site. Now, you don't want to lose one more player of this. Valkyrie goes upstairs as Doki will claim one more member of Falcons. P9 gets a trade back to Benja. Action everywhere across the map so early here on the basement defense. But honestly, G2 in a great position. One more pick and they might be able to cascade on the side. But P9 in a great position. One player in stock and this can be huge. Impact tricks it as well. Denies to him Hibana pellets to retreat all the way to oil pit.
Yeah, Valk impact as well, which is not something you see every single day. O'Kill is still waiting by Adam as well. You do, but that's just by mistake.
No, I'd never misclick my second gadget. Never.
Never been killed by a better player either. It's always siege timing. You know, never lost a gunfight. One would say.
I've lost fights to much better players. There's never when I'm in a rank stack with you. So, minute 10 left in this round. G2 at man advantage, and they're beginning to work through the verticality. Jalad in a great position aggressively. Here's that nade. Pin getting called, fall back, and escapes through that verticality set. Trap laying for him, doesn't catch him, and he can escape back this fight. Kitchen hatch still reinforced. Moto hatch still reinforced. That's going to be vital seconds, and perhaps potential for an impact trick to delay even more time on that main kitchen hatch. Doki gets a Gemini replicator in. Don't know what's there. Free information that he might be able to sneak in and catch them napping.
Yeah, they've fully cleared the space below the hatch as well, which will allow it. But now you got to deal with dirt, and P9 is in position to find that kill, so it's back to a 3 versus 3. Whatever they drop, they need to deal with the long angle that's being held. O'Kills tosses the smoke, which will choke out even more time, but Doki pushed down through main in the midst of all the action. P9 pre-fires through, but the smoke's going to do him a bit of problem. Alamo and Gemini get one apiece, and there's Jalad. Peeks through, gets a second one. It's a 1 versus 1 now, Alamo. But is he got time to get the case down? He's going to go for the res, but the angle is there. Jalad wins it. What a solo play in that 1 versus 3.
Oh my, what a play from Jalad. Finds a miracle against G2. It looked to be another round for the European side, but one player in a 1 versus 3 gets the job done, and we draw level. What a matchup this is, and you gotta feel G2. Pressure's on. You are being tested against a team that is showing that they are of a great caliber. Can they find a way back in this? Will the Falcons build up that momentum? Or can G2 get themselves back into that? Remember, Cafe, memories of that, phantoms of that game pass or map pass will still be sitting with G2. No matter how much they try to shake it, they'll know how difficult that matchup was, and Clubhouse might be the same again.
That is one of those rounds, if G2 go home, that's the one they look back at and say, yeah, we should have won that. You know, could Alamo have planted? Could he have picked up the diffuser? Yes. Could it have been a case where he went to pick up the diffuser, but the first thing that came up on F was the res instead of the diffuser? That could have happened as well. I think maybe that's probably what happened in that scenario. But take nothing away. Jalad got the kills, pushed up through the stairs, played the vert because he knew the time was in his favor. Really well played.
You gotta imagine again, has to finish the reload of the SMG11 and sees the Book of Alamau in that revive animation. Is like, well, I gotta do what I gotta do. It's a freebie. I'll take it. And an easy 1v3 for Jalad. Very, very well done indeed. G2 need to find an answer. They started off strong in this. Very good reads of that Falcons defense. Began to waver. Falcons finding a way to win those messy, unclean rounds. That's what you need to do. So, exothermic charge will detonate, and this main wall will be wide open for G2 to sit, post up, and hold and split that side. As Jalad on a little bit of an adventure and excursion down in bar.
Yeah, G2 managed to get the wall open. Doki's pushed his way down. Benja's holding the cross as well, as Jalad needs to be careful, but he might just find this one. Steps in, the vault gives away his noise, gets one, but it's traded back. That's okay. Take your 1-for-1 trade. Both sides will be pretty okay with what just happened. Big problem is Benja, though, not having the sort of impact you would expect. The solution has really not been pretty bright. 1 in 5 so far. In reality, it's Alamo and Doki that are clawing G2 through this one through only 4 rounds. P9 again, though, is having himself a game.
P9 has been activated in this series and has been a proper menace for G2. Ashgar stands up to clear the keeper barriers for Alamau, but a difficult fight. The fire goes out by Capital, forcing a fight, but Alamau loses it. Huge from Joker, looks to find a second and does so. G2 line up 1 by 1. Oh, kills finds Doki. And Gemini alone again. Feels like a recurring story. That shotgun in blue will be a nightmare to fight. Falcons in control again. And they should be able to coast this round out to absolute victory. And they'll take the lead of this map. What a performance from them so far.
Cybertruck DMR, by the way. Just want to point that out there. It is.
Earning more fans is Joker. More people will have his flair in the subreddit now, I guarantee. I'll see more AJoker619 fans as we see Gemini getting 1 back at least on the O kills. But 18 seconds, is it just a fever dream that this might be doable? I think it's pretty safe to say this round is wrapped up and done. Has to go through an Aruni gate, and that's going to be 1 more for the Cybertruck DMR, posted up on rafters. And they're loving life right now, leading against the reigning invitational champions. What a performance, and they look exceptional so far as well.
Imagine people say that the 1.5 is the be-all and end-all on every gun that it's available on. Cybertruck.
We've seen a Thorn with a shotgun in protest at a 1.5, and now refusal to use it. Cybertruck, clearly the best scope in the game. I think we should give that. Oh, wait, they already have it all. So don't worry about 1.5s. Worry about your Cybertruck. Seemingly the best scope in the game.
So, with that, looks like the coaches, there's now been a timeout called, and there's a little bit of an inquest maybe in the G2 side as to what has happened. 2 rounds back-to-back where they get players in positions to execute. You looked at it, you had Virtue, he used the Capital Bolt, the Fire Bolt, to freeze the player on benches in position. They had the fact they used Doki on Iana to find out exactly where he was with the clone, but they lost their 1. And in that round, winning that 1 was the difference. If they were able to get that kill, you get full garage control, then you can start putting pressure towards site. It just goes to show how in a game of Siege, every gunfight matters.
Siege is the game of the finest margins, Gibby. I think you'll agree with me on that one. And it can be a death by 1,000 paper cuts for G2. You see these little mistakes creeping in, these positions where they're losing 1vx's, right? That Jalad clutch, realistically, he shouldn't win that. The 1 versus 3. You should not win that against a team playing and going through that procedures correctly unless it's a miracle. G2 need to find a way back into this one, because if you let momentum, you let Falcons build on this and go and build this energy, it can be difficult to slow down. But little mistakes adding up, G2 feeling that pressure now, this is where you need them to settle in. They've just had Fabian talk to them, begin to correct those mistakes, and need to do that now, because if you go in 3-3 on the half, it's basically a full reset, and you have 6 rounds to decide the victor.
See, this is the thing. Falcons take a 4-2 split on a map like Clubhouse. They're going to be feeling really good about themselves. At 3-3, G2 will breathe a sigh of relief that they got it done. Again, the rounds that they have won have not necessarily been pretty. You had the rush and then you had the 5-second push. Now they're going to get that breach open. Again, you're pushing over towards Bar, but this is one part of that task. Virtue has the case all by himself on the entrance. Jalad takes a beating in that gunfight, and you know what? He decides he's going to retreat back and let someone else be the front line of the defense. Honestly, I think that's the smart decision, the business decision that Jalad has just made, because you're Azami. You need to stay alive. You need to keep regenerating those Kiba barriers.
Staying alive, they'll live the fight another day also means your utility and your weapons stay in the fight a little bit later. Benji will find the opening, that's on the O kills, and that's what G2 need. Find the opening and press the advantage from there. But can they do so? Joker in a very difficult position, looking for the find ahead, but Benji's been left in Debrino outside. Virtue will find the Joker. Missing his C4 tossed out to the ether, doesn't connect, doesn't land. But Benja, if recovered, will be left on 20 HP. A single stray round will be enough to shut him down. And a single point of HP is not enough to scare Jalad, as he's down playing below that hatch, waiting for perhaps any member of G2 to vault straight in, as Gemini will get that jacuzzi hatch open just like that.
Well, not yet. Sounds like, did he put it a little bit too low again?
No,
there we go. He had the place. He gets it open, and now that puts more pressure. You got Doki back on his feet. That brings 2 more, or Benja back on his feet. That brings 2 more nades into play as well. So where do we go from here? Well, this just puts some pressure on site, but P9 finds a very important one. They get another one. It's a 3 versus 1 now, though, as Virtue, Doki, and Alamau look to shut down Jalad, and they do. And G2 take a 3-3 half, and well, now they can begin building. But still, if you had have offered Falcons a 3-3 half on this map with a 1-0 lead in the series already, they would have taken your arm with that offer.
I agree with that one completely. To be in such a great position again, it is not bad to be 3-3. Most games in the current climate of Siege end 3-3 on the opening half. So it's following the script. The thing that's not following the script, I think to many people watching this at home, will be the 1-0 lead in the series for Falcons. So, the offense. This is a different beast completely for a side like this. They love aggression. They love being in your face. But this map can present some difficult positions to do that. Will G2 use an expansive roam to make this site a very large maze, a task to clear with a perfectly timed drop-down escape? Or will they bunker up and invite that pressure and try and rely on their own mechanics, with time being a massive pressure? I think the answer is a bit of a roam presence, because I see that Mozzie, and get instant flashbacks to an extension SSG used to do many moons ago, even though it looks very, very different these days.
We got to see it in the flesh last year, the Gamers8 when SSG were playing, but again, the game has moved on. There's obviously a plethora of new operators that can be used as well that make that hold a little bit more difficult than it used to be. So what are Falcons going to do on attack? Well, they're going to clear the map. You get yourself up, you've got IQ, you can use that IQ to work out where those FNATs are, you can use it to work out where those Mozzie pests, but again, remember, top tip for you and your rank team, don't say you've lost your drone to a Mozzie or you've lost your drone. You disabled a Mozzie pest. You always got to find the good.
Exactly. You didn't lose a drone, you cleared defender utility. That's all you've done. I mean, yeah, you've lost one of the most important bits of kit you have as an attacker, but it doesn't matter. Your teammates don't need to know that. So, we get into this one. Falcons, they want to go for that roam clear. They want to try and clear the entirety of this site. But will they be able to do that effectively and efficiently, considering the time constraints are going to feel? Doki and Benja upstairs, and that's going to be a very dangerous combination if relying or asked upon their gunplay. We see the double use of those bandit wires, and Benja can trick this as well, and that's exactly what he'll do. So if that's not open, Falcons a little bit beaten to the punch there by G2, and that might begin to mix up their strategy as Alam. P9's in sight. P9 just walked in blue. He saw the extensive roam and realized sight's going to be a little bit weak. He's in AK, and do G2 know about this?
Well, surely Virtue heard it. Surely the two players that are close by heard that noise. But I don't know what it is about G2. They're so susceptible to it, but there's P9 finding his kill. It just seems like if you want to pressure G2, push down blue and go straight into sight. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. He's all alone, all by himself, no diffuser, so he's going to have to battle out, but there's another kill! Almost finds the third onto Gemini, but he holds his ground. But has the damage been done? Joker is in sight. He's got the case in his hands, but I think he needs to find one more kill to be comfortable in this scenario. Well, actually, he finds himself a position in long. Gemini tries to hold a spot, but Kodos finds another one. This is the weakness, the Achilles heel of G2 that has been exposed. Case goes down. So does pretty much all the chance of G2. It's all down to Alamau now. Playing the long angle, but no way Falcons lose this round from here.
I hope you just haven't cursed it for them, but what a play. P9 waltzes down blue, straight in the sight, and a weakness that we've seen exposed against G2 several times. Massive extension, met by direct action, and a 3k unravel G2, and that was huge. Falcons looked to be a little bit stumped, you know. Benjamaster on the bandit trick upstairs presented a problem. They couldn't clear that roam effectively within a good time limit. So, why worry about a roam clear when you can walk directly in the site? Virtue falls in dirt, meaning that's the invitation, that's the main route they'll take, and that's what they done. Falcons flood the site, get the case down, and win a round, and they get themselves one step closer. 1 step, 1 inch closer to claiming a best of 3 victory over G2. What a result that would be for the local team.
Here's the thing though, right? If you want to roam with 2 players, or even 3, on this map, it means that there's going to be one direct avenue to site that is completely vacant, right? Because Virtue's holding dirt, that's one of them shut down. The chances are the next player is going to be playing somewhere around main stairs, or they're going to be playing a generator. With G2, usually they keep a player in and around church, they keep a player around main. So that means if you want to run 2 roamers, you're leaving blue completely open. They tried to stop the push by using the FNATs instead to signal to the players on site that somebody stepped in, but that didn't work. If a teams can keep picking up on the strat, G2 will have to change the way they defend the site.
I think I'm going to look at Gibby. It's not like it's a new thing, right? Think about during SSG's reign of dominance when they won the Invitational. This map was literally their domain, and everyone knew SSG would do their big roam, and if you just push direct, you'd have control. SSG would use a Legion inside of blue, instead of any of those fast access points to give a very clear clue that someone's pushing, and be a problem to deal with, taking them out of the fight for a brief moment. The sound of a Dreadmine's not that loud. It can fade into the action, fade behind comms, and I think that's what happened to Virtue. That's what Falcons capitalized upon, but they're not going to be able to do that one again. All right, this is a hope not for G2's sake, as Alma finds the opening. Joker falls first.
That's big for G2. They really need this round. They're trailing 4-3 here on Clubhouse. Alama was going to go hunting. Just creeps his way past the drone, realizes that it's not active, and there's Gelado pulling one back. The drone still has no clue that Alama was playing in this position. He does lose the gunfight though. Falcons take a 4-3 lead. Anything and everything that could go wrong for G2 is, but it's because of how well Falcons are playing, and it's because of how well they're able to enable themselves to win these gunfights.
That's the big thing. Even if you lose that opening engagement, if you can find that trade back at a decent time and reply to your opposition, that's huge. Ben just summoned into a little bit of pressure upstairs as Logi's been cracked open, and this is where you begin to feel for G2. Pressure mounts. That Falcons have another round, and they are really in the deep water for this. Minute 10 to go, and Doki falls. Jalad finds that. Benja needs to drop, but it's over! Just like that, the roam was compromised! compromised and there's nothing they can do. Falcons in control.
I don't know. I just don't know what G2 are doing wrong. Falcons are playing out of their skins, out of their minds. Again, this is the team that caught everyone's attention last year. They played well, and they won their region in stage 1. They got to phase 2 of the major, and once more on home turf, they are putting in big performances against big teams. This is so good from Falcons, and they are now just 2 rounds away from sending the world champions home.
Oh, that still has a strange flavor, doesn't it, to say that one? Falcons, a team that, basically almost a 1-year anniversary since their introduction to this tier 1 level of competition, international system of Siege. They made that grand stage debut last year at Gamers8, where they went all the way to the final against BDS and forced it to a long best of 5 series where they went 12 rounds every single time. Now, 1 round away from map and series point against the reigning world champions. Can they get it done?
Well, 1 round at a time. That is the way they need to play from this point on. They're beginning to push in. They've got they look at where they're droning. They're droning out Garage again. They've realized that Rafters is clear. They leave the drone in position to watch their flag, and they're just gonna, have a little look down an oil pit as well to make sure that no sneaky G2 players are on the move. But look where Jalad is already. The only problem he has is the fact that there's 2 sets of barbed wire on those stairs. And I think that's another counter to G2 trying to stop giving Falcons easy access to site.
Good decision. A good adaptation made from G2. Falcons, they're very good at just finding a way into site. That's what they're good at. They want to take gunfights. They know their expertise. They know their ability mechanically is where they're strongest. So if they can find a way in, they'll take that opportunity every single time. Virtue, close to Joker in this position. He'll hear that DMR in construction, but he'll be patient. He'll wait as Alamau close to O kills as well. And Falcons just waiting to pull that trigger to find these opening engagements.
Again, G2 need to do something to stop this assault. Doki is going to get put to DBNO as the nade is going to come through. Or the shots from, you think, Jalad, that or was a Joker, causes a bit of a problem. Alamau stepping up closer and closer to the breach to step on in, and that should have been a freebie, and there it is. It's a 5 versus 3 now. Benja pulls it back, 4 versus 3, but still a big opportunity. Another kill comes through as Joker picks up that one. It's all down to Gemini. All of Falcons pushing their way to get to map and series point. What can the Italian do? This is the moments that they picked him up to try to clutch from these 1vx's with it, and Doki is a sacrificial lamb. He's betting on Doki to get him some intel. He goes for the fight, but he gets taken down, and Falcons move within 1 round of sending the world champions home.
What a storyline this could be. G2 on the precipice of leaving Gamers8 basically empty-handed. What an upset that would be. Gibson, it almost feels weird to say, but you know what I'm getting flashbacks of? I am getting flashbacks of the Raleigh Major, where G2 fell apart at the end. Virtue, head in hands. Where do they have an answer? What can they do? What do they have left? You can feel that energy in the camp. G2, worried, concerned, beginning to question what they have to do to beat Falcons. Great run of form on the offense. I was going to question how good they could be against a team that can be as structured and well-oiled as G2. The answer, exactly what we expected. Falcons show up and do what they do best. Find gunfights, win gunfights, take rounds. Can they do it one more time to send G2 home?
This is the thing. Everything you've done in the past is over the minute you step into the server. And Falcons are playing world champions, but in this game, they have been the better team. They're winning more gunfights. They're playing more structured. They're playing better as a team. There's more cohesion. They deserve to be winning this game. They deserve to have 3 attempts at match point. G2 will need to have a serious introspective look, even if they do win this game, because things are looking very bad right now, especially with the fact that we're not overly far away from the rest of the competitive calendar as well. Look at the confidence, though. Gillard is going to step straight through, gets in a 1v1 with Valk, manages to avoid the shots, and steps away. Doesn't lose his life. Alamau missing the opportunity to get the opener. But again, for Falcons, that is not a bad position to be in.
Early challenging, and look at this from G2. They don't want to roam anymore. They've known that, okay, perhaps we got a little bit overcomplicated. We played too much into the map, too much into what we wanted to do. All bunkered up on site, but I think Falcons have realized this. They know they have basically the whole map to run around and get control with, and they can find these fights, look for these fights however they want. So much time that's going to make themselves little highways of rotation. They can hit whatever side of the map they want. Jalad on that knock again. Remember, the nerf is in place, or the change is in place. No longer muffles the sound of footsteps, only works on observation tools. That was in the recent patch. We're playing on that, of course, here. They'll begin the probe and look for an entryway down the main stairs. 2 bodies stacking up, Okils with a nade primed and ready as well. Then they deep and does so, clears utility from that. G2, begin to feel the squeeze, begin to feel that pressure.
But still 5 players alive and well on the server. At that point, that could be the most important thing here for G2. Minute and 10 seconds, and now you can see utility being caught as those discs try to stop this push. But again, Falcons not rushing into anything, not being overly aggressive. But Jalad makes that move off in the distance. There's your opener, and he moves up oil pit again. Is that the key? Is that the signal weapon for Falcons to make their move? It looks like not just yet.
Falcons hit and run tactics have been deployed. Now, 2 players begin to put pressure and encroach on the blue. A must-win engagement for Gemini now, feeling the pressure, feeling the weight of that G2 badge on his shoulder. 30 seconds remain. Is this the final 30 seconds G2 will play at Gamers8 this year? Only time can tell, but Falcons will wait. They're holding on. They don't want to pull the trigger too early. And a wise decision. 20 seconds, and here comes Joker creeping in. He walks down long. They have got no idea, but Virtue is there to save the day. A flurry of kills. A P9 finds 2. 10 seconds. Can G2 do it? Oh, kills finds Doki, but the case is cold. Virtue needs a clutch up once again for his team, and he cannot do it. Falcons topple Giants. G2 fall, and they go home early.
They saw G2 playing in their backyard in Saudi Arabia, and they put them back to the plane. World champions go home. 75,000 in the back pocket, but the Falcons continue to do what they always do, and that is turn up on home turf. They are going on to the next round. Finally, we get a little sight of Valentino as well. He is loving seeing his teammates take this win, but they're still in the lower bracket. There's still a lot of work to do. But G2 going home on day 1 of Gamers8, nobody saw that coming.
Little mistakes from G2. Every single round there was something, and look at this. We love to see this. A show of respect between these players. G2, while disappointed, still hold our heads up high. A new team, a new roster for them. But man, Falcons, water on once again, showing how good they can be. But every mistake G2 made, every gap that Falcons found, they exploited it. Siege can be a game with death by 1,000 paper cuts. And that's what it was for G2, and you can feel the emotion sinks in as Alamau feels the levity of that loss. But jubilation to the camp of Falcons. Well done from them. They move on to tomorrow. What a series that was. 2-0 victory against G2.
Just devastation on one side, elation on the other. Falcons get the job done. But again, this is another win for MENA Siege. When we were in this region last year, when we met the locals, when we met the fans, they adore this game. They really wanted MENA to be given the opportunity to show what they could do on the international stage. And they made it to the final of the first ever Gamers8 tournament. They've continued to play well over the course of the year. MENA is finally starting to get some recognition. And that there is the biggest scalp that they have ever taken as a team on a big stage, taking down the world champions. Genuinely, I think Falcons are here to stay. They're a great side. And honestly, even if they go home tomorrow, they've still done wonders for MENA Siege.
Last year was the teaser trailer for Falcons inside of competitive Siege. Now they've had a whole stage under our new system, appearance, the phase 2, the Copenhagen Major, and now they've knocked out G2 on the opening day of Gamers8. I think that's a great opening to open everyone's eyes to say this team is the real deal. They can swing, they can bang with the best of it. What a performance that was.
What a game that was. What a day that was here on the Bravo stream. G2 have gone home. M80 have advanced on to the upper bracket where they currently lock heads with NIP. And tomorrow we will have CAG taking on OXG and another game where the loser goes home and the winners will progress in that lower bracket once more. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you guys the action today. But we'll be back tomorrow, I guess.
I can't wait for it, Gibby. I cannot wait. So everyone, keep your eyes peeled on social media. All the times for matches will be posted there. And of course, I believe the A stream match is still going on. So swapping over to that one. But for everyone here at the B stream, that is today finished. We'll catch you all tomorrow for more fantastic Siege.